Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, afternoon. What up, Scott? What up, Kaz? How you guys doing? You guys are having a good Tuesday. Kaz, dude, did you get hit by that cell? There was a huge storm cell that passed through my area that was out of nowhere. Like, it was a beautiful day. Everybody was out minding their business. And then, yeah, just out of nowhere, dude. It was like one of the most intense storms I've seen in a while. Like, I legit kind of thought we were in a tornado because I saw somebody's lawn umbrella just like pass by me where I was just like, whoa! I was like, oh shit! Someone's gonna be pissed. Those things are expensive. You doing great? Awesome. Yeah, it was insane. Yeah, dude. It was. I'm still kind of like, what happened? Thank God, like, everything was tied down in my yard. You know, because I expect, like, pretty much all of these types of storm cells to come by. I get really, really bad wind where I am. So, you know, Windy City and all. Yuck, 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 yuck. No, I do get, like, really bad wind. I think I already covered this, but, yeah. Had some siding ripped off my house, like, just straight up, where it was just like, oh, okay, cool. I got to learn the finer nuances of homeowners insurance, which hope nobody ever really does. Like, oh my God, it's the worst. But yeah, dude, that was a bad storm. The saddest part is, yeah, I went to my normal, like, weather guys. None of them had us within, like, the path of it. So it kind of just happened. So that's fun. Wonder if that has anything to do with, like, the cuts to the weather service. Like, I don't know. Everything can't be Trump's fault, right? Right? I am halfway kidding. Man, okay, so let's see. What the hell is going on with this Musk thing? Because this just kind of dropped, right? Elon Musk goes after the big beautiful bill. That's... See, I have Elon Musk blocked on X, so I wouldn't be able to see it. Here, I'll just play this guy.
Voted for it. All the Republicans. Whoa. So I just logged on to Twitter and I searched Elon Musk. Of course, I have his ass blocked, but I went to view posts because I saw something crazy. Oh, you can view posts still when they're blocked?
Oh, okay, cool. Here, let's, I didn't know that. I thought that once you blocked somebody, they were just blocked. Which one is his? Oh no. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, it's just at Elon Musk. No, he doesn't show up for me. That seems like BS, like, on his part. I don't think he has him blocked.
And I go to this tweet where he says, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination, talking about the big, beautiful bill from Donald Trump. Shame on those who voted for it. All the Republicans, you know you did wrong. You fucking know it. Now, he also tweeted this. I went back. I'm showing you exactly what I did live. It will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. Now, he just tweeted this at 1:31 p.m. This comes after this morning from 10:30 in the morning where the Senate just moved forward to approve the big, beautiful bill. Mind you, this is the same bill that's going to cut food stamps, what is known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, being cut by $267 billion. Not to mention cutting $700 billion in Medicaid, which not only cuts millions of people's health care, but also closes hospitals all across the country.
That's fun. All right. Yeah, it's insane. Happened within Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about this. I just went back and read the comment about the storm. So, which it pertains to this, I guess, too. So, what the hell is going on with Elon Musk then? So he gets out. All right. This is all very sus. I mean, Elon is a weird dude. I mean, I am no fan of Elon. But now I'm like, okay, so they did all this hit piece bullshit. They made him kind of look, really bad in the Oval Office there. My God, did they actually make him go and do that after he got punched in the face, knowing he got punched in the face? I didn't even notice. I didn't even the way he said that. It's like, oh, you totally noticed. Like you knew how it happened. It totally noticed. So now I'm starting to wonder. This was all preemptive. Did they see him turning on them, or was there something specific in the bill that really screws him over, or did they take away some of his toys? I don't know what's happening, but this is kind of wild, guys. I mean, this is the biggest story right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna shift around the show a little bit, because I have to say, this kind of just this is actual breaking news. And it's not like the CNN, headline breaking news. We can all agree that they kind of ruined that, right? Where every time you went onto CNN, they're just like, breaking news! Florida, it rained. Speaking of rain in Florida, did you see the hurricane season report? And then the guy who's running FEMA, he didn't know that there was a hurricane season. So that's fun. That's really fun. We're having fun, right? I just saw this. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, we're going right into it today. This whole thing with Elon is nuts. So, first off, we'll do this. Whoa, that's my Twitch. Give me a second. Why the hell's my Twitch up? Yo, that's wild. Hold on. Huh. Oh, shoot. I need to back out of this. That's why. I have it on the wrong screen. Whoops. Alright, so here we go. Ground news. I use ground news to be informed and get past the algorithms. So if you guys like ground news and you enjoy this segment, you guys can get yourself 40% off at groundnews.com. Code PepTalks, or you can use this link, which I highly suggest, to also get yourself that same 40%. But you can also try it for free. Not really sure if that helps, but nah, you guys should definitely give it a shot. I use this every day, so. But that being said, let's use it right now. Musk calls Trump's mega tax and spending bill a disgusting abomination. Wow. He didn't, he's using the... Okay, so this is like boy who cries wolf syndrome, where it's just like everything that he talks about, about the left or the woke left or the Democrats, everything was just with, oh, these woke leftists, they're trying to destroy the country. Everything is, it's an abomination. Well, here you go. June 3rd, 2025. A day that will live in infamy. Elon Musk publicly condemned Donald Trump's tax spending. Dude, that's kind of crazy when they're just like, whoa, guys, we didn't expect this. Did they really not? Criticism follows the House narrowly passing a GOP reconciliation bill last month that extended the 2017 tax cuts, raising the debt ceiling by $4 trillion in cuts to Medicaid and food stamps. Yay! Musk argued the bill undercuts his 4 months of work, improving government efficiency, and increases the budget deficit to $2.5 trillion, opposing its tax rates. Really, he opposes the tax breaks. Interesting. And spending cuts. I thought he was just going after the spending cuts. He posted on X that the bill is massive, outrageous, pork-filled, and stated, "Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did. You know who you are." Or wait, you know you did wrong. Oh, do they though? Conscience, like that's the key here. Do they actually have a conscience that would, I don't know, lead them to them saying I did wrong?
So another crack between Elon Musk of Doge and Donald Trump.
That was cringy.
Who just days ago, when he gave him his goodbye, said very nice things about him.
Formerly of Doge.
But now, Elon Musk posted something on X, extremely critical of the
she did the thing where she's like, I did not mean to do that, and that was douchey.
president's mega bill.
Extremely.
And Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, was just asked about it at the White House.
She took herself down, like, what, minus 1.5?
Press briefing. Take a listen.
How mad do you think President Trump is going to be when he finds out that Elon Musk said, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it."
Look, the president already knows where Elon Musk stood on this bill. It doesn't change the president's opinion. This is one big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it. Tamara.
Thank you. The national...
Let's bring back NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. So it's either one big, beautiful bill or it's a disgusting abomination. Maybe Donald Trump doesn't care that Elon Musk says that. What do you make of this?
Right. Leavitt dismissing Elon Musk's criticisms of it, but also she was asked specifically about the comments of Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson and Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, two longtime allies of the president, who have echoed the criticisms of Elon Musk, saying that in its current form that they are hard no's and that there is no way that they will vote for this reconciliation package under the circumstances that the Congressional Budget Office is estimating that it would add $3.8 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. And that is where some of the criticism, as Rand Paul has suggested, is that he wants a clean tax cut bill to be passed by this Congress. But what you see in this bill is $150 billion extra for border enforcement and for mass deportation efforts, another $150 billion to go towards the military. And that's where some of these concerns about spending are going to make the passage of this bill very complicated, because you have Josh Hawley on the other side who's been criticizing the cuts to Medicaid. And of course, you have Lisa Murkowski, who has several different issues with it. And they can only afford, if every Democrat votes against it, as is anticipated, they can only...
Wait, did I hear that right? Elon is now bashing Trump's big bill?
afford to lose 3 Republican senators. And right now, it's people like Ron Johnson, who... You got to go back to 2020, and he was delivering alternative slate of electors. This is somebody who has been a close ally to the president, who is suggesting that he could seek to try to kill this. Because if
I'm
the Senate does make some of these changes...
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, because Elon Musk has followed up. So I want to read this to you, Vaughn.
Oh, boy.
He says it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, something Donald Trump likes, and burden American citizens with crushingly...
I love the exclamation points. I love it when people elaborate.
...unsustainable...
I never have to question where they stand.
...debt.
You never have to question where I stand. See, exclamation points.
I mean... This is...
Does this mean him and Trump got divorced? Yes.
Beyond what he said before. When you say things like a disgusting abomination, shame on those who voted for it, you know you did wrong, and...
Pep and Co. I might have to take that one.
A crushingly
Put that on a shirt.
unsustainable debt. Is it possible it gives opening to some Republicans who felt uncomfortable
Oh, there we go. Pep and Co. We have fun here.
revisit what they might have thought about,
Oh, they were such a cute couple too.
might have thought supporting it?
I mean, we could argue that Trump might be, kind of abusive. We did see Elon with his
Absolutely, and we were having a conversation a few minutes ago about
his tiny little bruise.
The midterm elections.
No matter what, it doesn't matter if it was X or Trump or even Stephen Miller. Some tiny hands threw a little punch.
There's still plenty of time for Republicans to go and try to primary other Republican members of the House or of the Senate. And Elon Musk put over $250 million towards the last election. Elon Musk changed the spending agreement back in December.
Look at Trump just staring at him like, look at this weird little shit. Look at him. I don't know who's weirder, you or your dad. Wait a minute. What are you doing with that booger?
During the transition,
oh my God, he just did it.
Donald Trump was even in power, simply by putting out a post on X, and the deal that was struck by John Thune and Speaker Johnson with Democrats in the House and Senate, it combusted because of this sort of messaging. And so the question here is, should Donald Trump have done more to keep Elon Musk in Washington? Because
what up, Bloodstone?
Now he has a very powerful influence on social media, but also through the purse strings. And if any changes are made to this reconciliation package by members of the Senate, it'll have to go back to the House and be voted on again, Chris. And they passed the initial.
Do you have a merch site yet? Not yet.
Initial one by just 215 to 214 margin. Elon Musk is suddenly.
Somebody told me that Shopify might not be that great, so I started looking into other avenues. My big thing is I want to do like truly limited releases.
You could make the case potentially helping Democrats in their messaging, making the case that Republicans are attempting to add spending at a time that they're also trying to run parallel tax cuts that simply add to the deficit in the long run.
Oh, wait. Here.
It's not boring. We'll just say that. Vaughn Hilliard, still that July 4th deadline that they hope to get all this done by. We shall see.
Okay, so fourth wall. Okay. All right. Well, then. Here, let me look into that. Here, I'll just load that up for later. There we go. Ooh. I really like the hats. Okay. As long as they have soft t-shirts, because it'd be soft t-shirts. Is my camera really doing this thing again? Come on. Adjust. Auto adjust. Do your thing. Whatever. I think your best bet would be finding a local place to help with merch. Yeah, I mean, it's like just the whole shipping thing, because like I do know that that's where like some of the stuff with Shopify was a big one. Oh shit, I was supposed to start that. Set that timer for 2 hours.
2 hours, counting
down. Doing something where I have to go check on it every 2 hours. So they have a lot of choices for shirts. All right, cool. Because the designs that I got cooking right now are pretty good. But as I said, I want to only do like maybe, limit of 25 on each one. If I'm being real. But yeah, I'm also doing the thing where you're like anybody could see it and just be like, what the hell is that? That's pretty cool. So that's the key. Ah, man. Actually, I got to check out your stuff. You got a link for your merch? Go ahead and drop it in the in chat. You got my permission. With Trump, you have no choice. It's Diet Coke, period. Oh, that'd be so gross. Oh, no. Listen, everybody's got to drink what I drink. Diet Coke or bust. Oh, God. Gross. I'm doing coffee today because coffee is king. I also did a little bit of extra sugar today because I was feeling naughty. All right, let's get Mike Johnson has responded to this. Let's take a look. Elevate your grooming habits. No. My grooming habits are fine.
Yeah, let me say this. It's very disappointing. Okay, I've come to consider Elon a good friend. He's obviously a very intelligent person, and he's done a lot of great work. With all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill.
So what did Elon say about it? He said, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it.
Her face! She was not expecting that.
You know you did wrong. You know it.
Tell us how you really feel.
Leaves the White House and then pulls the pin on the grenade.
Yeah.
Whew, there you
Brutal.
go.
Don't throw that.
Brutal. Yeah, brutal. My lord. Oh, uh-oh. That guy looked like he was in a pickle. Alright, so let's go to CNN. Let's get the details. Can we stop using the worst Elon and intelligent, or the words Elon and intelligent in the same sentence? I'm just getting sick of the whole, like, them still passing off like this whole, he's so intelligent. He's not on drugs. He's just too intelligent. That's his intelligence buzzing in his head. So when he's doing that weird thing where he just looks off and goes, buzz, 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 he's literally looking at equations. It's crazy. Yeah. Now, I go through more coffee than a small time. Nice. You're on your second pot? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. I gotta calm down on it. Or, that's what I was told, so that's why I'm down to 3 cups a day now. Which is lame, but again, you know how it goes, Smoke. Your doctors start telling you things once you hit that magical, past 35 age. We'll just say that. And yeah, then you start paying attention. Oh, man. Apparently, I might have some nerve damage. That's not fun. So, I gotta get that checked out now. Yay! The drugs, I wish that Elon would just leave them alone at this point. I mean, honest, do you think it has to be what happened? It has to be. But, like, again, when you heard about the cocktail, dude, the one that got me was the psilocybin. Like, I didn't expect that. Like, that one was honest, like, sure, X? Listen, the guy's obsessed with the concept of X. You don't think that he was gonna take a drug like called X? Come on. The man is, if anything, brand loyal, so oh no, right as I made that joke, my YouTube was just like, your frame rates are dipping now. Good luck, dipshit. Hello Putin, this is Trump. Hello Putin, this is Trump. Yeah, me and Elon, we broke up. I know it's hard. It's very sad, but you know me. I have to be a power top. So anyway, are you still free for drinks on Friday? This will simply not work out. I am also power top. Have you not seen me ride bear? Bear beg me to take shirt off. Okay, that wasn't the best Russian. Whatever. God, this caffeine better hit me soon. Yep, mine is all gravy. It's the gravy plug. Yeah. I hate to say it. When I got that cholesterol report, I was like 32. That was the first time where a doctor sat me down and he was just like, do you know what good and bad cholesterol are? I was just like, yes, I think so. And I didn't. I totally did not. Miss Alice, what up? How you doing? Welcome. All right, so let's read up on this. The bromance is over. A 4-month bromance? It's not that long. No, this really is going to go down as like, dude, I mean, they like, okay, so everybody speculated that like the shadow president thing, right, with Elon, but nobody really thought about it that like they were just using him. Like, and like this was eventually going to run its course, and they saw all the holes there. God, how much you want to bet that like those attacks like on his video games weren't even leftists? Like, how much you want to bet that they were actually like people within the Trump team that were just doing some like shadow shenanigans? Oh my God. It was a team in a like from the CIA in a truck where that was their goal, where it's like it was like one of those gaming trucks that you would like rent out for your kid's birthday, where it's got like the screens and everything and like beanbag chairs, and it's just it's 3 dudes. They got their fatigues on because you never know when shit will get hot. So you also got their their bulletproof vests on, but they're sitting there rocking whatever. God, what game was he playing? I forgot. Diablo. We'll just use the Diablo. He's just sitting there rocking Diablo. He's just like, hey guys, check this out. I'm totally gonna expose him. Look. Hey, Elon, are you cheating? Elon? Dude, that would be the funniest thing to come out of all this, is that like that's what they were oh my God. Okay, that's what the Department of Doge was him trying to weed out that truck of guys before they could get to him. Oh, this would honestly. Listen, what I am saying here is actually no more stupid than what is actually happening. So let's just remember that. All right, that's it. What is going on? All right. Auto exposure off. Nope. Oh shit. Damn it, my auto exposure is just like messed up at this point. Oh, you know what it. Give me a second. Let me guess. You want me to update? All right. Well, that'll get fixed tonight, so no problem. The bromance of convenience never really lasts too long. No commitment, then what's the point? Well, think about it. You ever known somebody that like owned a business or like, had some money or something like that, where like they go golfing a lot and they talk about networking? Like that's a big one, networking. Well, through networking, they always do this thing where it's like they essentially like I met someone, they're pretty cool, I like them, their personality, but they got that much. They got the most important thing that could lead to my heart, money. Well, I'll allow that. No more stupid than Elon having personal beef with the live streamers who are criticizing his gaming abilities. Yeah, dude. The fact that he went off like on small streamers, not even small streamers, like, did you see the one guy that he went after had like 6 people following him? Now that's kind of, I'm not sure. Like that is that a flex to have like, 6 followers, but also just be like the guy who is like, hey, guys, I'm the dude who had 6 followers that trolled Elon. Yeah, I think that earns a little. I think that earns more followers. Speaking of following, hit that follow button over on Twitch if you haven't already, and if you're new over on YouTube, welcome. Hit that like button. If you guys are not new on YouTube, come on, what are you doing? Hit that like button. Come on, come on. You know how it helps. I really appreciate it. I will smoke one with you. Actually, I need to burn this cart. Because look at that. It's like pretty much done. Like it's almost done. I feel sorry for the horse that has to carry the two of them. There we go. Quality over quantity. Oligarchs. The oligarchy. Nobody even knows what the oligarchy is. All right. Let's get this story. The bromance. The bromance. Here we go. What is happening with this ad? Dude, the good old days where YouTube would they didn't care if you used an ad blocker. Not anymore. Especially as a creator. When I see creators using ad blockers and they're like they have a YouTube site, I'm just like, what are you doing? That is yeah, like that's risking it all. That's dumb. Elon's kid pressed the Diet Coke button like 20 times. Oh my god, that'd be really funny if he did. Now here's the thing. Is the Diet Coke button something where there's literally somebody, like a secretary out there that is just like, oh, Jesus, he's doing it again. He hit it again. Or is it like he hits the button and then it's just Diet Coke? You know, like he's got like a cooler in the Resolute desk. Dude, that'd be, I hate to say, that'd be kind of cool where it's just like, just stacked with Diet Cokes. The oligarchy. It's very slippery. All right, here we go. All right, guys, the bromance is officially over. I know. We can all cry later. Musk blasts Trump's agenda bill as disgusting abomination, catching White House officials off guard. Well, I promised I'd read it. Let's do it. Elon Musk on Tuesday lashed out at President Trump's agenda bill, which the president is pressuring GOP senators to support, calling it a disturbing abomination. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination, the tech billionaire posted on X. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. No exclamation points. He had it in a subsequent post. Congress is making America bankrupt. Now he cares? Like, he saw this, dude, daily. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, if I have to say this, like, if he saw, like, that he was on his way out and that they were really going to just throw him under the bus this way, why couldn't he anticipate this a little bit better? I gotta say, if he's so damn smart the way everybody says. It's almost like they know that he isn't that smart and they used him knowing he's not that smart. In another, he said, in November next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. Oh God, again, this broken clock thing. It's so weird. It's so weird. Why? I don't need that in my day. I don't need to agree with him. That's a mowing sink. That's an alright sink. I don't know. Are you guys mowing or Bemis? Do you guys like good Bemis? Several White House officials said they were caught off guard by the heart. Oh, were they? They were caught off guard. That would I actually would like to be a fly on the wall for that specific moment where they're just like, hey guys, did you see what Elon just posted on X. It's like, do we have to? It's like, no, guys, you might want to look. It's like, oh, what in the fuck? While Musk's sentiments on the bill were no secret to senior staff members in the West Wing, they weren't expecting him to take such a strong public stance. That is kind of funny. Okay. So. The public stance. That makes me wonder. Did they try to make him sign an NDA? Especially given the conversations Musk had with the White House staff and GOP lawmakers. This is not the first time Musk has attacked the bill. In an interview after the package was passed by Republicans in the House, Musk said he was disappointed in the massive spending bill, adding that it would increase the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermine the work that the Doge team is doing. Asked about his most recent criticism during his press conference on Tuesday afternoon, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president already knows where Elon Musk stood on the bill. Okay. Yeah, we already saw that. It doesn't change the president's opinion, but this is one big, beautiful bill. Oh, God. See, this is what I keep saying. Well, you can say what you want about, like, the repeating of all this shit. Their marketing is on point because they know how to just break through to people. Because no matter whether you think it's stupid or not, we all know about the big, beautiful bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson, we just saw what he had to say. He's disappointed in his friend. Elon is missing it, okay, and it's not personal. I know that the electric vehicle mandate's very important to him. But for him to come out and pan the whole bill is, to me, very disappointing, very surprising in light of the conversations I had with him yesterday. Tesla has benefited from a federal tax credit given to consumers up to $7,500 off certain EVs manufactured in the U.S., something that would go away if the GOP passes the bill. What the fuck? Like, how does that make sense? Because even if, like, with the manufacturing mandates that they were trying to institute, and, like, with, I don't know, trying to build American, why wouldn't you try to build EVs? Like, dude, eventually people are going to move off of fucking gas cars, and it is going to be one of those things where they're going to realize how bad they fucked up on this one. Well, maybe not. We left Sense 50 miles back. Yeah, we did. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who is trying to pass the bill through his chamber before July 4th, of course they are, called the billionaire's opposition a difference in opinion, but added he plans to proceed at full speed. Musk was granted special government privileges, blah, 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 blah. Trump, okay, well, Elon has the opportunity to do something really funny and give anybody who is willing to oppose the bill enough money to fight any challenge from MAGA. You know how he was, like, originally threatening people's seats? Well, here we go. We'll see where this one goes. What do you guys think? Do you think that Elon is going to double down, or do you think that he's going to back off? I hope he doubles down. That'd be fun to see. This drama could be interesting. Especially, like, if he... Again, do you think that maybe it would... Oh, see, here we go. It was a plot. Get him addicted to all those dergs, the RXs. Make him all loopy and then make him susceptible. Wow. It's funny when you watch like a Marvel movie where they talk about like the Black Widows and like these deep state espionage squads. It doesn't. I always think about it and I'm just like, none of it makes sense because it's all so stupid. Like, could you imagine somebody that gets assigned to Elon Musk? They just call in, they're like, oh my god, what, do you not trust me? Why you give me such easy assignment? But America loves big oil. We can't survive without our barrels. Yeah. It makes no sense. It really does. It makes no sense. And then on top of it, they're trying to like crush fuel efficiency standards. Like, what? And most people, you know, even the dumbest Americans go, oh, you're telling me that I can get more miles for less money? I'm gonna do that. Like, I don't know, man. We'll listen to a phone call from, what's that guy's name? Dean Withers. I got a few more of his videos recommended to me, and I gotta be honest, sometimes his debate style does like annoy me, and I can't watch his full streams. Like, I think he debates 100 MAGA people like almost a day. That's insane, by the way. But realistically, it is kind of eye-opening because he's talking to such a large batch of MAGA heads that you do get like the 74-year-old man who really reminds you where it's like, oh my god, these people are still living in the 1970s. It's like, that's wild. What up, legend? How you doing? Legend of Sean has begun. All right, so I want to smoke with y'all. Did I? No, I did not. I was about to say, did I pack one yet? I didn't. All right. The disgusting abomination. This is an update. Wait. Has this been updated yet? Because this story has been breaking, so... Oh, excuse me. Just choked on coffee. All right, listening to this on my e-bike, smoking a J. Hell yeah, man. Well, I'll make this a little more audio friendly. So right now I am looking for the update on this story because I just got that nice little thing where it's like breaking, updated. Ooh. You know what?
A new report out.
I'll do that one too. All right, so we don't have anything on the bill. And it seems it's just a bunch of nonsense from a few senators just being like, I'm disappointed in Musk. Okay. Not as interesting as I thought. But here we go. Let's take a look at the Trump tariffs.
A new report out this morning from a key group of the world's 38 most wealthy nations sharply downgraded its current year growth forecast for the United States, going from a forecast for 2025 of 2.2% growth projected to now just 1.6% growth in March. The group adding further dismal projections for the future, and they expect the global economy to slow markedly both this year and next. A big part of what decides that
plan all along,
the currently
guys.
stalled trade talks between the United States and China. Those negotiations are a huge focus as well for one industry in particular, footwear, calling tariffs an existential crisis and trying to hold on to hope from recent comments made by President Trump like this.
We're not looking to make sneakers and T-shirts. We want to make military equipment. We want to make big things. We want to do the AI thing with the computers and the...
We want to do the AI thing with the computers. God damn it. This is our president, guys. This is what you wanted. Like, I don't know, man. Like...
many...
I guess, you know, forgive me for thinking that I would like somebody that it seems a little bit more educated to run the country than, you know, me.
Many elements, but the textile... You know, I'm not looking to make T-shirts, to be honest. I'm not looking to make socks. We can do that very well
I'm not
in
looking
other
to make
locations.
socks.
Joining me right now is Matt Priest. He's the president and CEO of the Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America, a leading footwear trade group that represents dozens of companies like Nike and Crocs. Thanks for being here. We've kind of been checking in with you throughout, from before all the tariffs were imposed to all throughout this very long and not yet there journey. You sent a letter to the administration about those remarks, applauding hearing that the president isn't interested in maybe pushing you to try to manufacture, companies to manufacture in the United States right now, and asking for an exemption for the footwear industry from the reciprocal tariffs. Have you heard anything back?
We've not heard anything back, Kate, but this started a process back in January where we asked the president to exempt us. We've been concerned about these tariffs. We pay billions of dollars in tariffs anyway, right? We have for 100 years. So for us, we wanted to encourage the president as he made that statement that, yes, the policy should actually line up with the rhetoric.
They will all be day traders and brokers.
Stop tariffing and taxing Americans.
I mean, white dudes, sure. White dudes named Tanner and fucking Darren.
On shoes and socks and T-shirts, as the president said, and focus more on those strategic industries.
Look, I mean, the fact of the matter is tariff rates have not changed, right? They're still on. They're still hitting the industry and going to hit the industry. What happens if you do not get the exemption? What happens in the industry?
Costs will go up. This is an inevitable fact. In fact, we're here this week at a big market week in New York. We have this every 4 times a year. All the conversations, Kate, are around what are we going to do for costing for products sold in 2026? And no one knows. None of our brands or retailers know how they're going to be able to price goods in this environment when you're not sure what the tariff or the tax at the border is going to be.
Again, guys, this is so much worse than they're even making it out to be, because now they're just talking shoes. But realistically, guys, so for instance, I'll just say what happened with my third space. They were forced to sign a 5-year lease, which is bullshit in this environment, because before they were on a year to year because of the COVID thing. Well, now landlords are becoming more fucking ballsy by saying, no, you know what? We want you to be locked in, where they cannot commit to that because they don't know what the tariffs are going to be. They don't know if they're going to have to eat all these costs. So that's not fair to these guys. So businesses are closing, guys. That's just a fact. I thought that this was for small businesses. I thought this was for your average American, which again, because every fucking American seems to own a small business.
Is the uncertainty worse, or is the tariff rate worse?
The uncertainty is typically worse. Now, when you're at 145, 154% tariff, which we saw just a few weeks ago, that's an embargo. So that's obviously terrible. Yeah. But if you're just not knowing where the tariff rate is going to land between 30%, 15%, 10%, then that uncertainty makes it very difficult to understand how to cost those goods.
Have prices gone up?
No, prices have not gone up right now. In fact, we're in this era where they're pretty muted. And that's our big concern, is because even with prices not up at this moment, because the tariffs haven't had a full impact on the cost of goods, our consumers have pulled back. And so we see declining sales. So our concern is that as prices go up, that's going to tamp down on consumer demand. And so what's going to happen when those prices do go up, particularly?
Oh, guys, how dare you? How dare you listen to them, the news, CNN specifically, and do that thing where you start planning for to future.
Back to school and holiday.
Fuck us. And seriously, that's what we're supposed to, we're supposed to feel bad. We're supposed to be like, guys, we should have been buying more. Oopsie.
It becomes a big question, right? Yeah. I mean, we can.
I hate to start making the argument where the mainstream media is just insufferable and it's barely watchable, but
let's ask this in kind of in 2 buckets.
Proving that point just consistently right.
It's what this means for American business, American footwear companies, and what this means for the American consumer. If nothing changes, and that's the only thing you can work with when it comes to reciprocal tariffs, what is that going to mean for anyone who is out there shopping? I in the letter you mentioned that I would read that the average American
love the capitalist non-solutions.
American spending on average $30 to $50.
Dude, they're just waiting for us to get used to it. That's it. They just want us to get used to it. They want us to they want our brains to start just associating these higher costs and just go, okay. And then they're going to do the trick that they always do where it's like, we're having a sale. Here's the sale price that is still a higher price than what we were paying a year ago.
On when they're on buying shoes.
Yeah.
What is that going to mean?
On the exact same products, by the way.
For people.
I'm not even talking like new products made.
When they're doing back to school shopping.
It's going to be higher costs, of course. And the bigger concern, Kate, is this is on everything. So even if we think that we are recession proof as an industry, we know that because costs and tariffs have gone up on every single consumer good sold in this country, the discretionary income, right, the stretch of the dollar for the American consumer is going to start to shrink back, and so that's going to.
What's the estimate that you're hearing from companies, from Nike to Crocs to, I mean, you represent all the big names in the industry. If things don't change, what is it going to go up by? I mean, I just had the CEO of e.l.f. Beauty Cosmetics on last week, and they are planning on raising their products, each product by $1 starting August 1. What are you hearing? How much are companies saying they fear they're going to have to raise prices by?
Yeah, so every company's different. They're all in a different part of our market, but in a general sense, we're looking 15 to 20% to cover. And so you multiply that across e.l.f. products, footwear, toys, etc. That's going to have a compounding effect on the consumer.
You mentioned that you'd also said that this is an existential crisis.
So we're just going to focus on the smaller things, but like also not be honest about like, hey, this is going to, start cascading down, like the stuff that you use.
Are you hearing from that this could put them out of business?
A lot. And what the viewers need to understand, Kate, is that even if you're buying product at a big box retailer that
Unimoogle, I already knew about that.
Publicly traded and you think they're worth billions of dollars, a lot of the suppliers and vendors that sell into those markets, that sell brands that people know and love, are small family-owned businesses.
Why can't the companies eat the tariff like Donald Trump says you should?
Yeah, see, family-owned businesses are getting crushed by this. And like, this is what really kills me. These Republican assholes they're out there just being like, we're champion. We're the champions for the family-owned business, the American dream. Fuck you. Because like in their minds, a family-owned business is Walmart.
Be able to.
Because the margins are 2, 3, 4% at best. And so we have one company, New York-based, third generation, $1 million worth of goods every single month.
I just love how, like, again, this isn't going to hit the people that it needs to hit, where it would actually kind of make them feel kind of stupid. Although, that's why I personally have been seeking out the TikToks of just the MAGA regret, because there's plenty of these videos where people they're starting to lose their jobs. They don't have the financial security that they once did, and now they're blaming Trump. Well, ish.
Duty bill used to be $60,000. It's now $360,000 a month.
That's mind-blowing.
Some of them are still blaming Democrats because they're just like, the Democrats are the problem. They're not voting on these bills. And because they're not voting on these bills, I lost my job. It's like, what?
It is mind-blowing. It puts it into perspective.
Like, even from the Republican framing, that's not what?
It's like, Matt, it's good to have you
just
here.
made that
Thank
up.
you very much.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Please let us know what you hear back. I'm sure we will also hear it from Donald Trump's social media.
If wages stay the same, getting used to it ain't an option.
Yeah, if you hear back from the administration on this. Thank you.
Well, again, it's almost like short-sightedness where, like, again, like the same people that want these tax cuts for themselves, they don't see how this is going to hurt the consumer who keeps their businesses afloat.
President Trump's
the only people that really do not give a shit about this, that really love this shit, are crypto bros and fucking vulture capitalists.
New ramped-up tariffs on steel imports are set to take effect tomorrow.
I know venture capitalists, vulture capitalists.
And the president is vowing to double the tariff in an effort to revitalize U.S. manufacturing. The decision
She out here looking like she should be on Scooby-Doo.
sent steel stocks sharply higher to start the week. But there's more. CNN's Matt Egan tracking this one for us. What did the steel industry saying about this?
Okay, the steel industry is loving it, right? Because the president is essentially tripling down on using his favorite weapon, tariffs, to revive the Rust Belt. So we did see steel stocks skyrocket yesterday. We saw a 10% gain for Nucor, 10% gain for Steel Dynamics. Cleveland-Cliffs, 23%.
How's this help you?
Increase.
How's this help you? The average fucking consumer, how's this help you?
Yesterday alone, that was the biggest one-day increase for
Dude, this
that
is my
stock
favorite part.
in almost a decade. And just to remind...
Like, you have these assholes out here just being like, I'm just so happy that it brought back manufacturing to America. But you know what I'm not happy about? paying more for these Chinese-made goods. What's going on with that, damn Democrats?
Remind you of where we are on steel tariffs because it's a little confusing. Yeah. The president did put a 25% tariff
to use the capitalist economist language, it's a tragedy of the commons. All of them depend upon the consumer worker to perform the roles as consumer and workers for the whole thing to work.
Deal in February, and then on Friday,
but no one. Not one of them has sufficient incentive to be responsible for what would be needed to sustain that. Like, it's always to their incentive to hope that they're... Oh, shit. I just lost it. Hold on. Where'd it go? Reload YouTube. Hold on. Like, it's always their incentive to hope that other capitalists or society write large... redistributive government policy pick up the
vow to double it to 50%.
I mean, that's their mentality, is to pick up the tab or just like put it on my tab, but it's the whole like literal bar mentality of I intend on not paying this tab.
Starting tomorrow. And look, he's got a point here. The steel industry is certainly in decline, right? Production is down massively. Employment is down dramatically from where it was. This has really been very painful for a lot of communities. And look at U.S. Steel. It used to be the most valuable company on the planet. Now it's kind of a struggling afterthought in this modern economy. And analysts do say that 50% steel tariffs, if they stick, which is a big if, but if they did, that could encourage more steel production in the United States. But here's the problem. It's also expected to increase prices of steel. And the ironic part here is that there's more people who work at companies that use steel as an input than who actually work in the steel industry itself.
Oh, you're telling me, so why can't they just be honest and just report it honestly? This is going to end up costing Americans more money. Say it. Just fucking say it. This is why people watch streamers, dude. And the news, like these dipshits, they're the ones always going like, why are our ratings down? Why do people trust random streamers over the news? It's because even when we see this bullshit being reported on, we can break it down simply enough to just be like, guys, this is going to hurt the average American consumer, and this, again, just like Doge, it's going to end up costing more than it actually saves. It's almost like, gee, the left at least has this correct about the right, is that they cannot govern, and they consistently prove the left right on this.
Obviously, autos is the big example here, right? And we saw auto stocks fall yesterday because they use steel, and now their input costs are going to go higher.
I thought that Ford jackass that was sitting in his plant, you know, the one that had all the beep beeps.
Obama economic official Larry Summers and Clinton Treasury Secretary, he's warning that these steel tariffs will backfire. Take a listen to what he said yesterday.
And now Elon has his backdoors into the government systems. Well, no, because they sold it all to Palantir.
Net effect of this is going to be to destroy manufacturing jobs. The net effect of this is going to be to push up consumer prices, to make, for example...
I just love how everybody is just like, yeah, these factory jobs. It's like, do you have a factory job? No. Do you want to work in a factory? No. There it is.
Automobile industry less competitive than it would otherwise be. This is...
Also, you think that the people working in the manufacturing jobs are the ones that are going to have like these nice middle-class homes? Trust me, dude, they're going to start cutting pay. They're already targeting unions. Like, you don't think that they're going to just be like, yeah, you know what? You guys are asking for too much.
Ready, fire, aim.
Also, guys, the cost is too high. We said this about the burgers. You know, it's burger theory. When you ask for a pay increase, the burgers the prices of the burgers go up a couple cents. Well, we can't have that.
Kind of policy.
Big media hiding in the minutia, hoping that they don't become a target. I mean, it is insane. Like, CNN is like, it's unreal to watch. I mean, I'm enjoying covering this specifically because I feel like I'm covering the downfall of like CNN, and not just CNN, legacy media.
Doesn't follow from any kind of coherent economic logic.
And given how volatile the tariff strategy,
look at this Power Ranger looking motherfucker.
He has been.
Seriously, he looks like he's just about to be like economist.
Summers also said he thinks it's extremely unlikely that this is really going to persuade companies to move production back to the United States. And we don't need to look back that far in history to see how this can go. Back in 2018, the president did put steel tariffs in place. And research does show that steel employment did go up, but only slightly, by 1,000. And look at this.
Oh, 1,000 jobs, guys. 1,000 jobs. How much money did that cost us?
Manufacturing.
How much did these tariffs cost us, the average consumer? Be honest, gray suit. Come on.
That companies that use steel went down by 75,000.
That's
telling.
That's a graphic.
It
Like
is.
that's something to pay
Come on, evil boyfriend from 10 Things I Hate About You. Tell us the truth.
attention to.
Right, and we don't know how it's going to work this time, Kate. But
He looks like he carries his own headshot, doesn't he?
I don't know if they're going to stay in place. I mean, the
As I said, and she's out here auditioning for Scooby-Doo. Ruh-roh.
uncertainty of it all. when you
for
talk
more than
about-
a few hours. We don't.
Ruh-roh, steel.
We don't really know. Right, but the history does show that this can be a risky strategy.
Risky, I would say so. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Risky, yeah. Risky. Bodies? What bodies? Yeah, there are no bodies. Can we just... wait, her name is Lauren the Mortician? Hey, we want to do an algorithm video? I kind of want to do an algorithm video. Here. No, not right now. I'm going to save this one for later, though, because honestly, there's a reason that this is in my algo. Have been watching certain videos about the Titan explosion, especially with the new data that came out where, yeah, you can actually hear it. It like, it really is not, here, you guys want, you want a recreation of what you hear? That's it. And they're like, what was that? Riveting. But then you find out that it's like, dude, they knew that thing was busted. Like, did you guys know that? It came out that this guy, he knew that the hull, like, so this thing was like made up of certain layers, right? And every time that they checked the thing, it came back where they're just like, hey, the structural integrity of certain panels are starting to kind of like show. And he was just like, it's okay. He's like, this thing it'll outlast it. And then there was ones like the dive before. I think it was either the dive before or it was like 2 dives before, like, because they said that it was a ticking time bomb the second that, like, because a crack happened and they never repaired it. So I'm pretty sure Trump pooed in the same creek RFK Jr. and his grandkids swam in. That would be very funny. I'm watching you get whooped by Andrew Wilson right now. Pro tip, get a haircut and start hitting the gym. The long hair fat guy is the I'm not a fat guy. The fuck? Last I checked, being 6 foot and 170 pounds is not exactly fat there, dude. But, getting whooped up by Andrew. You mean the one where they contacted a fresh streamer, didn't tell me that I was debating Andrew Wilson? Like, I'm just gonna go out and say it, man. Like, it's bullshit what they do to creators like that, where they invite you on to debate these subjects, and especially as a newer streamer. Like, they knew. Like, they even ask you in the interview. They're just like, how long you been doing this? And yeah, it's bullshit. So, but I will say this. Yeah, you tried debating with COVID, dude. And the only reason I even, like, showed up was because I had committed to the debate. So, yeah. It's that stupid integrity thing. Where I'm a man of my word. If I say I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be there. if I can. But although you should probably at least try to get to the part where he did get pissed off at me, because I call him a dick, and yeah, proved me right. Alrighty. All right, so the disgusting abomination of a bill. Do we have any update on that? The family of Colorado attack suspect taken into ICE custody. Oh, you know what? We got an update on this. DHS and ICE are taking the family of the Boulder attack suspect Mohammed Salman into custody for investigation. Kristi Noem, of course. That's her answer to everything is, let's deport him. Six family members who are currently being held in Florence, Colorado is unclear. The FBI identified blah, 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 blah. She added, we're also investigating to what extent his family knew about this horrific attack, if they had any knowledge of it, or if they provided support to it. After he was arrested, no one knew about his attack plans, and he never talked to his wife or family about it. In light of Really? So you guys remember like how the discourse was when they went after that one school shooter's parents, and how the right wing was just like, this is a slippery slope. Hey, look, he's rocking the Donald Trump look. That was his, way of being like, solidarity. A dozen people between the ages of 25 and 88 were all injured in the attack, many of whom were older adults. All the victims are expected to survive. Can't charge people with murder when people haven't been murdered. Weird. Yeah. Most of the reporting yesterday was specifically about how they were going to charge this guy with murder. It's like, well, nobody's died yet, so how's that work? They were just brazen about it, dude. Here. All right, so we got this fun update about people pushing back against ICE, which, yeah, you know, it's almost like when they start realizing that these people, like, ICE doesn't answer to anybody, essentially, except for Trump, that people are finally like, oh, that's not cool. This due process thing that we may not know too much about, even, like, from the Trump brigade. Now they're starting to realize, like, oh, that's like when I watch Sovereign Citizen videos and they start talking about how they're traveling, and I agree with them. But technically,
Just a second. Americans are officially revolting against the ICE thugs that are acting as Trump's Gestapo all across this country. Oh, yeah. Chaos erupted in the streets of San Diego when a bunch of patriotic Americans decided to try to prevent an immigration raid where they would go into this fancy restaurant and arrest the staffers. Just wild stuff. So we'll talk about that in a second. I also have a little segment here that's long overdue, and it's about just how much MAGA absolutely despises young men, which is kind of ironic because that's I feel like that's a core constituency of MAGA is young men. But they hate you. They hate you. They truly do. So we'll dive into that. We also have just a absolutely insane story, and it's a shame this wasn't on anybody's radar until like now, but Elon is quite literally poisoning the city of Memphis, Tennessee. Wait until you see this detailed report from More Perfect Union. It'll blow your socks off, man. It is out there. Then we get to Trump's chief of staff was hacked in a mass data breach. This regime is like a field day for foreign spies. We also have a new poll on the 2028 Democratic favorites. We have a shocking new leader in the clubhouse, so we'll talk about that. And then later on, Canada's new prime minister is telling Americans the dark truth. And Bill Maher and Jake Tapper have a smirking fuckface competition, and they both win. So we'll talk about that too.
We'll check out this video for more perfect union.
How about do me a big favor? Please subscribe to the channel. That helps out massively and costs you nothing at all. You could also click that bell icon, so you'll get a notification every single time we release a video on Secular Talk. Thank you to everybody who supports the show on Patreon. Could not do it without you. This is real independent media. If you give $2 a month or $5 a month or whatever, that goes a very, very long way, man, because I've never done an ad read, never talked to an advertiser. We've kept this show as pure and as clean as humanly possible, and we can only do that with your support. You can also subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends below. The link is below. And go subscribe to the Corin's World YouTube channel so you can see the Kyle and Corin episodes that we drop there.
Subscribe to
we still
Pep
haven't missed a
Talks,
week since we
Pep
started
Talks
putting
is
it on
awesome.
Corin's
Pep
channel.
Talks, Pep Talks, Pep Talks.
So go sub. We're trying to get him to 100,000 subs, and he would deeply appreciate that. All right, guys, let's dive into it. So let's start with this here. This is in NPR. An immigration raid at a San Diego restaurant leads to a chaotic scene. A chaotic scene from a federal immigration raid on a popular San Diego restaurant is drawing new attention to government tactics and the push to fulfill President Trump's promise to deport millions in a historic crackdown. Video shared on social media and local news shows armed and masked agents in full tactical gear swarming the area near a popular Italian restaurant called Buona Forchetta late Friday afternoon. A crowd of people gathers, filming and yelling in protest, surrounding cars and detention vans. Then a momentary explosion of what appears to be a flashbang grenade sends smoke floating through the street. A special agent with the Department of Homeland Security told NPR member station KPBS that officials were executing a criminal search warrant during a workplace raid. Some witnesses in news reports say agents at first handcuffed the entire restaurant crew as they asked for ID. Several workers were ultimately detained, though witness accounts differ on how many. So this is a picture. I'm going to show you a video in a second, but this is a picture here of what the scene was like in the streets of San Diego. You see them using like a flashbang grenade or whatever, a smoke grenade, whatever the fuck you call it. And you see all these people standing around. Now, they genuinely and sincerely tried to obstruct these Gestapo ICE thugs because, as I said, they were masked. They were in full tactical gear. They were looking like they were in the middle of a war. And it looks like the population, the citizens, were just fed up with it. They're fed up with it. The idea that you need this, for like a busboy that works at a restaurant? This is like a decent, hardworking person, and you're going to ruin their life? Like, what are you doing here? DHS, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, did not immediately respond to NPR's email inquiry Saturday. Neither did the restaurant. One employee cried while speaking with KPBS on Friday as she described how federal agents handcuffed her coworkers in the restaurant just before it was scheduled to open. The crowd of locals at one point blocked an unmarked DHS vehicle from leaving a nearby intersection. They shouted profanities and called the agents fascists. Agents sounded sirens, then deployed what KPBS described as a smoke device. The San Diego Police Department told NPR in a statement that it was asked to assist at the scene of Friday's workplace raid, but the federal agents had left the area prior to their arrival, and that the police department officers did not ultimately provide any assistance or take any enforcement action. So that's interesting. Even the police in San Diego were like, hey, dog, we had nothing to do with this, bro. This is all in the federal government. I mean, look at how they cover their faces. By the way, a lot of these guys have been outed, these new ICE.
Yeah, I am loving the fact that there's an entire subsection of the internet that is just devoted to outing these guys.
Agents. They've been outed as having Nazi tattoos. There's a bunch of individual agents who have them. I mean, these are like deputized thugs. These are deputized white nationalists. That's why they cover their faces. That's why they don't show their badges. That's why they violate the law endlessly. Let me show you one of the videos here. Emergency
Again, this is going to every single person that has had any interaction with these people, anybody that's had property damaged by any of them. Like, seriously, if they even accidentally, I don't know, just stepped on your yard and ruined your grass, sue these assholes.
7872. This came from Reddit. This is that person's video. I want to give credit, but here, watch.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, look at this video and tell me you don't already live in an authoritarian fascist police state.
Yep.
Like, what are you... Again, they're in full tactical gear, acting like they're in a war, in a hostile country, walking down the streets of San Diego, air filled with smoke, and God bless these patriots who were screaming at them, calling them fascists, telling them to get
I just wish somebody would have kicked that smoke device
the
back.
hell out of San Diego. That took balls. That took balls. And if everybody did that, they wouldn't be able to do these wildly illegal raids that they do all the time. They're literally trying to chase them out of town. This is amazing.
Mountain Time 420, let's go.
Calling them pieces of shit. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing they could do. If all of us reacted like this every time they did one of these illegal raids, there is nothing they could do.
Yep.
Nothing they could do to us. Because you have, I mean, it literally looks like hundreds of people and maybe like 6 or 7 ICE agents. And hundreds of people are shouting them down, calling them fascists, calling them pieces of shit, telling them...
It also is it's a true check on their power, too, because they know the second that they hurt an American citizen, they're fucked.
And to get out of there. By the way, there's a quota. Trump put a quota in, minimum 1,200 deportations every day. That is why you see all of these innocent people getting detained and all these innocent people getting locked up and deported. 1,200 a day is psychotic. You burn through the actual undocumented immigrant violent criminals within a fucking week. And so then you're going after innocent people everywhere, left and right. Here's another one. 18-year-old Massachusetts high school student Marcelo Gomez was taken by ICE on his way to volleyball practice Saturday morning. No word on where he's being held. Marcelo missed graduation today, so Milford High School graduates marched to rally in solidarity. Honor roll student on his way, 18 years old, on his way to volleyball practice. ICE grabs him.
Free Marcelo is the chant at Milford Town Hall. More than 500 people came to rally for the release of 18-year-old Marcelo Gomez. People in the car say the Milford High School junior was detained by ICE agents on his way to volleyball practice Saturday morning.
I was also being interrogated by ICE officers.
Iago Sampaio told us he was in the same car as Marcelo.
If I was a year older, I would have been in the back of the car with my friend.
Gomez's family says he came to the U.S. from Brazil at age 5 and settled in Milford. Relatives say Marcelo was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They don't wait for him. No, they're looking for somebody else.
I don't see how a kid en route to volleyball practice who's an honors student, who's a musician in the high school band, that kid's not a threat to law and order.
Marcelo was supposed to play in the Milford High band at graduation Sunday. After getting their diplomas, Milford High graduates marched to the rally for Marcelo.
It's absolutely incredible that the community can come together like this. He's an amazing person and he deserves the world, and this is it.
He's like a brother to me, and this is so disappointing that I have to see this happen for him to get out. He's a great human being. He never did anything, so I don't understand why we're going through all this, especially on a day like this where we graduated. Yeah.
It is unclear where ICE is holding Marcelo Gomez. We have reached out to ICE about that information.
See, now that's the fucked up part, too, where it's just insane. It's insane. We can't get information on where they're holding these people that honestly need due process. Again, this is why they attacked due process. This is why they got people comfortable with the idea of just being okay with them not getting due process because they're brown.
But have not heard back.
These are fascist thugs. That's what they are. Everybody needs to call them fascist thugs.
Yes, they are fascist
This
fucking
guy
thugs.
did nothing wrong to anybody. 18-year-old honor roll student, here from when he was 5 years old, was going to volleyball practice, is in the fucking marching band. Like, what are we doing here? Well, I'll tell you what we're doing.
And the fact is, as I said,
I just told you what we're doing. They ran out of undocumented immigrant violent criminals within the first week.
ICE needs to be outed for the Nazis they are.
So now they're rounding up all these innocent people all over the place. And people don't know where he is.
Damn,
they don't know where this guy is. For all we know, he could have been sent with the 288 people who were illegally
Let's try a new strain. Good stuff.
sent to the concentration camp in El Salvador. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Andres, the gay Venezuelan makeup artist who's 19 years old. People need to go to prison for this. Stephen Miller needs to go to
Absolutely.
prison. Donald Trump needs to go to prison.
Absolutely.
People's rights are being taken every single day. They're violating the Constitution. They're violating due process rights. They're violating habeas corpus. This is unacceptable. If we actually want to consider ourselves a civilized society, people need to go to prison over what they're doing here. It's that simple. Homeland Security cops handcuff one of Representative Nadler's aides in chaotic day at New York Federal Building. So now, DHS is going after the aides to Congress people. Okay, I got a video for you.
She did not. That is not what happened.
We watched this yesterday.
Okay. What?
Hold on a second.
Give me your contact information right now.
No, I'm going to give you some to speak to you.
Hey.
That's what I'm going to do.
We got you.
No.
We got you.
You're
okay.
I don't have to.
You're okay. You're okay. You're going to be okay.
I'm a federal officer.
This is...
We have the right.
I already fucking hate it. I've always hated authority, but oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm not resisting. Stop resisting. You harboring rioters in the office. So there's not a problem. Let's walk inside. Let's walk through.
People need to stand up to ICE. This is literally what the Second Amendment was for, especially since we all know ICE is kidnapping people wearing masks, angry, violent. Oh, dude, it's insane.
Let's go. Come on.
People want to fucking still talk about Antifa like there's somehow a problem when they, again, it's like, where are they? Again, we're literally, we're living through fascism right now.
Fucking control. Right there, you hear the sobbing and the crying of one of the aides to Representative Nadler, who was being handcuffed. And you hear the DHS agent say, "Stop resisting," as he's handcuffing a young professional woman who's an aide to a congressman. Every single ICE agent and DHS officer that are committing crimes on a daily basis, as they all are, the courts need to get
No, the thing is, we need people to become civil rights attorneys immediately.
Involved.
But that's also why I was reading up on how they're already doing this thing with AI with the bar, where a bunch of attorneys are already kind of protesting this, saying just like, this is going, like, they're leaving the profession entirely, or they're dropping out of law school. Like, why do you think that they're trying to limit how many lawyers there are? It's almost like they're expecting that there's going to be a whole lot of civil infractions.
Criminal contempt charges, freeze their bank accounts.
I grew up in America where we were taught that by virtue of being here, reaching here, you are now an American. Today, this country is nothing like that. It makes me sick. Yep.
Find them. The next time a DHS thug or an ICE thug wants to commit a crime, maybe they'll think about it twice if their buddy can't access their fucking bank account. You want to disappear innocent people? You want to handcuff an aide to a congressman? You want to arrest judges? You want to arrest Democratic politicians? Well, guess what? There's fucking consequences to that. Freeze their bank accounts. Find them. This is unacceptable. We all know, I would say arrest them, but we all know if they get arrested, Trump is going to pardon them literally on day one. He loves criminals. He loves them. So he would pardon them. There's nothing Trump could do if they find them in civil contempt and freeze their bank accounts. All of these DHS agents need to be held to account. All the ICE agents need to be held to account. This is rogue.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can file state charges because this is taking place in local municipalities.
Thug Gestapo shit. By the way, in the same building as his office, there's like an immigration court or something like that. And so the accusation was, oh, you're they said rioters. Rioters? What the fuck are you talking about, rioters?
See, they're already doing this. Like, rioters, was there anybody actually
harboring rioters. So now I'm going to...
This is Minority Report shit.
Storm your office.
Like, this is pre-crime. They were detaining her for a pre-crime.
I'm going to put your aide in handcuffs.
People are too ignorant on their rights and think they have to listen to police and supposed to listen to government forces. We're only as strong as we want to be, and Trump and his fascists want us to be weak. Yep.
And by the way, you heard that woman say, "Do you have a warrant?" He said no, but he still went in anyway.
No, because the thing is, they brain poison these other assholes into fighting on the other side. So, like, the ones that have, the flak jackets and the fucking, gun collection, they're not worried about those assholes because those people are they're already fucking geared up and ready to go.
All these things
just call our militia whenever you need us.
Criminal. They're all criminal. All these things are criminal. What are we even talking about here? Now, by the way, So you have a rogue Gestapo agency that's locking up innocent people left and right and handcuffing the aides to Congress people. And so leader of the Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, went on CNN and was asked about this. Listen to what he says.
In terms of how we will respond to what Trump and the administration has endeavored to do, we will make that decision in a time, place, and manner of our choosing, but the response will be continuous and it will meet the moment that is required.
What exactly does that mean? Have you not decided how to respond?
Feckless.
We've publicly responded in a variety of different ways. We haven't let our foot off the gas pedal in terms of additional things that may take place with respect to our congressional oversight authority.
Oh my God.
And capacity.
Gross.
We will
dystopian future where AI profiling gives them probable cause to detain people
in a time, place, and manner of our choosing.
That's what's coming.
If this continues to happen.
This is how you react to DHS Gestapo thugs handcuffing an aide to your colleague, Congressman Nadler. This is how you react. This is how you react. What is there to contemplate? What is there to think about? What time is a better time than now to talk about this? They've deported 2-year-old American citizens.
He's so mad that he didn't get to complete his book tour.
6-year-old American citizens. They deported a 4-year-old American citizen with cancer without any medicine. They locked up a woman, ICE agents locked up a woman immediately after she gave birth. They took her from her fucking hospital bed. Like I said, the 19-year-old gay Venezuelan makeup artist was sent to a concentration camp with no due process. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. No criminal record, no crime. They admitted, hey, we sent this guy in error. He's still locked up indefinitely. Indefinitely. You have Mahmoud Khalil locked up indefinitely for the crime of protesting Israel, protesting the genocide, being pro-Palestine. How many more times do they have to shred the Constitution right in front of your face, light it on fire, and take a shit on it for you to get up out of bed and start screaming about it? The reality of the situation is he's made a political calculation. Oh, Trump's best issue by the numbers is usually immigration. So we can't take the bait on immigration because then our numbers might go down. Fuck your political calculation.
Your numbers are already at the fucking bottom, dude.
This is a matter of morality. This is a matter of principle. By the way, the polls actually are already with the left on this issue. But if you hammered away on it, it'd be with us even more. Do you not care about any of this? And the answer is no, he doesn't.
No.
You had Democratic politicians get arrested, a fucking judge get arrested. You have this incident that we're talking about here that he was just asked about. How many more instances do you need? How many? There have been U.S. veterans who got locked up by ICE, American citizens who had their fucking birth certificate and their social security card because their mom brought them, and they said, oh, we can't release them yet. What is there to talk about? How many lives have they ruined? How many times have they shredded the Constitution? And you're like, oh, in a matter of time and place of our choosing, we'll respond. Respond now. And protect the Constitution. Defend the Constitution. Defend due process and habeas corpus. By the way, this right here is why, just like we covered on the show the other day, it's some pathetically low number of Democrats that say, oh, Democrats have strong leadership. It's like 16% or something like that. Said Democrats show strength.
God, how much of that has to just be a fluke?
Because this is what they
where
do.
Are they getting the 16% that are just like, Dems they're great.
Calculating political.
Although, you know what? I did just have this the other day. I don't know what the fuck it was, but somebody shared an AI video of Kamala Harris like doing something. Oh, it's for Pride, the start of Pride Month. And it made me want to vomit, where I was just like, oh my God, you actually like you think that she's still
hacks.
No.
And by the way,
no.
It's not even like his instincts on this are good. It's not even like, oh, I'm being so political and I'm calculating, and that's why my
dude, this new beard oil I've been using,
the way I'm handling this is going to work out. No, it's failing. It's failing miserably because every day this regime gets more and more fascist, and you sit there with your thumb up your fucking ass, waiting for somebody else to say something, for somebody else to do something. He said, oh, if it continues to happen, we'll say so. It's been happening.
80-year-old MSNBC viewers, presumably.
It's been fucking happening since day one. You fucking charlatan.
At this point, you know what? I have to find the caller from Majority Report. Does anybody know around the timestamp that the guy called in today talking about how he went into like one of his local chapters and just immediately was given an executive position because they're just like, we need younger people. We're all old and tired and nobody's showing up.
Step aside. Hakeem Jeffries has got to go. He's got to go. He's got to step aside. He's got to step aside.
Which at this point...
By the way, is he saying this?
All right. You know what? I need your help on this one, guys. Like, for real. What's a position in my local precincts that you think I could do?
Kyle Cheney reports the Department of Justice...
Not good with numbers, really.
Had
maybe like something with parks?
Assured a federal appeals court that Melgar Salmiran wouldn't be deported before May 8th to 9th. But after the court issued a May 7th order blocking his deportation, ICE put him on a plane just minutes later and told the court he was gone. Yet another straightforward, direct court order. You cannot deport this person right now. They did it immediately. Immediately. Yeah. They are mocking the courts. Yeah. They are mocking our system of justice and law and order. And you have nothing to say about it, which means, I hate to say it, but it's true, you're with the bad guys. You're with the bad guys. Which side are you on? This is a black and white issue.
Yes.
Why are ICE officers...
I'm getting really tired of them trying to make this up.
...going into immigration courts to arrest people with no criminal records? People diligently showing up to their court hearings who haven't violated any of the terms of their release? Because Stephen Miller wants high numbers and doesn't care how ICE gets it. And here you have Stephen Miller eviscerated ICE officials in private meeting for low deportation numbers. That was in the Washington Examiner. So here you go. So what did that lead to? People who are innocent showing up to their run-of-the-mill standard immigration hearings, right? The judge is saying, okay, you're good to go. Soon as they walk out in the hallway, masked thugs round them up and lock them up indefinitely. Masked thugs. These people here. You got nothing to say? Hakeem Jeffries?
They don't. Let's just fucking say it. Call them racist now. You can call them racist now. I understand that we have been so scared to go back to that because I know we got a little too fucking gung-ho with the word Nazi and racist, but holy shit, now's the time.
He's got nothing to say. Popular Mexican band Grupo Firme cancels U.S. show saying...
How many times do I just have to point out, it's like, are they doing this to Polish immigrants?
Trump administration suspended their visas. We need all Americans to show the courage,
yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. But the thing is, Kyle, I hate to say this. They're manipulating them into just going into the most basic racist instinct. Of just going, oh, they're brown. They're brown. They must be here illegally, or like immediately they're doing the thing now where anybody sees a brown person and they're just like, I wonder.
Strength.
This is totally post 9/11, like right, all over again.
And the confidence of those San Diego American citizens who got in the streets and started berating and screaming at the ICE agents, calling them fascists, calling them
although this is why ICE is not really targeting Chicago.
Thugs, calling them pieces of shit.
They keep getting hard pushback.
I know we keep bringing this up, but I bring it up because it's true. If you've ever asked yourself, gee, I wonder what I would have done in Nazi Germany during the rise of Hitler.
Yes.
Well, now you know. Now you know. They could not make it any more clear. It could not be any more obvious that these are fascists.
Yep.
This is not normal. This is not normal. And so the lines are clear. Which side are you on? Very simple. Hey.
It is. But like raising the alarm is, something that we can all do over, on our little corners of the internet. But we also have to do it in a way that's just like, guys, speaking to their humanity, you also have to like just make them realize, hey guys, this is the, how we were doing that racist thing? This is it. It sucks too, because I was talking to a family member, I'll just put it that way, who is of a certain age, and they were talking specifically about how, they're happy with Trump and his the numbers of immigrant, like how there's 0 immigrants at the border. That was their big one, where they're just like, they shut down the border, man. Like, I'm happy about that. I was just like, okay, man, that's crazy. Like, so they shut down the border, huh? Like, it's just no in, no out. You know, nobody's getting visas, huh? Okay. The fact that they're focusing all their attention on this too, while simultaneously robbing us all before July 4th of their first year. Dude. And then they're coming for voting rights after. It's just, it's all so obvious too. Like, that's why they're making the mockery of the courts, because they're just like, yeah, go ahead, sue us for your voting. Yeah, go ahead. But also go ahead and just try pulling any of this and then having that attitude of just like, well, they did it. Ukraine detonates 1,100 kilogram of underwater. Third attack on Crimea bridge. What happened? Okay, so Ukrainian security services conducted an underwater explosive attack on a Crimean bridge yesterday at 4:44 a.m. using 1,100 kilograms of TNT to damage support pillars. This marks the third strike on this vital Russian supply route. Why this matters: the attack puts the bridge in a critical state, disrupting a key military supply route worth up to $7 billion. This follows Ukrainians' Operation Spiderweb that destroyed 40 Russian aircraft over the weekend, demolishing increased strike capabilities. Common ground. Strategic significance. Sources across outlets emphasize the bridge's critical importance as both a military supply route and psychological symbol of the Russian control over Crimea since 2014. Escalating Russian capabilities. Media outlets consistently highlight how this third bridge attack, combined with Operation Spiderweb, demonstrates Ukraine's growing ability to strike deep within Russian-controlled territory. It's dry as hell down here today. Reports widely acknowledge the SBU's careful planning and execution of attacks while minimizing civilian casualties. Well, that's good. Let's take a look at the video. Holy damn. Holy shit, dude. Wow. That's pretty intense. Hey, look, our boy's live. And he's covering some of the Ukraine-Russia stuff.
History on X. Twitter has mysteriously disappeared, been deleted. Can others confirm whether that's the case on their end as well? So I guess this is... Yeah, now his...
So something interesting about his channel that I found out recently
he posts all the time. I follow him. So it looks like
he's only
people
allowed
are having
to use
this
certain
issue on
news
X
sources. So
with
I was like,
different people's pages. I just
all
had
right,
it with
take
Elon
that with
Musk's
a grain of
page.
salt. And I did also look into him. He is indeed the same
So
guy
it seems
who
like
wrote
X is
for
having
Mad
some
TV, which is kind of crazy.
Teresa says, I
So,
still can't see Elon
you know what?
Musk's posts.
Making a hard pivot into news. All right, so
that's happening.
okay. What did you cover? Nothing. Okay. Thanks for the news there, Steve.
National Weather, Los Angeles. When I go to National Weather Service Los Angeles, I get this.
Dude, wait. I'm so glad I
that's
didn't
going
leave.
on as well.
We were just talking about how I experienced a really bad storm cell that usually I have like these weather reporters that would go live and send an
clicking
emergency
on a lot of people, and that's
signal
happening.
out. At nothing.
Yes, that
nothing
seems
from
to be a
NOAA.
big issue now.
Nothing.
Even National Weather Service tornado.
Huh.
I'm going to post this.
Okay, well, let's find something else. I saw Steve was live. I was just like, Steve! Oh, boy. Piers Morgan being based. What? More? Is it? Wait, is this the same video that we watched yesterday? Oh, shit, this is new. Hold on, guys. Can check that out. I'm gonna just retitle the video then. There we go. All right, let's check this out. How you guys doing, by the way? Oh my god. You know what? I feel like I need to get something to eat. I feel like my blood sugar is a little low. Yeah, you know what? Here, just give me 1 second. Chill with the pup. Here we go. Stop this camera. There we go. Be right back. Oh, what the hell is going on over here? Stupid ban evaders. We are back. Let's... Yeah, Piers Morgan, I guess, being based. Let's take a look.
If you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me is a form of genocide.
The Israelis, including the highest
What
levels of
the
the Israeli
hell? And
government,
Dave
they just
Smith?
speak out of both sides
What
of their
is
mouth
happening?
the whole time. And so it's
The
like, which argument
libertarians
are we
are coming
even
out
taking on?
The disgusting situation that we are now left with.
Oh, I mean,
the fact that
whatever.
people,
We got a team of
like the two
libertarians
of you,
to
will continue to put out this
bring
false
peace.
information
Well,
to perpetuate this conflict.
I didn't think anyone could be more disingenuous than the UK ambassador. I got to say, Natasha, you've got right up there. You've crossed that little bar, haven't you?
Wow.
If the United States pulled its aid and suspended its arms sales, Israel's war on Hamas would end very quickly. That's one of the reasons why debates matter. A collapse in public support is usually a big part of how wars come to an end. American voters used to be steadfast in their support for Israel, but that support is now fading quickly. There's a growing consensus that Israel's war in Gaza is, to quote former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, indiscriminate, unrestrained, brutal and criminal. The UK, France and Canada, all allies of Israel, now say it's intolerable, unacceptable and wholly disproportionate. Debate has moved a long way beyond Israel's right to defend itself and is increasingly centred on whether it's committing war crimes and whether the United States should wield its influence and power to make it stop. And in the court of public opinion, this is much about morality and humanity as it is about legal expertise. Well, my next two guests have been hugely influential advocates for either side. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian, and the host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Natasha Hausdorff is a barrister, international lawyer, and a passionate supporter of Israel. Well, let's welcome you both to Uncensored. Dave Smith, I finally lost it, really, with any attempt.
I gave an Indonesian streamer $20, so they're set for a month. I'm bored now.
To try and defend what Israel was doing, having been a pretty steadfast defender of its right to defend itself from what happened on October
Thanks for the 50 bits,
the
man.
7th. But when you launch a blockade for
Appreciate
3
that.
months at an already utterly tormented civilian population who are already struggling to eat, and you can see from the scenes that we've seen in the last 48 hours that they are starving people prepared to risk death to get their hands on meager amounts of food. When a government like Israel does that, at the same time as it's simultaneously bombarding those people night after night after night, albeit with the crucial caveat they always put in that they are targeting Hamas solely and that everything around Hamas is collateral damage. But to me, this reached a point where it became clearly disproportionate. And that's a view that clearly...
Are we spamming friends of Dave Smith?
The UK has reached, the French have reached, many people in America have reached. You certainly haven't come to that thought process in the last few months. You've been saying that for a long time. The question I have for you, what happens though?
Sorry, I had a spider on my keyboard.
No, we are where we are. Netanyahu and his government
I thought it was a
are
piece
in
of food, and I
charge.
was just like,
Nobody
here,
seems
I'm going
to
to
be
swat that
stopping
up.
them. What happens?
Well, that is a good question, and I don't know for sure what the answer is. By the way, it's been great to watch your evolution on this topic, Pierce. It's good that you joined us. Later is better than
Well,
never.
yeah, just to clarify, I would
It
say
is
this.
so weird. Oh my God, I disagree with him on so many things, but dude, when it comes to Israel-Palestine, it's like I
don't want to join a side, right? I was in the Middle East last
really nice to see him on that.
week by chance. A lot of people come up to me going, "Thank you for switching sides," and I said, "I haven't switched sides. I've always tried to be a fair-minded,
Attack of the
impartial
Killer Tomatoes
journalist doing the job a journalist should do, which is challenging everybody." I think I've had more guests on from both sides, actually, and held more debates than any other show in the world of this kind. So, I do think it's important. I don't want to be seen as taking a side. What I feel now, though, or what I feel, I think it's an important clarification, but what I think is important now is that this has gone too far. And I can see that very clearly.
It didn't take you this long.
Okay, so I didn't mean to box you into a side, just making the point that you have come to the conclusion that what Israel's doing is indefensible. And I thought it was fascinating and shocking watching you grill the Israeli ambassador, who simply cannot tell you or even ballpark how many kids they have killed in this whole thing. Yeah, look, I mean, I think what Israel... to your broader question of where does this all end up going, there's almost two kind of simultaneous wars in a sense, that are going on. There's the actual, control of power, in which case Israel's done phenomenally well over the last couple years. I mean, Israel still has the support of the most powerful governments in the world, damn near unconditionally, if not purely unconditionally. They've been very successful in terms of taking out Hezbollah leaders. They've been very successful in terms of destroying the Gaza Strip.
Appears turning on Israel is just evidence of how disgusting the genocidal regime is, that even their staunchest defenders have withdrawn.
They've been
No, that's why it's been nice, to see,
successful in getting the regime change that they've wanted.
It's been shocking because I cover a lot of Piers Morgan content, unfortunately, but he does have good debates. I have to be honest, he does platform some pretty good debates. So.
For many years in Syria.
But yeah, watching this pivot has been kind of nice.
However, simultaneously, while that's going on, global opinion has drastically changed of Israel to a degree that would have been unimaginable just a few years ago. And despite whatever arguments might be made for whether this meets a genocide or doesn't meet a genocide, or whether, as two former Israeli prime ministers who have come out recently and said that war crimes are being committed, wherever you fall on that, the fact is that the debate is now over whether Israel is committing a genocide or not. And that is something
which
that all
is very nice.
Of us should take.
We can finally stop arguing about that and just go, now how do we stop it?
Step back and appreciate how profound it is. Especially amongst young people, in the future, I don't believe Israel will ever be viewed the same as it was by my parents' generation. And so what does that mean? As you mentioned earlier, Piers, that's right. This is a big part of how wars end, is when public support evaporates. We will see where all of this goes, but it is a very dangerous situation. And it is certainly profound to the degree that it has changed the impression of Israel on the global stage.
Yeah. Natasha, look, if I was an Israeli, a regular Israeli, I would be pretty concerned that people like me have come to the place we've come to in this debate. I've been harangued.
Dude, the fact that I'm on Dave Smith's side right now is wild. I feel like we've really entered the twilight zone where I'm like, usually I would be watching, Mark Lamont Hill or somebody else debating Dave Smith.
Palestinians for a long time. For
just
being
realized they
too
haven't talked in a while.
Of Israel's right to defend itself.
Harangued,
abused, mocked, threatened, all of the things that come with that in a war. But I just felt I couldn't do anything else to speak out. When you launch a 3-month blockade against a people already suffering in the way that these Palestinians have been suffering, and I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm talking about the innocent civilians in Gaza. It's a population of 2 million, with half of them under 18. More than 20,000 children have been killed, even if the UK ambassador has no idea what that number is, but knows exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, oddly. I would just be concerned, if I was an average Israeli, that people that supported us after the horrors of October...
Up is down, left is right, I feel you.
Dude. Are now beginning...
It's been like a weird week.
To go against...
What the... Elon Musk and then this today? This is a really weird day.
Only in my case, the Israeli government, not the people of Israel, not Jewish.
Piers shifts on this has been reassuring that there is hope to move people. Yeah.
They will always have my support. But this Israeli government...
You know what? I'm glad that you said that because, that's a good way of putting that. It is something that we can just have hope in. Pun, what's with Elon? I already went through it, but Elon turned on Trump. I'll revisit it in a little bit.
He's out of control. We saw,
or you could just rewind.
And heard from the words of Smodrich,
oh wait, you're on Twitch. Never mind.
Minister, a very clear mission statement to clear out all the Palestinians from Gaza. That is a form of genocide, whatever. You're a lawyer. You'll probably tell me it doesn't meet the exact legal criteria of the word genocide. But if you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me, and most people around the world who don't have a horse in this race, is a form of genocide. What do you say to that?
Well, Piers, I'm particularly glad of the opportunity to come on, not before time, and address so much of this misinformation, which seems to be at the core.
I have to say her voice is not what I was expecting.
Not just of your shit,
I was expecting her to kind of sound like Kimberly from the Power Rangers.
but what is a marked shift in the public discussion of this topic. And it is, of course, because of the abuse, the haranguing, the mockery, and the threats and the intimidation that so many people are falling into the easy line.
Well, that's not why I've changed my mind.
Well,
I don't give a damn about who threatens me or how they threaten me or how they mock and abuse me. Listen, I was getting all that long before this war, so I get it on pretty much any debate I ever have. That's fine. I'm a big boy. So please don't misconstrue anything that I have done in terms of a pivot in the way I view this with anything to do with being threatened into it, bullied into it, or cajoled into it, because that would be ridiculous.
Piers, you've been clear that this is because of the change in the narrative around this. And I hope I'll have the opportunity, and you'll allow me the opportunity to address some of this false information. And there is a great deal of it. It starts with this notion that Israel imposed an entire blockade on aid, which is being put forward without the context of the fact that in the hostage release deal, which preceded it immediately, there were over 25,000 trucks of aid that were facilitated into the Gaza Strip by Israel. The estimates that I have seen is that that should have been a stockpile of between 5 to 6 months of food and humanitarian assistance. Some estimates are in the region of 8 months. Where did that aid go? That is the question I would expect reasonable people without an agenda here to be asking. Where did that aid go if all of these claims of starvation are to be taken seriously?
I became too aware of the sneeze and it was just like, nope.
The reality here is that there is no Israeli-imposed starvation on the Gaza Strip, that there has been facilitated over the course of this war.
But that is simply not true. I'm sorry. No, hang on. If you've ever felt like you're being watched online, it's unfortunately because you are. Hundreds of companies, so-called data brokers, watch and record everything you do on the internet. Even if you're using incognito mode or private tabs, they can still access every purchase you make, every search you type, and much more. Your data can be sold to advertisers.
Oh, damn it. That's one of those sneezes that I don't feel better. I actually feel worse. Oh, no.
.com/peers to get 4 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/peers. Now, on with the show. When the Israeli government, let me phrase that correctly, when the Israeli government ordered 3 months ago a blockade of food and aid going into Gaza, that is a deliberate state-sponsored form of starving a populace.
No, it is not.
That woke me up.
Because it
That's
was
exactly
done.
what happened. That's why they look like they're starving.
Pierce has had enough of...
That's why they're risking death
Piers, you've asked me on
to get
here.
to scrabbling bits of food.
Forgive me. You've asked me on here to answer these
Come
questions.
on, man. But the Hermione bit was kind of funny.
I can challenge you.
And I just explained that blockade which was imposed in order to prevent Hamas continuing to fuel its war machine by selling additional aid that it was diverting, and we'll come on to the way that diversion is going to be prevented in the future, I hope. But the fact of the matter is that this blockade was instituted in the context of there being 5 to 6 months, maybe even 8 months of aid that was facilitated into the Gaza Strip. And throughout, if you'll allow me to finish this point, throughout the war, the volume of aid that Israel has facilitated into Gaza, and this is not being reported by the international media, but it is available, publicly available information published by COGAT, over 1,700,000 tons of aid which has been facilitated into the Gaza Strip, which is more than required for the civilian population. The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry then?
The study that was conducted.
Hang on, why are they so hungry?
May I finish this point and I'll come on to answer your question.
Why are they so hungry?
Well,
Why are they stampeding over each other, risking death to get at scraps of food? I don't understand. If they're all so well nourished and Israel's behaved so impeccably properly in terms of supplying enough food for months on end, why do they all look like they're starving to death and are prepared to risk actually dying to get at food?
What you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid,
it's what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
Which is Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as
No, it's actually footage. I'm watching news footage of thousands of people fighting with each other to get at food, some of whom ended up dying, some of whom ended up being shot. The IDF says it wasn't them and it was Hamas. We don't know who did it because, as you know, the Israeli government has banned all international journalists from being anywhere near this to verify what is actually happening.
Piers Morgan, you're not allowing me to answer a single question.
I am, and then when you say something I don't agree with, I'm challenging
I'm
you.
sure I'm going to say a lot that you don't agree with because, unfortunately, your assessment is being based on misinformation. Like
I'll call her Zionist Hermione. How about that?
these false reports we've had today of Israel shooting 31 Palestinians attempting to get to food. That was
No, honestly, he looks like he misses his time in New York when he was the pigeon lady in Home Alone 2.
run, and Ambassador Mike Huckabee has criticised this resoundingly in a statement just now. That was run in the context of the Associated Press, CNN, many media outlets, and it was entirely false because it is, as has been the case previously.
Hang on, the Israeli government says it was entirely false. What we have had, sorry, just to correct
It's not just the Israeli government.
Sorry to jump in again.
No, it's also the Gaza Humanitarian
Israel
Foundation.
has done one of its own reports because journalists aren't allowed to verify this independently. So Israel investigates itself and has decided it did nothing
I'm
wrong.
not referring to Israel's investigation.
Hang on.
Hey, it's like Donald Trump.
What we do know is that a number of doctors and hospital spokesmen and charity spokesmen have all said that there were many people killed and many more people wounded taken to hospitals, and they saw the bodies and they saw the wounded. So somebody was killing and wounding a lot of Palestinians.
We have the drone
you say it was Hamas. Hamas say it was the IDF. We, the international media, cannot verify this because Israel
Wasn't Hermione the only one with a moral compass and the books called her dumb for it? Yeah.
doesn't allow us in to do our job.
That's not why this reporting has been conducted on such a false basis. It's because nothing coming out of the Gaza Strip is able to be reported without Hamas control. And you, as part of the international media, Piers, will know this. It is
I also know that
consistent.
historically, Israel has accepted that the health authorities' numbers, historically, before October the 7th, that they have been broadly accurate. That is the historical position.
You must also know that the assessments of Hamas casualty figures by experts and statisticians have found them to be preposterously inaccurate, fabricated.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you what I asked him.
No, you're not allowing me to finish a single
Well,
answer.
I can actually conduct this interview any way I like.
Well, then the viewers aren't going to get any benefit of
The viewers can make their own mind up about what they're hearing and seeing. When I interviewed the UK ambassador to the UK,
yes,
she was able to tell me definitively that 30,000 Hamas terrorists had been killed.
I think it was an estimate. Let's be clear.
But she had absolutely no idea, estimate or otherwise, how many children had been killed in the process. Do you know?
There's a very simple logical explanation for that, which is Israel is targeting Hamas and Palestinians.
Do you know how many children Israel's killed in the process?
There is a very simple explanation for the reason that we do not know. Because
Do you think they actually believe this? Because the way that they say this stuff is so robotic, where it's like, and it's just literally the same shit over and over and over.
But you only count the terrorists who killed, not the children?
Hear the explanation?
Well, I just ask you, just to be clear, are you saying that the IDF only counts the bodies of terrorists it kills, not innocent children?
Well, the IDF has not been, and this is a shift now, as you will have heard from Jonathan Conricus, has not been in control of any significant part of Gaza to be able to conduct that analysis.
So how does it know how many terrorists it's killing?
Because it is striking them with clear intelligence and targeting those strikes deliberately.
So it counts the bodies of the terrorists, but not the children it kills in the process.
It counts. I'm sorry, this is perfectly logical.
It's actually not logical at all.
It counts.
To anyone watching this, they're thinking, what on earth are these Israelis saying? First the ambassador, now you. What you're saying is that you only count the terrorists that are killed. You don't count the children that are killed in the process of killing the terrorists.
Perhaps
to
I
which
can
it begs the
provide
question,
you. No, I can provide you with some additional analysis.
Why?
If you'll allow me to answer the question, I'll provide you with some additional analysis, which is in relation to the casualty ratios that have been projected.
How do you know the
throughout this war.
ratios?
I'll explain. The casualty ratio throughout the first period of the war, phase one, was generally put at between 1 to 1 and 1.5
How do you know?
to 1. I'll explain. Since then, in phase two, because of a very different type of fighting that we're now seeing, there are some estimates that it may have gone up to 2 to 1.
How do you know?
Very simply, that Israel has been able to establish...
How do you know if you're not counting?
May I answer the question?
Well, you're not counting the civilians you're killing, so how do you know the ratio?
Well, if you're not going to allow me to
You talk
answer
about
the question,
logic. Let me go. I want to bring
No,
Dave.
no,
I don't know. I've
you've
been
just asked me
I've let you speak for a long
bit.
time. Dave is.
haven't, Piers.
Well, I have, and I'll let you speak again. We've got plenty of time here.
I'm sorry.
to see what he has to say to
I'm sorry,
Was
but it's
entirely
my show.
uninterrupted,
I'm going to go to
yes.
Dave. Dave, I'm told I'm lacking logic here. Is there anything logical about what we're hearing about how they apparently know the exact ratio of terrorists they're killing to civilians, but they don't know how many civilians they're killing? How do you know the ratio?
Pierce, it's just too ridiculous. And as you know, Pierce, and look, I know that you've been, I think, very, as you said before, I don't want to put you on either side of this debate, because I think actually people who are hardcore on either side of this debate probably see you as someone on the other side.
Yeah, they all hate me. The extremists all hate me. That's fine.
No,
Yeah.
not all. I didn't mean to say they all hate you. A lot of us like you.
They actually do. The ones who are to the extremities on both sides, they all hate me. So that's fine.
They really, yeah. Okay, that's a fair assessment. It's her hair. What's her hair? Her hairline is kind of odd.
But I think one of the things that any honest observer has noticed since the very beginning of this conflict is that the Israelis, including the highest levels of the Israeli government, they just speak out of both sides of their mouth the whole time. And so it's like, which argument are we even taking on? I mean, they'll sit here and say from the very beginning that the goal is just to get the hostages back and to defeat Hamas, while their finance minister is openly talking about how the goal is to cleanse the entire strip.
He's not even
and of course,
hiding
now
it.
we see,
He says
yes,
it.
yes.
He
And
literally
now
says
we
it
actually
in
see
front of the world.
Yes. And we see them now putting this into plans into action to do this. So how are we to judge this? They'll sit here and say that they've taken painstaking efforts to make sure that they limit the number of civilians that are killed, while also saying they have no idea how many civilians are being killed, and they don't count the number because that's not who they're targeting. You'll sit here and say we're only targeting Hamas, or that we're only intentionally targeting Hamas, and at the same time think about the argument they're even making as Smotrich is out bragging about how not one grain of wheat will get into Gaza for this 3-month period that you're referring to. But they'll say, hey, look, they have stockpiles of aid that had gone in there previously. It's like, okay, Piers, so then logically, can't we deduce you're not starving Hamas? They've got plenty of food. Then who is the additional blockade supposed to impact? It's the civilian population. And so, listen, I'm sorry, this is just anybody with just common sense and a basic understanding of logic could tell you that none of these defenses make any sense. And instead, I think it's reasonable for us to say that we're going to judge the Israeli government, and I like that you were precise about that. We're talking about the government of a foreign country, not people who believe in Judaism across the world, and not even necessarily the people of that country. But when I'm judging the Israeli government, I'm sorry, I'm going to judge them based off what their actions are, and I'm going to judge them based off what their motives are when they admit the truth. Yeah. And so you could sit here and say, oh, we're doing everything we can to prevent the children the number of children dying, and then brag about the ratio, but at the same time tell me you don't even know the number of children who are dying. The bottom line here, and this is why global opinion is turning against Israel, is the level of human suffering that is being inflicted by Israel on the people of Gaza is evil. It is pure freaking evil, and it doesn't need to be done this way. And if you think you can get away with this with a decentralized media and with smartphones and with 4K high def images and with the ability through social media today for people to communicate in a non-controlled environment, good freaking luck, man. This is going to end up so bad for everyone. It's already ended up so bad for the poor people of Gaza. But I just can't. I'm truly stunned, Pierce, and I'm sure you are too. I am stunned by the lack of rational self-preservation on the part of the Israelis. Like, read the room here. You are turning the entire world against you. And I do not understand why they would choose to do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Natasha, I was editor of the Daily Mirror 20 years ago when we launched a long campaign to stop this country, the UK, going to war in Iraq, which I thought was an illegal invasion of a sovereign country. And it may be very unpopular with the then Labour government, led by Tony Blair, because we were the Labour-supporting newspaper. My point being, my argument then was not with the people of the United Kingdom. My argument was with the government of the United Kingdom making a decision which I felt was illegal and wrong, probably constituted war crimes, and it turned out to be a complete unmitigated disaster that led to 20 more years of mayhem in the Middle East, including the rise of ISIS and all the hell that they brought with them. So this, just to be clear again, I do not have an argument with Jewish people or with Israelis. I totally understand why after October the 7th, so many people in Israel felt so vulnerable, felt so angry, felt so distressed, so heartbroken by the devastating loss. 250-odd people kidnapped and taken hostage, including babies and Holocaust survivors. Over 1,200 people murdered, 7,000 wounded, by 3,000 terrorists breaking over a border to attack anyone they got their hands on. I don't need reminding of what happened that day. That is why I defended Israel's right to defend itself so staunchly. But I cannot defend what is happening now. What is happening now is militarily inexplicable to most people I've spoken to in the military. I have a lot in my family. Nobody understands what Israel's goal is here, other than flattening Gaza and kicking off. Well, hang on. As Smodrich has said, it is to take over and clear out Gaza of all the Palestinians. That is genocide, isn't it? Unless, you're a lawyer, you tell me.
Israel's war aims have been clear from the outset, which is the destruction of Hamas.
They haven't done
and the
that.
Return of the hostages. Well, because the war's not over yet.
You haven't done either of those things. All you're doing is killing more and more civilians, and you've been starving them.
Well, but who's you? Forgive me. I'm here as a lawyer.
The Israeli government, and you're here to defend it, right?
No, I'm here to defend the rule of law and the weaponization of international law, which has been consistent throughout this process. The propaganda that we're discussing right now, which is clearly what has shifted your position and perspective on this,
what do you mean by
is deeply
propaganda?
Dangerous. Calling Israel a committer of genocide or saying that it is starving children.
Well, actually, the people alleging that Israel's committing war crimes are two former Israeli prime ministers.
Who have their own political agendas here. Let's
how convenient that two former prime ministers of the country have said that you are committing, as a government, not you, but the government is committing war crimes, and you dismiss it as just a bit of internal politics.
Well, no, it's a very serious matter that the misinformation that I would like to be able to come on to address is now also being propagated by two very sore individuals. Prime Minister Olmert, because he also served a prison sentence, and has had his entire proposed peace framework, that of essentially creating a Palestinian state in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, turned upside down by the realization, and he hasn't had, unfortunately, the temerity after the 7th of October to recognize the risk that he would have put Israel to in light of the Hamas takeover.
And when you see, as we saw, and when you see, Natasha,
I was answering the previous question.
Okay, but let me just on the point.
Productive.
On the point of legality, actually, it's very productive. On the point of legality, only last week the Israeli government announced new settlements, 22 settlements.
Well, no, can we pause?
Well, hang on.
Yes.
On the West Bank, 22 settlements, which the international community views as illegal. They announced 22 new settlements. As a lawyer, given your adherence to the point of law, presumably you would condemn that.
Well, this is exactly why we need to be clear about how international law applies and why the notion of these so-called illegal settlements is a misnomer.
You don't think they are?
It's not a legal term, it's a political term, and it is part and parcel of a misapplication of international law to the status of the territory. These blood libels, occupation, ethnic cleansing, colonialism,
so you think the settlements are not illegal?
And genocide are all part and parcel of the propaganda, which I would like to be able to come on to, because all of the evidence goes in completely the opposite direction. In terms of Israel's compliance with the laws of armed conflict and its in the amount of steps.
At this point, if you support Israel and the killing of babies, it's either a job Zionist, ignorant, or they have lost their humanity or were born without any. No matter what, you cannot justify this.
Yep. Unprecedented in the...
Hasn't Netanyahu been the one making sure that Hamas is the only viable political option to the Palestinians? Yep.
History of armed conflict, and military
Actually,
commanders
that's just a
will
load
tell
of bullshit. I'm sorry, it just is.
Which other army?
It just is. Finally, just call her on. Like, that's the perfect way to call her on that.
Which other war in recent times have you had half the population is under 18 and you've killed 20,000 kids in 20 months?
Those figures are Hamas figures that you are constantly
give me an example of where this morality has been played out elsewhere.
Well, I was explaining earlier that the Hamas figures are inflated, that there are internal inconsistencies.
How convenient for you. You don't know what the figures are, so how do you know?
That because there have been independent studies.
How do you know how many figures are inflated or otherwise? You don't know how many have been killed.
Because we know Hamas lies. It is an internationally prescribed terrorist organisation.
Well, some might think you're lying, because you say on one hand, I don't know how many children have been killed, but on the other hand, and that's a blood libel if you say we've...
She's a lawyer? Well,
killed any of them.
I
But on
don't
the
admire
other
her.
hand,
That's not what I said. No.
But on the other hand, you know all about the ratios, and you know how humane
Would you like
the
to
Israeli
understand
forces
why?
are being, but you don't know how many they're killing.
Because even on Hamas figures, which we know to be false, which do not make distinctions
You
between
don't know
civilians
they're
and
false.
we do, because there
How
has
do you
been-
know they're false? You
because-
don't know how many have been killed.
Because Hamas has even itself revised those figures down and acknowledged that they are false. And the UN is still touting.
So how many
false
children
figures
has
on
Israel
that.
killed?
If we go back to
Well,
the
can you
question,
answer my question?
If you go back to the ratio,
Do you know my
question-
do you
no,
know-
but I can tell you the ratio, even on the
what's-
basis of Hamas figures.
You can tell me the ratio without, but how do you know if you don't know how
I
many
can
have
tell you the
died?
ratio even on the basis of the false Hamas
So you've
figures.
no idea how many have been killed, but you can tell me the ratio.
I can tell you the ratio.
You're
on
a
the basis-
smart lawyer.
on
Do you
the-
not understand how ridiculous that
Are you
sounds?
listening to
If
my
No.
we were in a
answer?
courtroom now,
I can
you
tell
would
you
be demolished
No.
by a fellow lawyer. They would say, "What are you talking
Well,
about?"
Piers, this is not how courtroom etiquette is conducted, I'm afraid. I would be permitted
Actually, some
to
of my
finish.
favourite lawyers conduct them exactly like this.
I would be permitted to finish a sentence. The reason we can say that the ratio before the ceasefire was 1-to-1 or 1.15 to 1 is on the basis even of Hamas
Well,
figures.
1-to-1 or
despite
5-to-1? Which one was it?
1-to-1 to 1.5 to 1.
Yeah,
At
I did
different
hear that.
points in that period,
Doesn't matter.
those were the two separate estimates.
Oh, boy.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone.
And that is on
But
the
to
basis
know that,
of
you'd have to
Hamas.
know how many innocent people
that is
you've
on the
killed as
basis
well.
of the false Hamas figures. So the reality is that the expectation would be the ratio is
You
in
don't
fact
believe
lower
that.
than
So
that.
what is the number?
The reality is that the expectation would be the numbers are even less than that. That, in any event, is unprecedented in the history of urban armed conflict. So it puts the lie to all of these accusations that we have been hearing. And the reason, let me finish this sentence, if you will. The reason that it is
If they're
so
false, why would everyone other than you use them? Maybe you and Israel are just liars?
terrible, that it is so dangerous that these lies are being spread about Israel, that even you and other respected international journalists have begun to propagate them, is that it is having a direct
calling me a liar?
impact. No, that you have been taken in by them.
Really?
Is because it is having a direct impact on the safety of Jews around the world. We've seen the impact of 14,000
What ratio is acceptable?
babies in 48 hours, when 2 Israeli staffers were murdered, executed on the streets of DC. Only yesterday, we saw a fire attack
What was the link?
against
What was the link there? Are you saying
the
that
fact
the
that
person?
2 days after
are you
Tom
saying the person
Fletcher-
that perpetrated that appalling murder was actually even aware of the story you're talking about? You're
Well, the
drawing a direct
Chicagan-
link.
The Chicagan that committed that murder shouted "Free Palestine," and this is for Gaza.
You mentioned something
2
about
days-
48,000
2 days
babies.
after that,
Chicagan?
that full story went
Yeah.
around.
Kind of like how she pronounced that.
It was a full story because the idiot that came out with it should have known better. I
Happy West Coast.
didn't promote that in any way at all, other than to say.
But you
he
are
was an
promoting
idiot.
false allegations of starvation and targeting
No,
civilians.
I'm promoting the fact that Israel's government launched a 3-month blockade, which has led
without
to
the context
people
of
starving.
25,000 tons of
All right.
trucks of
Let me
aid
bring
having
Dave.
been provided before that.
Dave.
Facts without
All right.
context are misleading.
All right, Dave, we're a bunch of deluded clowns who are being misled. Israel's government is telling the whole truth here. Everyone else is lying or being taken in by lies.
Yeah, it's just like, look, the
And we're
logical
putting
contradictions here.
Jews in danger by promoting these
well,
lies.
You know,
you're a
well,
Jewish
you know,
guy.
maybe, yes, I am, and maybe I'll respond to that. Well, first of all, I'll just say that even the idea, like as you hear these arguments, Piers, where they'll say like, well, we know these numbers that the Gaza Health Ministry puts out are lies because we know Hamas lies, and look, the proof of that is that they revised their numbers down at one point. But doesn't that just kind of lead to the question, Piers? Then, like, why would they revise their numbers down
why
if
wouldn't
they're
they
just
double
lying?
them?
Why? Yeah, right. Why wouldn't they just stick with the original
It's
numbers
not
that they had?
logical, to quote the buzzword of the debate.
It's what always happens with the pro-Israel people is like they use what is a point on my side as a point on their side.
And by the
Like,
way, I wouldn't trust Hamas as far as I could bloody
Yes, I'm
throw
not.
them,
As
right?
I've-
They're a
as
bunch
I've
of
said,
despicable death cult murderers, right? Just to be crystal clear.
As
I
I've-
wouldn't trust
yes,
them as
as
far
I've
as I
been
could throw them.
saying-
And yet, historically, their figures through this health authority in this conflict going back decades have turned out to be reasonably accurate. I know that
Correct.
because
Piers,
Israel
and you know-
has accepted them. over the years.
And Pierce, as you know, because I've been coming on your show for a long time now, I've always said the same thing too. I also don't really trust the Gaza Health Ministry. I'm just making the point that them revising the numbers down would be a point of evidence that they're being honest, not a point of evidence that you can't trust them. But look, I will just say this, okay? And Pierce, again, because I've been coming on your show, I've done a lot of these debates, over the last year and a half or so. I would never, like, if you remember, there was this example of the guy in Florida who is being charged with attempted murder right now because he shot 2 people who he thought were Palestinians. Turned out they weren't. He was wrong. But I would never use that as an example in one of these debates and say, aha, pro-Israel person, you're responsible for that.
Right.
I'm a free market libertarian, free market capitalist guy. There was a Bernie Sanders fan who shot up a congressional baseball game several years back. I would never use that in an argument and say, you're responsible for that, because it's the cheapest, lamest form of argument. You are not responsible if you're telling the truth for as you see it, for some crazy person committing a horrific act of violence. By the way, we're talking about ongoing innocent people being killed for over 20 months at this point now. So like, that's what the whole conversation is about. But the idea that any of us are responsible. Look, here's the bottom line, Pierce. I understand Natasha wants to sit here and say, the reason you've changed your mind is because you've fallen for the propaganda. You've fallen for the lies. The reason why everyone is so outraged is because they're falling for these propaganda. The truth is that the reason why Pierce and so many people around the world are turning on what the Israeli government is doing is because it's just so freaking horrible. Because we're seeing images every day of children suffering through an ungodly fate. We all sit there and think, my God, if those were our kids. It's a pure reaction to witnessing evil. And you got to sit here and spin the fact that this is all propaganda or it's all lies. I mean, look, I admire you being a lawyer and trying to defend your client. I guess that's what lawyers got to do, no matter how guilty your client is. Pierce, if I'm ever charged with murder, get this lady to represent me. So that's who I want on my team. But the bottom line is that 2 former Israeli prime ministers are not falling for propaganda.
And you know what,
it's
Dave?
Just that
you know
at
what?
This point,
one of them,
they can't deny it.
Right, and one of them, Ehud Olmert, he said to me,
"Hey, Lori, how's it going? It's been a long time since I've seen you in chat."
That he thinks Netanyahu, A, should have resigned by now, but B, will be in The Hague one day being held accountable for these war crimes. And I mean, I guess my question for you, Natasha, you're a lawyer. Would you be prepared to defend him if Netanyahu appeared at The Hague?
We're talking about the International Criminal Court.
Would you be prepared to defend him?
No,
or not?
well, let me be clear about the context, because this is important. We're talking about the International Criminal Court, which has no jurisdiction in this matter because Israel is not a party to the ICC and Palestine is not a state. It clearly made significant errors on prior determinations of jurisdiction on the basis of an accession document, supposedly by the Palestinian Authority, which was never circulated. That was one of the primary planks of its decision in 2021, which has fallen away. It is proceeded on this basis in contravention of its own rules, that of complementarity, and on an entirely false basis. So my organisation, UK Lawyers for Israel, has put out a review of Karim Khan's application for warrants, which demonstrated that every phrase of every sentence of that document was false. In that context, we're not seeing an international criminal court anymore. We're seeing a political body which is seeking to rehabilitate itself by going after the leaders of the world's Jewish state because of its abysmal
Is there anyone who
reputation.
criticises the Israeli government that you don't think is doing so for political reasons or because they're being deluded by lies?
Oh my goodness, yes.
In other words, is anybody actually acting, do you think, with any integrity when they criticise the Israeli government?
Within Israel.
Because you make it sound like everyone's either stupid, deluded, or politically motivated.
Within Israel, there is the most vibrant political debate and criticism that you will see anywhere. What I'm calling out are the lies and the falsehoods and the blood libels that are being propagated. And those
I was told
that are
by the
interested-
ambassador to UK it was a blood libel for me to suggest that Israel had killed children in this
No,
war.
I don't believe that was the case.
There
I think it was
was.
to do with targeting children.
No.
And there is a difference.
Right.
Because we are hearing that Israel is targeting children, and that couldn't be further from
Well,
the fact,
last week, 9 out of 10 children in one home were
You can read these idiots like a book. At this point, again, like I made this point earlier that they just keep using the same talking points from 2023 at this point.
Reside.
My old coworker posted some genocide denial bullshit on Facebook, and I asked if she'd denied that there was a genocide, and she accused me of being a Hamas sympathizer. All her MAGA friends dogpiled me. Scary times.
Was killed in an airstrike.
I kind of mentioned that like before my mom passed. She asked me, she's like, "Do you support Palestine?" I'm like, "Yes." And she's like, "You support Hamas?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "Well, how can you support?" Like, the conflation is already there with the normies. So like, at least with this, there is the hope that the guys like Piers Morgan and the fact that I'm agreeing with Dave Smith on this is still wild to me. Like, I cannot understate how crazy today has been with Elon Musk turning on Trump and then this.
What was that?
Remarkable.
Like, and like Piers Morgan is 100%, like you could just say he is pro-Palestinian now, which is
Well, what was that?
You know
That
what?
has been
We'll
based
take who we can,
only
right?
on the basis of hearsay.
You don't
and
believe that
secondhand
story?
Information. I want these stories.
She's like the cold-blooded lawyer from the rival evil firm, and she takes cases from the richest corrupt clients only.
Wait a minute. You don't believe
Yes.
that those children were killed?
I have seen conflicting accounts, and I want that story to be properly investigated
It's like she read The Devil's Advocate and was just like, that's something to strive for.
before the international media runs with it. I have
You
a
think
question.
those two parents, one of whom I think operated on one of the children?
Normies are being blasted 24/7 that Palestine equals Hamas. Well, look at the like coverage with the couple that got married, that got murked, and then this guy.
I have a question.
You think that those
Denver,
two doctors,
or Boulder,
the parents, they just made it up?
Why are
that
those
9 of their
children
10
there?
children
just got some heartburn.
had been blown to pieces
Yes.
by an Israeli airstrike?
If this is true,
You don't believe it?
well, why on earth was artificially generated imagery used to promote this story when it first
I
happened?
got to say,
We've seen
Natasha,
time
I
and
think
time
what you've
again-
just said about that
Piers
family
Morgan, we've seen
is despicable.
Piers We've seen Morgan. time
I'm
and
sorry,
time again.
it's despicable.
What is truly
As somebody, you talk
despicable-
about blood libel, like Dave said. You talk about blood libel. You talk about lies.
All I said,
you talk about
Piers,
promoting
was that there were
propaganda.
conflicting
And here you sit
accounts.
here as a lawyer, and you say that you do not believe those 9 children were
I
killed.
didn't say that. You're putting
You
words
did?
in my mouth.
Do you believe it or not?
I said that there were conflicting
Do you
accounts
believe it?
and it needs to be
Do
investigated.
you believe it?
I thought you would be
The
first
parents said
person
9 of their
that
10
wants-
children were killed.
They
Do you
haven't-
believe them
they
or not?
haven't- they
Or
haven't
did those
said
two
that
doctors make it up?
They haven't said that directly as far as I have seen. I have seen second-hand accounts and hearsay, but it's important to ask, why are these civilians still there? Why is it that
Actually, no, it's important to ask whether
No,
you believe that family have lost 9 of their 10 children.
I want
Actually,
to know why the international
you don't, do
community...
you? You don't. And this goes to the point that I would say about Israel
Why are
generally
these
now, in this war now.
Palestinian civilians-
Israel says they don't believe anything.
Coming out of
Everything,
Hamas,
every
indeed.
story that comes out about the deaths of civilians in Gaza,
Because there is a
someone
track
will
record
pop
of
up
lies.
representing the Israeli government saying, it's propaganda, it's not true, I've heard it's not right, I've heard it didn't happen. And the
Good job,
reason you can
Piers.
get away with it, frankly, is because you won't allow, the Israeli government won't allow, I don't want to keep putting you in the government, but you defend them. The Israeli government refuses to allow international journalists to get in there and do their job and verify whether any of these things are actually
So I
happening
have been
when you
there.
say they didn't happen.
I can help you with why. I've been there in September and seen a great deal of the Hamas terror infrastructure with my own eyes, including the fact that when we were in Rafah, every second building was being used
Did you see any dead
by
children?
Hamas. No, and this is the
Wow.
important factor.
Why do you think that?
Our movements...
Is that because there
very-
aren't any,
No.
or because you were being given a sanitized little tour,
No, we were
which
being-
didn't involve seeing the bodies of dead children?
We were very restricted because of the nature of the battlefield in
What
in
right does the
Gaza.
IDF have to restrict journalists doing their job?
Mhm.
In every
Well,
other
on the
war I've
basis-
ever been involved in, including sending my Daily Mirror journalists to cover the Iraq war in Baghdad, where they rang me at midnight to ask if they should leave or stay in a hotel, the Baghdad Hilton, I think it was called, before shock and awe arrived. So huge responsibility on my shoulders then about the lives of my journalists, but they were prepared to risk them to report the truth to the wider world. Israel has decided no journalists from outside can go in.
For 3 reasons.
And make that assessment themselves.
Yes.
What right does Israel have?
Ooh, just
to
her
do that?
body language alone is starting to kind of like shift where she knows she's getting decimated. Like, look at I get just the few pauses I hit right there. It was just like, ooh.
3 reasons. Will you allow me to finish?
Well, there are no reasons.
Well, you've
It's
just
none
asked
of
me-
your business
you've
whether
just-
the journalists view their safety as being at risk.
I'm sorry, you haven't heard the reasons yet. The first, of course, is the safety of the journalists, and I appreciate you don't accept that. The second...
I think it's a load of nonsense.
The second is the safety...
The idea you're doing is that some quaint concern for the safety of journalists is bullshit.
That was reason number 1.
Utter
Reason number 2.
Hey, you know what? For somebody like Piers, I appreciate the fact that he does save, like, when he says bullshit for when it really is bullshit.
Is the ability...
These better get better.
How else do you break that down?
The ability of IDF soldiers
she's
to
so
be able
full
to
of
conduct
shit.
this war against Hamas.
What up, Genie Bottle? How you doing?
Without...
without the journalists getting in the way?
No, without...
They've actually, by the way...
Genie Bottle. Hi, folks. Piers got a visit from 3 ghosts, past Palestine ghosts, present and future, like Tiny
Wait,
Tim.
they kill more
And then little...
journalists in Palestine.
Wait a minute. And then Tiny Tim on the
Hamas-
left.
Hamas members wearing press vests are not journalists. And reason
And then Dave Smith.
number 3...
So none of them are journalists.
And reason number 3...
So just to be clear, none of the Palestinian journalists who've been killed are actually
I
journalists.
said
Is that
Hamas members.
Oh, they're all Hamas
Palestinian
members?
Islamic, those that are. And those
Every
that belong to-
single dead
That's not what I
Palestinian
said.
journalist
I
is a
don't-
member of Hamas. Is that your position?
No, listen, I appreciate Piers. This
That is
your
also
style.
bullshit.
But
No,
misrepresenting,
I'm not gonna let you bullshit.
misrepresenting every
So that's
word
2 out of
is
2. What's the
okay.
3rd reason?
Our mutual friend Douglas Murray was embedded with the IDF in Lebanon.
You said the words yourself. I love Douglas, but he was embedded with the IDF.
Right.
He's unbelievably
But in
pro-Israel.
let me finish.
So of course
Will
he
you
was
allow
going
me
to
to
write
finish?
what
No.
he witnessed while embedded with the IDF.
No, let me finish what his experiences there were. The difference
I
is
read
that in
it.
Lebanon...
You have to tell me.
There is something I think that you won't have heard. The IDF are able to allow journalists into Lebanon. He wasn't the only one. There were many other
There
international
have been a
journalists with him.
tiny... No.
Those
Again,
other
bullshit.
international journalists with him were
Bullshit.
very clear.
There
that
have
they-
been a tiny
beg your
handful of journalists led in
Beg your pardon. Now
by
she's
the
clutching her
IDF
pearls.
in tightly controlled environments
And you
to
know-
witness what the IDF were prepared to let them
And
see.
you know what
And
those
actually, what it
journalists
needs this
said?
war to stop the bullshit, which is out of control, by the way, in this last 3 minutes, is to let international journalists go in and do their jobs. And they will worry with their networks or organizations about their safety, but they should be allowed to do their jobs. And there's only one reason why the Israeli government doesn't want international journalists crawling all over Gaza. It's because they do not want them reporting
Piers.
what they will find.
Reason
which,
number
by the
3.
way, will include the bodies of thousands of children who you, on the Israeli side, are not counting as you count the terrorists you kill, but who journalists would.
Reason number 3 is that those journalists that were in Lebanon said that they had to be very careful about what they reported because of what Hezbollah would do to their colleagues in Beirut. The fact that international journalists have sunk to this level, that they would allow their reportage to be controlled by terrorist organizations, Iranian
Reportage.
proxies,
I haven't heard that
Hamas
one
and
before.
Hezbollah included, is despicable. That is the real issue here that has driven
Actually,
the
it's not.
international
The real
community.
issue
Of course
is
it is.
Israel-
This is terrorist organizations'
The real-
propaganda.
actually,
that
it's
you
not.
have
Let me
eaten
bring
up.
David- let me
and
bring
the fact
David.
that you will not allow me to answer a single question
You know what?
here
You've made
will
all
be
your
perfectly
points, and they
evident to
all,
your
I'm
viewers.
afraid,
I
Natasha,
haven't. I certainly
turned out
haven't
to be
made all my
bullshit.
points.
So let me bring in Dave. Dave, look, I don't like to keep saying the word bullshit, but when you hear a lot of bullshit, you have to call it for what it is, bullshit. And the truth is, particularly on the journalist front, there is a very simple way that all this
I feel like Piers is doing like the shit counter from South Park.
fog of war confusion could be resolved, and then it's to let the journalists in. And there's a very simple reason why they're not. They don't want the journalists to report to the world what is actually going on. Otherwise, they'd let them in.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I understand, Natasha, that you're upset that Piers isn't letting you finish your thought, but the idea that the number one reason you gave is that what Israel just values the sanctity of life so much that they're so worried about these journalists, it's just so ridiculous.
Actually,
It doesn't
it's
pass the
offensive,
basic smell
honestly,
test.
it
It's offensive to think that level, you talk about propaganda being spread. That is just pure
Who's going to be
propaganda.
blamed
It is
for these
obvious.
journalist
It is obviously the reason
hang on,
Israel
who's going to
doesn't
be
let-
blamed? Sorry, Natasha just said, who will be blamed for the journalist deaths? A recognition that yet more journalists would be killed, because I think it's well over 100
why Israel
Palestinians
hasn't
who you
wanted
think
to-
are all Hamas members. But you know what? It's not your job to worry about the safety of international journalists. They've all been to many, many war zones.
That's
Whether it's
extremely
Clarissa
hypocritical.
Ward at CNN,
Yes.
Jeremy
To say
Bowen
that
at
and to
BBC.
accuse
I
Israel
know a
of
lot of these
giving
people
journalists in the
myself.
same breath.
You let the journalists do their job, and you do yours.
Yeah, by the way,
and the
Pierce,
IDF can
Pierce,
do theirs.
They don't seem to have this concern about being blamed for slaughtering the children of Gaza. You know, like
they don't admit
that's not
they're
enough to
killing
get them
any.
to stop that. Right, right. As every time you hear, it's either, oh, this is propaganda, this is Hamas propaganda, those kids weren't intentionally killed, all this stuff. But look, like we said at the beginning, this is just, it doesn't meet the basic smell test, the basic human test. If you're telling me, as you said, Natasha, that Hamas has locked up all of the aid that's gotten in there, so who are you targeting when you don't let further aid in? It's the civilian population who's not getting it. Now, you could sit here and say Israel isn't targeting them, meaning I blow up a building that I know has little children in it, but I'm claiming I'm targeting the bad guy. But you know that in effect, your action is going to, in effect, destroy the civilian population. I'm sorry, this is a distinction without a difference. And I don't care about your appeal to international law. Look, I'm Lysander Spooner on this issue of international law. I think either international law allows what Israel is doing to Gaza, or it's been powerless to stop it. So either way, it has not been effective enough. By the way, it does seem like it's the latter, not the former, seeing as how there is, you know, criminal warrants out for Netanyahu for committing war crimes. But regardless of that, the bottom line here is that Israel is doing this to the civilian population of Gaza, and nobody who's being honest doesn't believe that the only reason Israel won't let journalists in there is because they don't want the world to see what they're doing to these people. Period. That's the reason, and everybody, including you, knows it. The problem here is that you're not allowed to tell the truth. You're Israel's lawyer, and you got to defend them no matter what. Natasha, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Sorry, I'm an independent
Does Israel have nuclear weapons?
of the English bar.
Yes or no?
That's a good
I'm not
question.
instructed.
Yes or no?
I'm
Yes
not
or no,
instructed.
Natasha? Do they have
Does
nuclear
Israel have
weapons?
nuclear weapons, Natasha?
Why do you think I would know any better than you, Piers?
What's the name of your company?
You do know. You are not telling the truth, and so you won't say it. But by the way, this right here, Pierce, well, let me just say, it's disqualifying to this conversation. You're playing a different game than me and Pierce are. We are having a conversation about what's actually going on. You're a lawyer who's not allowed to incriminate your client, which is Israel, because you know the answer the same way Pierce knows it, the same way I know it. Do they have nukes?
Let me be perfectly clear. I am not in the employ of anyone associated.
What's the name of your organisation?
UK Lawyers for Israel began as a voluntary association of lawyers looking for the proper application of law to Israel, Israelis, and combating anti-Semitism. It is truly remarkable. We are having a different conversation. This is a circus, and I am actually...
She can't answer it. All right. He did get her.
Seeking to address practical questions, including the disgusting situation that we are now left with, where the international community has said that Palestinian civilians must uniquely be kept in a war zone, may not be permitted to leave. That is what I am hearing being advocated for consistently, so that they can be continued to be used not just as human shields by Hamas, but as human sacrifices, dragging this conflict out.
Oh
the
my
tragedy
God! Did she just really?
Misinformation
what the fuck?
And this propaganda is not just that Jews are being gunned down and burned in the street. It is also that Palestinian civilians are continuing to suffer as a result of this war, but also of Hamas suppression, repression, torture, and the stealing of aid, which has been well documented. The fact that people like the two of you will continue to put out this false information, to perpetuate this conflict, to perpetuate Palestinian suffering is truly disgusting. What have I said that's false?
I didn't think anyone could be more disingenuous than the UK ambassador. I got to say, Natasha, you've got right up there. You've crossed that little bar, haven't you?
If you can indicate one aspect of what I have said that is incorrect, we will have this conversation.
I'm not used to him using this tactic on people that really, truly deserve it. So
out appallingly misconceived allegations, which are
I kind of like this Pierce arc. I'm just gonna say it, guys.
Baseless.
Do you know what?
Pierce,
Israel.
Notice she couldn't answer the question.
I had Jonathan
about whether Israel
Conricus
has
on, who was a
nukes.
former IDF guy, obviously.
Dude, that was
and even
wild.
he was able to admit a lot of what Israel is now doing is wrong. And it just shouldn't be happening the way that it's happening. When you blindly don't... I mean, I think that Hamas are blindly ideologically to one side of this. They're a bunch of genocidal maniacs. I think people like Smodrich are genocidal maniacs. And I think anyone on the pro-Israeli side, particularly a lawyer who can listen to what Smodrich said last week and not understand that he is actually promoting war crimes out of his very mouth.
We haven't discussed Smotrich, and I'm not particularly interested in what he has to say because it's.
Well, he's the
clearly
finance
not...
minister of the Israeli government. He's one of the three most powerful people in the country.
He clearly doesn't have an input to the war cabinet's policy or
what
how
a
this
load
military
of
or how this
utter
campaign has been
Oh my God, dude.
run.
Even you don't believe that if you say it.
How does she just lie so freely? Like Donald Trump even stammers a little bit, man. She doesn't stutter at all.
Well, I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't believe it.
You don't
but
think
I
the
believe it.
Smodrich has much
Do you think she actually believes this? I don't.
Influence over the Israeli government?
Not on the
Do you know
conduct.
anything about the Israeli government?
Not on the conduct of this
it's like
war.
saying
Piers, on the basis.
Goebbels didn't have any control over policy. Therefore, it doesn't matter what he said.
I didn't interrupt Mr. Smith. The fact of the matter is that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Everything
I'm starting to sometimes like Piers. What the fuck is going on?
that the Israeli army, the Air Force, and the Military Advocate General Corps, which is actually unique in the manner in which it approves strikes and the military tactics that the IDF launched. In fact, when I was on the ground in Gaza, including with a very senior military official from the UK, Sir John McCall, all of the group remarked that the procedures that Israel had put in place were unprecedented, that it wasn't just adhering to international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict, but in every respect was going far above the requirements, including in taking precautions to prevent civilian casualties.
How have they been so careful? Have they managed to destroy 70% of Gaza and killed, I think it's 50 to 60,000 people?
Well, those again are Hamas
The gaslighting,
figures,
wow.
which
Yeah.
are
What's the figure then?
not accurate.
What's the figure?
Well, you heard, I think, from the ambassador, 30,000.
How many people have you killed?
30,000. There you go with you again. I think there's been some misbriefing in this.
Well, you seem to be
context of this
speaking on
interview.
behalf of the government.
No,
So
I'm speaking on behalf of the facts and the proper application of law, which I appreciate neither of you seem to be particularly interested in. But I will maintain my interest.
Welcome to the Max Left, Piers.
In particular, the fact that these casualty figures by Hamas do not take account of how these people have said to have died. We know Hamas are shooting their own civilians. That false report of Palestinian civilians at aid centers being targeted by Israel, that was in fact Hamas shooting them.
you don't know that.
I am starting to wonder if Dave Smith is still can you classify him as anything as a libertarian still? It's kind of weird.
We have the drone
You don't know that.
and we have
You actually
consistent
don't know
accounts.
who killed them.
We have consistent accounts.
The investigation is still going on, but of
We
course it's an Israeli investigation, which will doubtless exonerate the Israeli forces.
We also know that Palestinian civilians are killed by indiscriminate missiles. Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas rockets, when they fall short in the Gaza Strip, they don't fall with a proportionality analysis. They don't fall precisely in the way that Israeli strikes are conducted with warnings before.
If you're doing everything so magnificently by the book, why is it that so many allies of Israel are now queuing up and former prime ministers of Israel are queuing up to condemn it? Are they all utterly deluded?
No, there are two particular reasons for this. The first is what we have seen with the manufacturing of this disinformation that comes out of Gaza from Hamas, that is promoted by NGOs formerly respected like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that is then in turn reported by UN special rapporteurs, that finds its way into
Only respectable when they're reporting on your casualties, right?
Security Council resolutions or General Assembly resolutions, that then in turn makes it up to institutions like the ICC and the ICJ. And then once that circle of disinformation is complete, these matters are often re-reported by the NGOs that started this disinformation cycle in the first place. That's reason number one. Reason number two is because of the mode in which the international media have conducted their reporting of this conflict. We have the Al-Ali Hospital as a prime example on the 17th of October 2023. Immediately it was reported that this was an Israeli airstrike. That was false. Piers, just like the reports of Israel targeting Palestinian civilians trying to get aid were false. I urge you to use a little bit of logic here to assess what on earth Israel's objective could be, targeting civilians or hitting hospitals like this willy-nilly, which it does not do without good reason because Hamas has used them as command and control centers, and when it provides warnings to enable civilians to evacuate. Why on earth would Israel be targeting Palestinian civilians when it has been seeking from the get-go to evacuate them, to provide humanitarian corridors, which it has defended, even though Hamas has fired onto these civilians as they seek to flee areas where Hamas has embedded its terror infrastructure in these civilian areas, in mosques, schools, hospitals, and every second house when I was in Rafah that we saw. That is the truly...
How many houses did you see?
That is the truly...
How many houses did you see?
Well, many of them were destroyed,
Well, how many
unfortunately.
Did you see? You said every second house.
Tens,
You saw
yes.
10 houses.
No, tens, plural.
10.
The
Well, how
fact
many?
of the matter
Well, hang on,
is-
how many?
But Hamas
You said
are
every
clear.
second house.
Yes.
So how many did you see?
No, every second house.
How many
in
houses
Rafah.
did you go into?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Because
You've made a statement. You said every second house. How many did you go
Chiefing on Saudi. Nice.
the
Jack
houses
Herrera.
were
Give me a number.
left there to
You
go
know how
into.
many
I said
houses you went into?
Tens.
What? 10, 15, 20?
Who cares? You're missing the point here, I'm
No,
afraid.
no, I know the point.
Point is that
You
Hamas-
made a claim.
Hamas
I'm simply
makes
asking
no-
you to give me a number. Numbers are not your strong point. I know that.
I
But
beg your pardon?
But I imagine you remember.
I beg your pardon.
How many houses you went into?
No, we saw destroyed houses in the Rafah area because Hamas has been using these houses as part of its terror.
He did just kind of like drop like a very British, style insult. Just like, I know you're not very strong with numbers.
How do you know?
I beg your
Because
pardon.
they make clear
You just
their
said you went
tactic.
into them and you.
No, I
you
never.
said, you said,
Again, you're putting words in my mouth. If you would listen, I think things would be a lot clearer.
Right.
Hamas have
So
made
you
it
know what was
clear-
inside houses, even though you didn't go inside them, and they're all obliterated.
Well, you know I couldn't go inside them because they were booby-trapped by
So you
Hamas.
didn't go
But what I
inside them,
did
and they were
see-
all destroyed.
What I did
but
see,
you knew they were all full of Hamas stuff.
What I did see
How?
was drone footage that goes into
drone footage,
that
okay.
went into these houses that demonstrated.
So you didn't go into the houses, you didn't see any Hamas stuff in there, but you saw drone footage
that
later.
demonstrated
Supplied to you
how
by the
Hamas.
IDF.
Well, look,
All right,
Hamas make it very clear.
You know
If you
what,
won't
I'm sorry,
take
it's
my
just
word
all
for it,
flannel, isn't it?
You always take Hamas's word for it. So listen to what they
I certainly
say.
wouldn't take your
When
word for
they-
it. It sounds like a lot of old bullshit again.
Well, it's
Dave.
like, listen, Pierce, as I've dealt with this argument with Douglas Murray and now here today, this is about as serious as Dennis Rodman claiming that Kim Jong-un showed him a supermarket full of food. I don't know what to say here. And it would be equally ridiculous if I went on some Hamas-sponsored tour and then came back telling you that everything they say is correct. Here's the bottom line. I have a much more clear, logical answer. The reason why two former Israeli prime ministers, including Olmert, who is a right-winger, who was Sharon's guy. This is not as if this is some left-wing anti-war peacenik or something like that. The reason why two former Israeli prime ministers have come out and said that Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza is because Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. The reason why Israel will not let journalists into Gaza is because Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. And the reason why Israel is killing Palestinian civilians in Gaza, and the reason why they're building up more settlements in the West Bank is because, as Smotrich has said, as Katz, the defense minister, has said this week, and as Benjamin Netanyahu has said for years and years and years, their plan is greater Israel. They want Gaza and the West Bank. They call it Judea and Samaria. They believe that it's rightfully Israel's. Benjamin Netanyahu showed up to the United Nations a couple weeks before October 7th with a map where it was all Israel. That's the bottom line. It's why they've been controlling these territories since 1967. See, the truth makes a lot more sense. And by the way, you know that Israel has nuclear weapons, but you won't say it on this program because you're not in the business of telling the truth about this conflict. You're in the business of defending Israel, which is fine. That's what you want to do. But all three of us know they have nuclear weapons. Maybe we should get into where does international law stand on the US and the UK being partners with a country who's not in the non-proliferation treaty, who has nuclear weapons. Maybe we could have a whole conversation on that next time, Pierce.
I
But
think
come
you know
on,
what?
we all know what the truth is here.
What's happening? What is happening? When did the libertarians and like the center right like all of a sudden are starting to just come around on like not just this issue, but
Actually asked Netanyahu myself
the
that
fuck?
very question, and he didn't answer. So yeah, I think it'd be a very interesting
now nuclear proliferation
topic.
Proliferation.
Debate. We've got to leave it there. Dave Smith.
It's one of those words.
Dave Smith, Natasha Hausdorff. Thank you both very much. Ahmed Aloug is a Palestinian journalist and the co-founder of We Are Not Numbers, whose book of the same name tells the story of young Gazans in their own words. He's also has an extreme story of personal loss in this war, and he joins me in the studio now. Ahmed, it's good to see you. I was aware of you because you tweeted in April of last year on X, you posted on X, I blame you, Piers Morgan, me, for their murder and the murder of all innocent people in Gaza. This came after news of you losing a huge number of your family in an airstrike. First of all, my deepest condolences to you over the loss of your family members. And second, I would never judge anyone who fires off intemperate thoughts in a moment. So I didn't take that personally. Thirdly, I was getting that from quite a few people. A lot of those people now are praising me because they think I've switched sides. And to be clear with you, I don't take sides. I never have done. I've tried to platform people on both sides throughout this whole war. I think that's been really important. But it's good to see you in the studio and to meet. We don't know each other. First of all, when you posted that to me, why did you post that? Why did you blame me for what had happened to your family?
Well, thank you for having me first, and thank you for having so many Palestinians on your show. I don't think you can blame me for saying this to you, Piers, because you and I are journalists, and we know how important the role of journalists in this world is. And I've known you for a long time, and I have been following you for a long time. And I have always looked at you as this prominent British journalist. You're one of the most prominent journalists in the world. And then October the 7th happened, and I was watching how you covered the news in Gaza. And you were very angry at this October the 7th, and that's okay. You have the right to be angry at October the 7th.
Were you?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
You were angry at what Hamas did that day?
Yes,
to
I was.
Israeli people? The slaughter, the mayhem, the murder, the kidnapping of babies and Holocaust. This is one of the things I kept asking all the Palestinian guests, which is probably why you had a view that somehow I was against the Palestinian people. I wasn't, but I was certainly against anyone that wouldn't absolutely, unreservedly condemn what Hamas did that day. That had to be a starting point for any constructive conversation.
Okay, so you've said that for a long, long time. We have been talking about that for 20
But why would that be wrong?
Months. It's not wrong to feel angry about what happened. I wholeheartedly stand against harming civilians. All of my work, all of my life, all of my principles is against harming any civilians, whoever they are. I'm against all of that. But my problem, Piers, is that I have looked a lot for you. And then for the past 20 months, you have been repeating this over and over and over and over again, as if October the 7th was the beginning of everything. And you never looked at what happened before October the 7th and what happened 20 months after October the 7th.
The thing is, Ahmed, I never took a view that anything that happened on either side before October the 7th could possibly justify what Hamas did that day. There is no justification for that scale of terrorist attack. None. Nada. Nothing. So I wasn't prepared to countenance anyone sitting on that chair or in any other location I was in, who if I said to them, do you condemn what Hamas did? If they refused to answer, then I would challenge them angrily about that, as I would do the other way round, as I am now about what Israel's been doing. So I campaigned against the Iraq war, right? When I was editor of the Daily Mirror.
Oh my God, give him his back pats, guys. Not enough people have, apparently.
The things I think are wrong. And I will challenge and harangue people when I think they're supporting things that are wrong. So I'm just curious, though, why you've made it so personal against me. Do you blame me for the loss of your loved ones? I didn't understand that.
Okay. So everyone appreciates that you stood up against the war in Iraq. We also wanted you to stand up against the genocide that is taking place in Gaza.
Thunderclap just rattled the house. It was massive. And do you at least have some warning about the storm coming your way? Like, again, man, I still can't believe we didn't even get like a warning that this storm was coming. And it was powerful enough to all the bird feeders in my neighborhood just completely gone. Umbrellas were everywhere. Pretty sure that there was a trampoline turned over.
You changed your talks recently, and I appreciate that. I love that. But please remember,
what strain am I smoking?
Bad journalism kills. Bad journalism kills people. You know that Israel could not carry out a
Jelenade.
Genocide in Gaza without the
Who's that handsome doggo in the background? That's
justification
Stan.
from the mainstream media. And unfortunately, I don't
He's a
blame
good boy.
you specifically for the murder of my family.
Well, you did.
I blame all of the mainstream media on the murder of my family, and you were one of them.
Well,
Unfortunately,
you blame me personally.
I blame you personally as one of the mainstream media who justified the murder of the Palestinians and dehumanized the Palestinians.
I never
over
justified the
past.
murder of Palestinians. I only said...
Not directly,
I
indirectly.
only said that I believed Israel had a fundamental right and duty to defend its people after that appalling attack, a series of attacks, particularly as Hamas, through its official spokesman on camera, had said they were prepared and wanted to do this again and again and again.
Well, the thing is,
you talk about genocide,
Yeah.
that is genocide. That is actually what genocide is. When you want to kill as many Jews as you can kill.
that's the problem, Pierce.
Yeah, but that is genocide.
No, that is the problem. You always say that they want to kill the Jews.
They
Pierce,
do.
That is dangerous. You and I know that.
But they do.
Our problem is not against
don't make
the
any-
Jews.
they don't make a secret of it.
No. Our problem is not with the Jews. And even Hamas' problem is not with the Jews. It is with the...
What up, Chamuco Roberto? How you doing?
Why do they
Welcome.
kill so many Jews then?
They did not kill Jews. They killed Israelis.
Saudi? I got the...
Don't
I
justify
have some
killing of
flour.
Israel. It's not that
That's
I want them to
Saudi.
kill Israelis.
What
But there's a
religion do
huge
you suspect
difference.
most of the Israelis were?
It doesn't matter. But
does matter.
No, it makes a huge difference. They were not attacked because they were Jews. They were attacked because they were Israelis. It's a huge difference.
Well,
Do you
how
say
many
that-
of the people
would you-
who were
would you
killed?
kill-
How many of the people who were killed were not Jewish?
It doesn't matter. But would you like?
Of course it
most-
matters.
No, it matters. Let me ask you a question. So many Palestinians were killed. Thousands of Palestinians were killed. Would you call Israel killed the Muslims in Gaza? You would say the Palestinians. And the Israelis were Israelis. They were not there as Jews. They were there as Israelis. And that is dangerous, Pierce. It's not a religious war. This is a war between colonization and colonized, occupiers and occupied. People who have been living under blockade, under siege, under occupation for the past 77 years. It's not with the Jews. We never had a problem with the Jews. We love the Jews as much as we love the Christians.
But you have a problem with Israelis?
Of course, we have a problem with the Israelis as occupiers.
How can you say you have no problem with the Jews, but you have a problem with the Israelis, given that
Of course,
most
there's a huge
Israelis are
difference.
Jewish?
I'm just astonished that you can't make the difference between the Jews and the Israelis, Pierce. It's
Why?
a huge difference.
Most of them are Jewish.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes, but they're called Israelis.
I'm
not
astonished
Jews.
you would try and draw a distinction.
There's a huge difference.
Hamas don't give a damn about whether they're Israelis or anything else. They care about killing Jews. They made it no secret.
No, listen. I am the last person on earth to defend Hamas.
Good.
But just because I don't like Hamas, that does not make me like amplify and exaggerate in their in what they think and lie about them. Do you know Ahmed Yassin, the founder of Hamas? Do you know him?
Usually you gotta send a tip to get him a treat, but you know what? Those nice words got him a treat.
Personally,
No, he was
Thank you
the
for that.
founder of Hamas, and he was known as handicap who Israel killed. But anyway, he was once asked, "What is your problem with the Jews?" And he said it clearly, and I'm quoting him: "I don't have a problem with the Jews. If my brother, if my cousin occupied my country and killed me, I would have a problem with them.
7 dogs, holy crap!
Problem with the Palestinians,
I have 2 and they're a handful.
is against Zionism, against Zionists, against Israelis.
So why
not-
did they kill innocent Israeli people then? Innocent women, children, grandmothers.
ask me that question.
Why did
Ask
they
them.
kidnap babies? Why did they
Ask
kidnap
them.
Holocaust survivors?
Ask them. Don't ask me. I'm not one of them.
You're trying to
Please.
explain their ideology, and I'm telling you, they are an undisguised death cult.
It all makes difference.
intent on killing
it's
as many Jews
dangerous.
as they can kill.
It's dangerous when you make this religious war.
It's dangerous
Pierce.
when you try and pretend they're not after killing Jews.
Of course not. They're not, Pierce. Come on. They're after killing.
Come on, you don't think
Please.
Hamas target Jews?
Of course
because
not.
they're Jewish?
Of course not.
It's
Now
nonsense.
I can't stand Piers again.
No, it's not. I'm
I'm right there with
surprised
you,
that
where
you're
it's just
saying-
like, oh, there, oh, we're right back here.
Genuinely, I'm surprised. There's a huge difference.
You're surprised that I think Hamas target Jewish people?
Of course. Of course I am.
I find that staggering, Ahmed.
Why?
Because it's obviously a ridiculous thing to say.
Why?
Because obviously they target and murder as many Jewish people as they can get their hands on.
Of course not.
And you say it's because they're Israelis, not Jewish.
Because they're occupiers. Because they occupied our country. They
And
do
they're
that.
Jewish.
No, just because they occupy.
This is a really weird semantical argument because honestly, like, okay, there are, I happen to know some Israeli Christians, like,
Occupied our country. Because they're colonizers. Because they came to our country, kicked us out in 1948, and they killed thousands of Palestinians, including my grandparents.
You know why Israel was set up. It was set up after World War II, in which Jewish people were the victims of an appalling Holocaust by Hitler and the Nazis, where 6 million of them were exterminated purely because of their ethnicity and being Jewish.
That's correct.
So the Jewish people were given the state of Israel.
My country.
Well, okay, I understand that. Listen, I understand that argument. I understand the whole history and the whole argument. But it wasn't Israelis given that place. It was the Jewish people.
Yeah, but who are you to give the Jewish people my country?
I'm not giving it to them.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about those who send the Zionists to come and kill our families and take our lands. We have a problem with the occupiers, Piers. We don't have a problem with the Jews. Actually, I work with the Jews. Like, We Are Not Numbers. The mentor coordinator is Jewish. The chair is Jewish.
Tell me quickly about your book.
Well, this book, it's called We Are Not Numbers. It's the same name of my organization. And in this book, we tell the human stories behind the siege, behind the statistics, behind the numbers that we often see in the news. It is composed of 74 stories written by young people in Gaza, telling their personal stories to the world in a language that the world understands.
How many members of your family have you lost in this war?
I have no idea. I swear. But I just know that.
But tell me some of them.
I will tell you that on October 2023, my family were sleeping in their home. My father, my 2 brothers, my 3 sisters, and all of their children. 14 nieces and nephews were sleeping, and my cousin. And Israel just dropped a bomb on my family home, killing all of them.
Killed all of them?
All of them. My father, who was 75 years old. My brother, and my younger brother, who was 25 years old, and he was so happy at that time. He got a scholarship to do his master's degree in Australia. My 3 sisters, one is a computer engineer, another one is an accountant, another one is a teacher, and 14 kids were slaughtered in my home, Piers. 14 kids, ranging from 2 to 13 years old. They all had lives, they had dreams, they had the future ahead of them. And they didn't.
Criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Not everything is about being Jewish, so dense it's being done on purpose or due to stupidity.
Not hurt the Israelis. Did not cause them any damage.
This is where I am a little confused, where he's like, he spent this whole entire interview before this, or that whole debate, trying to stand up against, the Israeli propaganda, and then he turns around and uses it?
They were killed as they were sleeping. Do you know my brother-in-law, when he went to this home to retrieve the bodies of his children, he told me that he could not recognize the faces of his children because all of them were torn into body parts. My older sister, Wala, who was a computer engineer, they found the upper half of her body thrown in my neighbor's home. What did she do? She and all of her children. My other sister, she and all of her children. My other sister, she and all of her children. All of them were killed. After that, how many cousins did I lose? I have no idea. How many relatives, how many friends? Yes, for the past 20 months, the people in Palestine, in Gaza, they have been besieged from all sides. And they have been bombed day and night without a moment.
I know, and as you know, I've made it clear, I think this has gone on way too far now. It's completely disproportionate what Israel's done. The blockade was shameful, almost certainly a war crime. This has to stop. My heart goes out to you, genuinely.
Thank you.
For what's happened to your family. It's appalling. And like I say, I don't take it personally that you lashed out at me. I would question why, but I don't take it personally that you did that. I'm glad we've met. I'm very sorry about what's happened to your family.
Thank you.
I would ask you maybe one question, which is simply, do you blame Hamas at all for bringing the onslaught onto the people of Gaza with what they did on October the 7th? Do you not think that they knew when they did that exactly how Israel
I'll be honest, I've been kind of wondering this.
I have no idea what Hamas thought of when they did the 7th of October. I just know that Israel killed my family, and I know who killed my family. Israel. It was an F-16 that dropped a bomb on my family home, killing all my family. It was Israel who killed my mother 5 years ago. Do you know how? By not allowing her to receive a treatment for her cancer. They died. She died waiting to travel.
Orthodox Hasidic rabbis who are against the state of Israel because they say that these Pharisees are committing sin on the Holy
To a
Land.
Palestinian hospital in the West Bank to receive a treatment, and she died. I just know that Israel starved the rest of the Palestinian people. I know whose weapons are. I know these.
I mean, hot take. This is why I don't like extremist religion.
Who they belong to. I know who these weapons.
No, I understand
they
it,
belong
but I
to.
wonder whether you just think that what Hamas did was so heinous on such a spectacular scale that the leaders of Hamas knew that Israel would have to respond with enormous force. And they did. And a lot of your family were killed in the response that came. I'm not taking a side. I'm not trying to justify it.
Yes.
I'm just saying Hamas would have known exactly what was going to come back when they did what they did. And I just wonder whether, as you blame a lot of people, Israel, me, others, whoever, does any part of you also blame Hamas?
Piers, I don't know what Hamas thought when they did the 7th of October, but I know who killed my family. I know who starved the Palestinian people. I know who started all of this problem in the Nakba 77 years ago when they took away my homeland. I'm a refugee, Piers Morgan. And I know all of the evil in the world starts from the root causes, which is the occupation. Enough, Piers. We need to live in dignity.
I agree with
to
you.
live in freedom.
Listen,
is it too much to ask for freedom?
Ahmed, I agree with you. You should have exactly the same rights. All Palestinians should have the same human rights as Israelis, as me, as anybody else. I think there should be a two-state solution where Palestine has its own state, exactly as Israel does. I've said that from the start, and I hope we get to that place. And I hope this war and the suffering and the appalling experience that you and your family have had to endure is brought to an end, and that finally we can get to some peace in this very long-running, awful conflict. It's very good to meet you. Honestly, it is. You speak very eloquently about it, and I completely understand why you feel so passionately. I'd feel exactly the same way if it was my family.
I really hope your family and the families of our listeners and viewers don't experience what I have experienced, because it is absolutely horrific, and no one should ever experience that. And I really wonder, Piers, finally, if you were a Palestinian, if you lived under occupation your entire life, if you never had a passport, if you could not travel, if there were some foreigners who came to your country, stole it, and they controlled your life, your entire life, what would you do?
I wouldn't like it.
Because we need help.
I wouldn't like it. I don't think I would commit a terrorist attack, and I think that was an unforgivable act that day.
What would you do?
By Hamas? I don't know the answer to that question, and it's a good question. It's an important question, and I don't know the answer. I don't think you know until you're in the shoes that the Palestinian people were in. I do know that what was going on was an oppression of the Palestinian people.
It's actually a strangely...
do believe it
All right.
was a form of
I'll give him points
occupation.
on that answer. Just saying I don't know that answer.
I do think it has to end, and Israel should not be able to exercise that kind of power over what happens to the Palestinian people. And the Palestinian people should have the same human rights as they do and I do. I've got to leave it there, Ahmed, but it's good to meet you. I'm glad you came in and we did this face to face.
Thank you very much. For
Come back
having me.
again.
Of course. Thank you.
That was actually again a strangely we'll call that the Piers Morgan 180 show. Holy shit, I mean, for real. Like I just feel so weird. Actually, you know what? It's pressing on the side of my glasses. I think I might have just a little bit of a headache happening. I love this ASMR debate. There we go. All right. We got this, nothing there. I'm seeing way too many AI advertisements lately. Maggione's lawyer's motion for court appearance without bulletproof vest and shackles. What? This is all from the right wing. Luigi Maggioni appeared in New York City federal court. Maggioni was taken into custody. Okay, we get it. He's been a model prisoner, a model defendant, knowing that the restraints in a vest prejudice jurors and impair his legal participation. Oh. I don't know about that. I'm not sure, like, wouldn't we want him to have a bulletproof vest? Just in case. I don't know, man. IDF is, Oh, no, actually. Hold on. Because they don't want to martyr him, so. Ludicrous and nothing but a thinly veiled excuse to provide cover for Israel. Just, yeah, I know. The fact that, I mean, it took Piers this long to just kind of like come around and just be like, oh, they wanted this land, and this is what the end game is, and we've all kind of seen that. But alrighty, I am going to do a quick ad break over on YouTube, so sorry to anybody that is not rocking YouTube Premium, but this really helps the channel out, so I appreciate you guys just kind of sitting through that, and then we're gonna go into the next segment, but I will do that when this is over. There we go. So our hypothetical future Luigi saviors need to start at the bottom up of the succession list. We need to stop talking like that. Honestly, it's the comedy's lost on it when you have people literally coming after like people for their speech and just shit like that. Honestly, because the memes aren't there either. I don't know, man. No, he needs to, like, go and, like, if they don't televise that trial, that's going to be that'll be huge. Because I believe that was the big push to to get it into federal court so they couldn't televise it. Because if it stayed in that state court, they were going to fucking show the whole thing. That does not condone any chat comments. Honestly. Y'all are you. But yo, thank you, dude. Hey, what's up, Doc? What up, dude?
Bandit and 11 $2. Hey,
all
what's
right,
up, Doc?
Johan, you should appreciate this. This is Stan's buddy here. That $2 was not for me. Yeah, num num. All right. Congress does its job, impeaches and removes. What? I mean, we've all seen how impeachment and removing people works. We need to stop with this shit just because that says something in the fucking Constitution, or like it lays it out. We have to be more realistic about the like actual application of these things, like impeachment. This is why I got mad when they're like, we need to go impeach Trump right now. It's like, Jesus fuck. The fact that they don't understand that it is true. Like the Democrats and like everybody going after Trump for all of his illegal bullshit, which was still illegal. Yeah, the him keeping those files, but you know what? Realistically, it was one of those things. Like, did they really think it was going to help them in the election? Because it really did do the opposite. Especially the fact that they only had the one, and he kept winning all of his fucking appeals. Like, I'm going to just be real here, man. They need to just fucking stop with that. Stop making this guy a fucking martyr all the time. Ugh. Because then he gets to go out there and do look at the Democrats, they hate me so much, they're coming after me, the witch hunt, blah, 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 blah. No, honestly, use the energy that you used against Biden to go and protest protest Trump and move him on Gaza and keep moving him. towards a ceasefire, towards a two-state solution that doesn't include having our, 51st stamp state or 51st state stamp on it. Ay, ay, ay. Glory, glory. Well, that may be the problem of this form of government limits. He's a rich white man with executive privilege. Dude, the guy, he's showing that he can just ignore the fucking courts. Like, what we need to do is we need to focus on getting Democrats that know how to actually speak and do things. Like, it's not that fucking hard. But realistically, we can say, the APEC money or whatever the hell, but dude, part of it is we're not good at messaging and we're not good at keeping focus because you have like PSL and DSA, for instance, they can't even get along. Like this is kind of my problem where it's like you want to shift the Democrats more left, but then you also just want like everybody to just shift left, whereas that's never gonna fucking happen. It's the same way that I just had this argument with one of my Trumper buddies where I was just like, so in your perfect world, do I turn into a Trumper? Like, or do I get locked up? He's like, well, honestly, I don't want to do either because I think that, having free expression. I'm like, so what is your end game then? Because it's like, dude, you keep talking about having, these libs and the woke bullshit. So I guess his end game is just to make the wokes feel bad and we'll just keep living our lives. But we still want him here because we like the disagreement because it's no fun to always just have people who agree with you. We won't actually want to catch the car. Come on, guys. Did he just do a mass daylight robbery, tax cuts for the wealthy, cuts to the poor? Yes. Did anybody stop it? Did anybody's outrage actually do anything? Did anybody protest it in a timely fashion? Is anybody out there actually like doing mass protests, calling for fucking mass movements? No, we're all sitting here fucking waiting. And you have like some small protests out there. Like it's great, but speaking to him doesn't work. I know. I don't know, guys. Speaking to him doesn't work. No, that's bullshit, Sylvie. I'm sorry. No, speaking to him and tricking him into doing something based on his benefit. The thing is, people don't want to work within the confines of what we have. They never do. Like, look at the way that we did Biden. Like, honestly, Genocide Joe. Where's the cute nickname for Trump? He's done more. Under Trump, he has seen more death and destruction. Where's the nickname? Where? Like, seriously, fucking where? Like, we're pivoting libertarians. We're pivoting fucking Piers Morgan. So we can't ride that momentum. Like, I'm gonna start being a little. He'll only listen to his Glazers, like Piers Morgan. So are you saying that I'm actually right and that we did that our outrage and our pressure has worked? Dems are economic neocons trying to masquerade as social workers. Yeah, actually, that's when you look at Hakeem Jeffries, that's actually a very fair assessment of that. Yeah, well said. Chuck Schumer being Chuck Boomer and Hakeem Jeffries being cute nicknames. Okay, you know what? Maybe they'll make the cut. I don't know. It has to rhyme and it has to be catchy. Like Little Marco. Can we just all admit that Little Marco, that one slaps? Oh, dude, I gotta take like a Tums or something. Hey, repentant man, I thought that you left us. I am indeed. Shame. Trump has so many nicknames that aren't used because the Democrats don't have the backbone to do it. That's what I mean. Mango Mussolini, fucking Tangerine Tyrant. You know, those are some good ones. Like those those are the ones that really, yeah, those are good. But again, you don't want to overuse them. See, what cringed me the fuck out was when Tim Walz, he hit on the weird thing, but then everybody, like in the Democratic Party and then The View, and then just they overused it, and like they're not good at doing this in a way that's genuine, like Trump, where Trump just says it and everybody's just like, you know, like they have to make a t-shirt of it. Like, look at the way that they did the comma la, like, God. I'll be real. As somebody that like got heckled for not being able to really say her name properly, just because I don't know, but then they're trying. People tried to make it like a thing about, you know, me being disingenuous and you're not actually trying to help her. You know what? In hindsight, with everything being what it is now, I'm gonna do this. What'd that get you? Taco Trump seems, yeah, see, the thing is, that's what bothers him. Taco. Like, you got, like, this is what I've been saying, and honestly, this is what got me pissed off. I had this argument already. This was my fucking protest sign. People were telling me how I wasn't helping. How, oh my God. It's insulting. It's like, no, you know what it did? It made a bunch of fucking people laugh, and it brought joy at a protest. And also, it pissed off a lot of people. The reactions I got were from a bunch of these dudes that were just like, what do you mean each corn long ways? Which, somebody said that's the most Midwestern insult ever, and I was just like, it is. You should say people's name right, though, especially when they themselves make it clear how it's pronounced. What if you have a pronunciation problem like dyslexia, where your brain can't really do it? Or you have a lisp, or or how about this? Take the stick out of your fucking ass and we can just not care. I don't care if you call me Peep. Call me Peep. I don't care. Why do people care so fucking much? Misgendering sucks. Misgendering is something, and dead naming, that sucks too. But then just doing this bullshit where, you mispronounced my name. And then we sit there on the back foot always going like, well, you know what? Why do they always make fun of us like we're always just a bunch of bitchy, like just we're always so bitchy. That's why. Honestly, and I'm sick of it. I don't believe in that. I would never stand behind that. I'll fight for you if somebody misgenders you. I'll fight for someone if somebody dead names you. But if somebody says, Salvi, calls you Salvi, I'll just be like, okay, they're stupid. I care how people pronounce names. Why? Is that just a you thing? Because why? What is it hurting, and what does it help to be hurt by it, or to not even be hurt by it, but to just like to care? That little bit of extra, just you're taking your energy to care about something that will never affect you in any way, shape, or form. Sorry, man. Rant over. Didn't know I was gonna go that hard at that. Sylvie, I'm sorry for harping on you too. If you genuinely care, I'm not trying to say you're stupid for caring. I'm just saying, like, there are better things to waste your energy on. Bring it back. Thank you. Trump supporters are not gonna get until they are made homeless by this administration. Even then, it'll be a hard sell. Yeah, because they'll still somehow blame the Democrats and Biden. They'll like, this is the thing about them. they can't be wrong either. Like, when you listen to the way that these people debate or like interact with you, I'm not sure if you guys have the displeasure of interacting with Trump supporters, but they live in a different reality and they have to. And there's no convincing them otherwise. That's what's scary. Like, and that's why when we say the cult supporters, those are the ones that are just, they're too far gone. We can't do anything about it. But I also think that we overestimate how many of those there actually are. There are so many more who just voted for Trump because they didn't like Biden, who wanted they just wanted a change. And then you have the most unspoken part about this election was how many people just didn't vote. And continually, and I need to bring this up more as a streamer, how many people just don't vote? I do, like, I made it a point when I started streaming to kind of speak to the, like, political layman, somebody who considers themselves either apolitical or they're trying to find their place in the journey that is politics. But what I keep finding when I come across people like this is they keep telling me how they keep getting shunned from both sides of the internet and how they keep getting kicked from chats for just being genuinely curious about positions. Like, that shit is wild to me. So, just gonna say, like, I'm looking to kind of change that kind of change the discourse on that. And that's why I always make it a point, and I've had people in my chat get pissed at me for saying, like, how come you say you're left of center? How come you just, like, you never just overtly say that you're a leftist? It's like, because I try to sell it that just because I lean left does not mean that I'm going to shut down conversation, because when you just market it that way, when you just say, I'm a leftist, they hear it as, oh, well, I'm not welcome here. And this is where I keep harping on the fact that we as the left need to get better at marketing ourselves and our ideas. And I'm going to harp on that until the day I quit streaming. Because it's insane how people will actively argue with me against that. Where it's just like, wow, cool. Because, governments were built on just, the ideas of virtuous men. Come on. That's I think that's honestly part of it, is the fact that we delude ourselves. Like, do you guys actually think the founding fathers were these virtuous pillars of perfection the way that Republicans do? Like, they deify these motherfuckers. Like, come on. I'm pretty lax, but I still want people to be aware of how their language affects others. That you have to. That's where I'm just telling you, pick your battles, Sylvie. Because honestly, you're going to push more people away from you by having that, by taking that stance. I'm just saying. I had this happen to me. I played the virtue signaler. And the thing is, when I learned that, why I was doing it, and sat there and analyzed it, I was just like, oh, you know what? I'm not helping. I'm just not helping. But realistically, I also... This is where I'm not trying to say that, again, because you care, that you're somehow wrong, Like I was trying to say, I just feel like there are, especially in politics and this day and age, this fascist regime that we're living through, there's other things that we can focus on, not micromanaging language or micromanaging how someone pronounces Kamala. Because you realize that that's where that came from. That it came from this weird, you can't even have, basic respect. It's like, no, I just don't care. I don't fucking care. You know who I was talking about. Was I being disrespectful? No. Am I being disrespectful now? Yes, because you called me on it and made me mad. That's where that goes. Alcohol is worse than pot. It is so much worse than pot. It makes you bloated. That's my number one, thing with alcohol, especially, beer. It's like, come on, why you gotta do that? Because that's also why I'm saying, Sylvie, and that's why I did use that to equate it. If somebody dead names you, yeah, that's a different story. And that's where I am, but it's not different in the context of this argument. There is a line, and that's my line. If you're using it to beat purposefully, intent. Intent is what we need to be better at screening, because we do this thing where we hear something, no intent behind it. This is also where they get the whole, oh, you can't even be funny anymore. Because you, like, to be honest, in comedy, there is a lot of that where it's just like you're trying to make a joke and they didn't, like, God forbid they didn't hear the first part of it. They only heard the punchline and they're just like, oh, you're xenophobic or something like that. Like that kind of bullshit too, where it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. You shouldn't mispronounce their names, especially if you know how to and you just keep saying it wrong. That's how I see it. The thing is, it's like what I'm explaining to you, Sylvie, is the fact that even though I know her name is Kamala, right there, I'm not sure if I'm actually pronouncing it right. And the thing is, I don't give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. It's close enough. And I'm not being disrespectful. This is where I was saying, this is where you need to eke out the intent of that. And that's why it even caused a fucking argument. That's why we're having this discussion right now. Because I understand what you're saying, but you're I feel like you're either misunderstanding what I'm saying, or like, I don't want to, are you purposefully misinterpreting it? Again, there are plenty of exceptions, but that's the rule, but it's a rule of thumb. Yeah, sticks and stones, dude. That's how I feel. Sticks and fucking stones. There are just so many better things to fucking care about than, like, and again, you're not winning anybody with that. You're not winning any arguments with it. Ever. You're never going to get somebody to just go, like, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. Because even me, I'm a pretty understanding guy. Would you, like, or I'll ask this. Sylvie, do you think that I'm a pretty understanding person? Do you think that my intent is to hurt people? Like, because the thing is, if you were, like, for instance, back during the election, one of the people to start harping on me about this, honestly, we probably wouldn't be having this chat, because I have a feeling that I would have gotten really upset. It's not my priority, but it's something I will bring up. Well, that's fair. I'm not trying. Okay. Hey. All right. I feel like I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. I'm not trying to get heated. Just, God, pick your fucking battles. That's something that everybody needs to hear more of. Just pick your fucking battles. Take a breath and then just ask yourself, if I let them just do that, will it affect me in a negative way, or will I just live in peace? It's the whole let them thing, you know? Well, if it's not your priority, but it's something that, okay, but do you understand where you become like, you can become an enemy to somebody that you wanted to be an ally to in that moment, though. That's my point. Like, this is also kind of part of it, where it's like, I was talking about how, like, the left does lose, like, the whole marketing game. Well, this is kind of part of that, where it's just like, dude, there's no compromise. The only compromise is when somebody comes around to your position, and then then it's like, oh, you know what? Now I'm okay. That's not compromise, and that's not okay. Also, it is kind of ridiculous where it's just like, this isn't it. This isn't it. No, calling somebody out for being a fucking genocidal Zionist, that's where it is. Calling somebody out for their fucking fascist tendencies and the fact that they support the wide arrest of pretty much any brown person, that's where it is. That's where the energy should be. But if you want to use energy, but with arguing semantical bullshit on the internet, or even in real life with people that you genuinely agree with, not just generally, genuinely agree with, then I don't know what to say. I find myself having these arguments a lot. I've already lost one long-term viewer because of stuff like this. And, like, honestly, this is one of those also, like, these situations too, where it is just like, okay, like, I would like to know what your perception of me is based on that, because, like, realistically, I'm starting to think, like, do you question my intentions on that one? Stubborn is fine. when it is about something material. This isn't even material. That's where I'm like, I'm kind of like fucked up about this kind of stuff, because it is like, this is what hurts. This is the stuff that when I watch right-wingers like the Quartering or like any of those other dipshits, this is the stuff that they're always railing about. And honestly, it's such an easy one to just go like, no, you I'm only bring up the name thing briefly and respectfully, and when there isn't more pertinent details to talk about. So, in what scenario would you say that you actually encounter this then? Actually, you know what? No more theoreticals. In what situation do you harp on this? Or have you harped on this in the past? Like recent past? Because I'm trying to analyze whether or not it was helpful. Like, was it to some... And here's a big part of it. Was it to somebody that you, in your politics and daily life, mostly agree with? Because I'll be honest, man, I have lost an argument that got somebody essentially out of like even hearing my political positions from just bringing up shit like this and like being semantical and just being like, actually, it was during Kamala. Don't even know. Again, don't care. But honestly, it was one of those situations where I was just like, yeah, dude, it's because I think that when it comes down to it, you are kind of chauvinist. Right there. Right there. And you know what? I was fucking wrong. I was so wrong. But it felt good in the moment for me to just be like, oh, you know what? I can call him a chauvinist and he'll feel bad about it. You know what? I don't talk to that guy anymore. And he was a friend of over almost 17 fucking years. I'm not happy about that. And honestly, if I could have walked it back and not said it, I would have. But not enough people also do that, where they look at like how they were the assholes in a situation. Trust me, that's why an entire Reddit community of people going, "Am I the asshole?" exists. My roommate said it wrong. Oh wait, I'm mainly bringing up the name thing briefly and respectfully. When there isn't more pertinent details to talk about, my roommate said it wrong when talking about politics, and I briefly corrected her on what the pronunciation is. She hasn't said it wrong since. Okay. Was she saying it Kamala? Because, like, then, yeah, okay. But if it's Kamala, like, again, I don't know, man. What did I come back to? A semantical argument about how to pronounce Kamala's name, and then just in general being overcorrected on just stuff where you're just like, wait a minute. Like, and again, this isn't Sylvie. Like, I want you guys to be clear, and I want Sylvie, I want you to know that this does not pertain to you. This is literally what I dealt with during the election. And as a content creator, this is what I was dealing with, especially from like the Kamala crowd. Kamala. My thing is, we shouldn't harp on a ton of English speaking to pronounce algo names right. Anglo. Yeah. Algo. I mean, that's what's gonna all be like down the line. At what point do is the next generation of kids gonna start naming their kids like after like a chat GPT prompt? Like, what should I name my child? I mean, the level of like not wanting to use critical thinking skills, yeah, I could see that happening. And I'm not even gonna just say that's the younger generation. I've seen way too many people my age that are just, when you ask a question, right to chat GPT. It's like, okay. No, I also hope that you understand my broader point in having this argument is because I think it's mostly the whole like semantical harping on semantics is what I meant. And again, whether it be pronunciations or whatever the fuck, if the intent is not to hurt somebody and Like, and on top of it, when you play this language game, this is what puts you in the position of having Republicans come back at you and be like, well, I thought you guys were the tolerant left. I thought you guys were the ones who didn't want to use the bad language. I thought you were the ones who didn't name call. That's honestly why they get away with it too, because you have so many left-wing people that want a virtue signal that immediately go, oh, I don't want to be perceived like that. No, not enough people like me out here where I'm just like, hate me. I don't give a fuck. I know me. I know I'm a good person. Or a good enough person where I care about, the people in my life. I care about the trans community and people who cannot stand up for themselves, or have a harder time standing up for themselves, marginalized communities, any of that. So if I have a position of privilege, then I'm gonna fucking use it. But here's the thing. When you guys this is what really does piss me off sometimes, is when I get harped on for not being a good enough ally, whether it's to the trans community or whoever the fuck. That starts to fucking piss me off. This is definitely a me thing though, because I do this for game characters too. Okay, that's fair. The thing is, I couldn't do that because D&D, literally, have you ever done the Journey to the Underdark? Because once you do that and you meet the Mushroom Kingdom people, or the Mushroom people, the Gleep Gloops and the Glop Gloop Gloop and the Glop Gloop Glops, fun fact, the founder of Lululemon named his company that because native Japanese and Chinese speakers can't pronounce last easy. Really? Or L's easily. Oh, so he's an asshole. Really? Wow. That's kind of a fun fact, I hate to say. Oh, wow. So he sucks. Got it. Alright, so I need to figure out what song is triggering the copyright, because I keep getting one specific song. Yeah, we got it, Johan. You didn't have. Jesus, come on, man. We got the joke, Johan. Thank you. I should warn you, I'm not extremely experienced in D&D. All campaigns I've been part of have fallen through in a couple sessions, so I might need help. No, don't worry about it. Honestly, that's the best part about my game is it's for noobs. I'm a new DM, but at the same time, I'm not... One thing that most DMs I have ever played with always do is bite off way more than they can chew. So with my experience of playing and just going through short campaigns, long campaigns, literally just the one-offs, the most fun I've ever had was when we did a single off campaign, but we ended up having so much fun that we just continued it for 2 more. So I figure a 3-arc campaign is what I want. That's also where it is kind of nice. Is DM stand for... Yes, it stands for... Yes, Dungeon Master, yes. I understand. Yeah, my bad. I play Baldur's Gate, and I do listen to a lot of the Dimension 20 games. Nice. Oh, I thought I said Dungeon Master, not Dragon Master. My bad. My bad, Nitesh, you were not right. Danger Mouse. I used to like that show. My chaotic neutral wood gnome. Nice. See, I always invite going, if you want to revisit a character that you've always liked, do that. We'll just re-roll for the parameters of the game. I'm doing that next Thursday. I can't wait. I get to be level 20 for the first time in my entire, in all of my D&D campaigns. I've never been level 20, so this is going to be a lot of fun. Who is the Page Master? Hey man, I like, dude, that movie. Everybody talks about Macaulay Culkin's classic films. They never bring up The Pagemaster. I really, really like that movie. God, I wonder if it holds up. Because those animation, like, crossover movies, like Roger Rabbit style, surprisingly, like, Roger Rabbit, like, holds up, so I'd like to see. All right, so we got, 2 fun videos, which we'll get to the political one, and then in the 420 fun half, we have the Titan implosion. I want to go a little bit more in depth in what happened with the Titan submersible, just because I have a weird fascination with shipwrecks, specifically, you know, the Titanic has always been fascinating to me until it got, you know, completely done to death. I will admit that I geeked out a little bit when I did see the giant piece of the hull. But that's not supposed to be here, by the way. Just so you guys know, like, they were not supposed to bring up any chunks of the Titanic. That was a big no-no. So it's still, like, I can't believe they did that. But now knowing what's happening to the shipwreck, I feel a little bit differently because, yeah, I mean, it's about to, like, just dissolve. Like, I think it's in the next 20 to 30 years that it's going to be almost completely gone. We were Titanic pilled because of the 90s. Yeah, we were. But you know what that did? We were also whale pilled because of Free Willy, but I became super, like, into marine biology. That's what I wanted to do for, like, the longest time until I realized how depressing it is. Yeah. Then also, kind of wanted to go and dive for shipwrecks until I realized that I have a weird fear of dark water. I tried scuba diving one time. I saw that pitch black and it scared I don't know. I don't have many fears of, like, stuff like that. That one did it. I'm just like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I can't. No. I don't know what's down there. Nope. I had a panic attack and just shot right back up. Blackfish radicalized. Blackfish is, I'm glad that they did that. I hate, see, now I can be that guy where it's like, I knew about that abuse. Actually, it's heartbreaking. There is an aquarium in the Philippines that has, that shut down, that has 2 orcas just waiting, like, still somehow alive, but they're at this point just waiting to die because, like, nobody's done anything with them. And again, they closed the fucking aquarium, so, like, that shit breaks my heart. But never going near any ocean getting eaten by sharks. Sharks don't actually scare me. That's not the thing that, like, got me. You ever seen an anglerfish? Actually, God, it was the scene in Age of Ultron where he's like, nothing scares me except for anglerfish. You ever seen it? Where they got the little ball where they go womp womp womp, and then they get you. It's just like, I love Andy Serkis. That guy's freaking awesome. Dude, he was at the Comic-Con I was at. I really should have met him. I need to get better about doing that because Emilio Estevez was here too, and I almost did it, but I saw how expensive it was. I'm like, nah, he's probably not even that nice of a guy. And then I found out, like, he's the nicest dude, and that he was, like, doing, like, straight up Coach Bombay, like, duck stick together shit. I was like, oh, come on, man. It's like, all right. Damn it. To use a classic Mitch Hedberg joke, it's like, last time I called shotgun, I was in a limo, so I fucked up. Alrighty. Never going. Pot is horrible. It's a gateway drug. Dude, what is... Repent, man. Why pot? Why pot? Why don't you go after, like, somebody... Oh, it's the name of my stream. That's what it is. Okay, hold on. I got to go scuba diving once. Thought I'd freak out, but it was actually awesome. Yeah. It's where we went. I should have gone anywhere but Lake Michigan, but we went to Lake Michigan, and it was... I hate it. Dude, I'm kind of like... I have, like, this weird pit in my stomach right now thinking about it, where I was just like, oh, no, because, yeah. God, that sucked. That sucked so bad, too, because, like, I didn't think about it, but, like, you know, once you get out of the water, I'm sitting there freezing, just, like, thinking, I'm like, okay. And then I realized that we were booked for, like, about 2 hours, and it was an hour to get to where we were, so I was just like, oh, this is gonna suck, and it did. I had, like, nothing to do for close to 3 hours. It was really pretty. See, if we had gone, like, I did snorkeling in Mexico. That was fun. And that's what got me to think that I could do scuba diving. And I always, this is the reason that I chose Lake Michigan. This is super stupid, but I read a book on the Edmund Fitzgerald. I realized that, you know, it's not too far away. So I'm like, okay, that'd be really cool. But before you can go see the shipwreck, obviously you got to do a few test runs. And as I said, the very first one, I was just like, yeah, nope, not for me. Mine was off Hawaii, totally different vibe, I'm sure. Oh, dude, it was cold as fuck. That's the other thing they didn't tell me. And I was not prepared. So, like, when you get in the water, it was shockingly cold. And this was in the middle of summer. It was just like, woof. It had to be close to, like, what, 50... Yeah, about 50 degrees. But still, man. Odds repentant man is a violent drunk. You've thought about it. The fact that he doesn't, like, he says that he doesn't drink or do any drugs. But I don't know, man. Like, the fact that he comes here and just talks about slackers and pot, and also it is getting a little bottish. I'm not a bot. Well, I'm not a robot. And it always comes up. Which, that's something a robot would say. Then I'd say that. Like, it's always like this weird prompting bullshit. The fact that somebody would put a bot together that is just like anti-pot, though, I have to say, that makes me laugh. Because it's just like, really? I appreciate the creativity. I do. Nope, I don't do water under 72. I'm a dainty little pixie. Yeah, I am. I'm kind of in the same boat. Ooh, what do I want for dinner tonight? It's Tuesday. Taco. Never mind. I had tacos last night. I just had that reminded. Or, just given that reminder. Okay, what do you guys think? All right. Here. 23 minutes. Perfect. All right, guys. I know that some of you were just like, yeah, this guy kind of comes off as a smug little shit, but hey, he has an entertaining program, so.
Are you saying that shouldn't have the opportunity to be president is perpetuating purity culture?
No, what I'm saying is that the only trait that...
How come they all sound the same? Yeah, they all sound like this. It's almost like I have to go to Pilates class later. Can we get this over with?
You're focusing on, because that would be kind of what I'm saying.
I get it if you're like, oh, Like, we shouldn't cancel people if they've made themselves
anti-pot bot reefer mall
better as a person, and they're actively anti-racist.
Oh, that's AI.
But I don't get it when you're like, oh, we shouldn't cancel a
Maidness
who wants his victim to be imprisoned.
I definitely think if there's they should be.
Oh man, they really no, I figured out what it is. They're all calling that's wine voice. That's wine mom voice.
Imprisoned. That
like, okay, so I gotta you're a smart boy, but I feel like you're just misguided.
That's not what I'm saying.
So you think Donald Trump should be
Listen, my 5-year-old, I'm in the PTA.
President from jail?
I mean, do you want to know all the other that are running the entire country? I mean, Kamel.
Yeah,
I mean,
so there's more than one. I don't think that
definitely-
changes that is wrong.
right, but if everyone's getting away with it, what makes the difference if it's Donald Trump or someone else?
Pinky, please come back. If you could hear me, come back into the TikTok app because we can't hear you. Oh, you're back. Wow.
I'm here.
I thought you were going to leave. Okay, tell us. Why do you support Trump, Pinky?
Well, first, I don't know if everyone remembers, he delayed TikTok, so we wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Trump, actually, at the moment. So I think that's my strongest kind
He was the one who put the ban forward, you dill.
of
You silly dill pickle.
reason. I feel like if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even be discussing any of this. So, like, he's definitely watching out for...
So let's assume that view's true, that he saved TikTok. I would rather have the 60 great victims per day that are currently denied access to abortion because of Trump have access to abortion than me have access to TikTok.
Why so?
Why so? Because I value human rights over social media.
So isn't it a human right to, like, be responsible for their body and for the future of the country? Like, I feel like I think a lot of us are not being too responsible.
Have I seen the wine mom socialist? Yeah.
Pinky, I'm really hoping that you just didn't hear what I said. I said great victims.
Wait, what? What did you say?
I said grape victims.
I can't actually hear what you're saying. Grade?
Grape. Just take the G
Oh,
off.
grape.
Just take the
Okay.
G off in your mind. I have to say
Okay,
that
you
for
said
TikTok to
grape.
the service.
Sorry.
Yeah, because yes.
Okay,
It makes so much sense when we're discussing such a serious topic that we have to make it into a cutesy word. Somehow,
bad. I'm sorry.
we
Great.
live in such a dystopian fucking shit pit.
So yeah, I said I value human rights over social media, and because of Trump's 60 great victims per day are being denied access to abortion, if Kamala Harris was elected, she would have codified the same protections offered under Roe v. Wade on the federal level, meaning they would regain their access to abortion. And I would rather them regain their access to abortion than me regaining access to TikTok.
Do you know the statistics of the grapes, like where they're coming from as far as
men?
Right, and from what countries and from, what status, which is something that he's cleaning up, don't you think?
Oh, Pinky. Oh,
wow.
yeah. Let me get this one straight.
Wow, she's literally
you're
saying
telling
like Mexican rapists.
us that all
Cool.
the rapists are from other countries, right?
Yeah.
No,
That's
I'm
wild.
just giving.
You're telling us that those damn undocumented migrants are very violent, right?
They definitely have that reputation, I would say.
Yeah. Hey, Pinky, guess what?
Tell me.
You're a racist.
Are you a natural U.S.-born citizen?
I am.
Statistically speaking, you
are
and
actually more statistics more likely to commit crime.
And all the other natural U.S.-born citizens watching this live right now are 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes such as rape compared to undocumented migrants. PNAS has been tracking crime rates since the 19th century. And we've seen this consistent pattern where undocumented migrants commit significantly less crimes than natural U.S.-born citizens. So why are you perpetuating harmful stereotypes?
Is it better that we're making our own newspeak instead of waiting for state-approved replacements?
That only aid and abet in the dehumanization of humans, and which are completely false.
I agree with what you're saying as far as your actual facts. But with that being said, are you just disregarding that they're also you know, we have illegal aliens that are causing a lot of harm and violence in our country. And I feel like that might not be the highest percentage.
You don't care about harm and violence. You don't.
I actually really do care about harm and
You
violence.
voted for a rapist.
I didn't vote, to be honest.
You support a rapist. Hey, if somebody was held civilly liable for rape, do you think they should be allowed?
She didn't vote? Why?
To immigrate into
why?
America?
You care enough to discuss this stuff. Why not vote?
No.
Especially if you support Trump. Like, I don't want to be too presumptuous, but perhaps a DUI?
Oh. So then why should they be able to become president?
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, it is.
That's a good point.
I had to go to the convenience store.
Now, what is going to happen?
But I'm not a criminal. I'm white.
What do you think is really going to be happening? I have both
Mr. and Mrs. McIntosh, have you...
sides. I could agree and disagree with different things. But as far as just opening up, you know, like if it's a smoke shop in every corner and start opening up.
Be careful to restrict
clinics.
what you say.
Right. Clinics, I think that could just sort of create like a culture that's not going to be as serious.
George Orwell would be proud and paranoid at the same time. I knew it. Oh.
As, you know, years ago, I think that, you know, there was less grapes and less mistakes happening. Like, I just feel like, where is this coming from?
I'm gonna make a channel called Never Quit Your Day Job and not give a shit about monetization.
Where are these grapes? Why?
Hey, more power to you. I wish there, you know, that's like the one stressor on this job that I will say is, you know.
Are they happening? Is it more
because of
TOS is a big one.
upholding the patriarchy, perpetuating great?
Is it true white people poop vanilla ice cream? Just
culture
curious.
And undermining what I would consider to be an adequate level of care for grape victims and a prevention of more grapists by further condemning bad actors who do grape. Right? And like supporting President Trump is only furthering grape culture in the sense that typically when people do bad things, we punish them and that prevents them from doing more bad things moving forward. I mean, that is the whole point of the criminal justice system. That's why you get a speeding ticket for $100 when you go 5 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, right? So if we allot consequences to bad people that do bad things, if we stigmatize them, if we limit their opportunity, that's going to, A, reduce the amount of men that grape women, and B, prevent further victim blaming. But what we don't do is we don't reward them. And what did society decide to do with Donald Trump, who's raped a woman? They decided to award him, you included, with the highest ranking position of power available to any human anywhere on Earth. And what do you think that's going to do when we start rewarding bad actors who do bad things? Are more men going to feel more emboldened to go out there and grape women because they know at the end of the day, even if they're convicted in a court of law, nobody will care and they'll still blame the victim? Or is that going to promote a society in which truly demonstrates care for victims and condemns rapists?
I think it could be a little bit of both. Because I think society has like a different view. Every single person has a different view. So it really just depends on the situation. I mean,
out of curiosity, you just said it could be a little bit of both. How could voting a rapist into the most powerful ranking position of power available to any human condemn rapists?
Because when you look at a human being, if you're going to start judging every single person, there'd be no way for us to have a systematic, like, economic balance. Because if we're going to start pinpointing, not that it is correct, it is 100% wrong, but like, this is the thing. Everything has like an imbalance right now going on in the world. So how are we going to make this more balanced?
Are you saying that saying rapists shouldn't have the opportunity to be president is perpetuating purity culture?
No, what I'm saying is that the only trait that you're focusing on? Because that would be kind of what I'm saying.
Listen, man, I get it. Listen, I get it.
But remember, we're debating what you brought up.
Listen to me here. I get it if you're like, oh, like we shouldn't cancel people if they've made themselves better as a person and they're actively anti-racist, but maybe they slurred when they were younger. Of course, we need to recognize that's wrong, but we shouldn't cancel them today if they've put the work and the effort in. But I don't get it when you're like, oh, we shouldn't cancel a rapist who wants his victim to be imprisoned.
I definitely think if there's rapists, they should be imprisoned. That's not what I'm saying.
So you think Donald Trump should be president from jail?
I mean, do you want to know all the other rapists that are running the entire country? I mean, Kamala.
Yeah, so there's more than one rapist. I don't think that changes that grape is wrong. Hey, I'm going to look at the first American who was a slave owner the same way I'm going to look at the last American who was a slave owner. I don't care how many came before you or how many will come after you. It's wrong, point blank, period. So if there is rapists in other very powerful positions in our government, this doesn't imply that therefore we shouldn't care that Donald Trump's a rapist and let him walk scotch-free. This just implies that we should care more about the other people that are rapists.
You got negative XP for those comments?
And make sure they don't walk scotch-free either.
Right, but if everyone's getting away with it, what makes the difference if it's Donald Trump or someone else? Because he's the president? Do you really think that that's going to cause...
Scot-free.
Lakes are creepier than oceans, in my opinion.
Guys,
they are.
Thank you. Not scotch-free, scot-free. So, yes, just empirically, descriptively speaking, it will have more detrimental outcomes when we let a rapist get away with it that is controlling the country with that level of systemic power. But B, that doesn't change.
Pep, I followed your channel as soon as I started chatting. I refreshed the stream because of my browser was hanging, and now I'm unsubbed, and my like on the stream hasn't registered. Be careful,
the
mate.
Fact that nobody should be getting away with it.
Exactly. So that leaves us kind of
there we go.
empty-handed in the situation.
No, it doesn't.
What the hell?
No, it doesn't. Not at all. Not at all.
How do we control?
Who did Trump run against?
Well, several candidates. You're talking about
Kamala Harris. Was she a rapist?
No.
So if you voted for her as well as...
All right, guys. Yeah, definitely...
49.
Make sure that you guys are subbed and hit that like button, but definitely check your subscription because that explains a lot, actually.
0.9% of American voters who voted for Trump. Would Trump have gotten away with it?
So tell me, what do you prefer over the situation with Kamala? Like, what is it that you prefer? Kamala, sorry.
Yeah, I thought that Kamala Harris was a better candidate in every single conceivable.
Okay, see, they were literally poisoned. I explained this, Sylvie, and I'm not trying to revisit it, but mine is literally just that's how I just pronounce Kamala.
Way.
Do you have another?
Part of it is can we just say that part of it is regional?
Another point that we could talk over instead of just the grape situation?
Yeah, for sure. Any other reasons why you think he's doing a good job?
I love you.
Well, I definitely think...
the fact that just happened, I gotta say, kind of funny.
I had another point here.
Oh, also, if you wanted to talk about abortion, by the way, we can't hear you when you can't see me, so we can't hear you right now.
Oh, sorry.
This guy's way more tolerable today.
You also brought up abortion earlier, and I think that you were implying that you don't think abortion should be legal. I would love to talk to you about that.
Sure. I'm not saying that it should be legal or not legal. I think that it should have its restrictions and its regulations, because just as everyone is in a situation that they shouldn't be, then there are also situations where people take advantage. And we're very we know that the system has allowed people to just take advantage and just have kids. And then just, I think that that's also causing a lot of the rapists in the country that are not coming from other countries. They're coming from here. Why? Because it's a continual cycle of just, there's a lot of kids
hit that bell,
that are not being loved. And there's a lot of as far as that goes, and family court, it's just not.
Don't be shy.
The best in our country at all. I mean, I can't compare it in any other country because I don't know, but we have more starving children in our country than any other country.
Oh wait, forgot this one.
So these kids are gonna grow up with a lot of trauma, which is probably what's causing a lot of this. Plus, look that up. We're the third in child trafficking. So there's just a lot of things happening that we could just start to go over. So I feel like the whole system has kind of
Okay. Yeah. Hey, sure. I'd like to point out here that I only have a list of 34 countries in front of me, and there's, as of 2018, there's 2 other countries off of this list of 34 that have a higher level of childhood poverty. And then once again, that does not account for every single country on the face of this planet. But it is actually pretty high. The childhood poverty rate in America as of 2018 was what? 21.2%. That's insane. That's insanely high. So let's talk about that. I was asking you about abortion, and then you went off on saying words that honestly I couldn't really understand. But I just want to stay on this. So let me ask you a question. Could we agree that childhood poverty is an issue in America that we need to fix?
Yes.
Can we say it's a very pressing issue in America that we need to fix?
Most definitely, yes.
Yeah. So when Obama passed increases in the child tax credit, childhood poverty was reduced by over 40%. Okay, and Kamala Harris ran on even higher increases compared to Trump. So it is the case that if you voted for Kamala Harris, there'd be less children in poverty in America today, and that is a direct first-order consequence of her increases in child tax credits. It's also worth pointing out that Kamala Harris wanted to give more money to people in need. And I mean, to say it very blatantly, all right? She supported tax cuts for 100 million American citizens in the low and the middle class. She wanted to give more purchasing power to those that needed it the most. Meanwhile, Donald Trump ran on lower child tax credits, meaning there would be more childhood poverty, which was the pronounced issue you pointed out, on top of the fact that overall his economic policy reduces the purchasing power of any American making under $395,000 per year.
Or as Sam likes to tout, the pandemic tax credit extension proved poverty is just a policy choice. Yep.
Disproportionately impacting low-income Americans the most. So Donald
1000%.
Trump's policy is and will continue to cultivate
7 likes and 15 viewers. Come on, guys. Let's see
an environment where the worse off
pep it up
for the most. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris,
14 likes.
Harris's policy would have cultivated an environment where the worst off would have been better. So if you care about these systemic issues,
it's saying
such
7.
as starving
Dude,
children,
what the hell is going
the
on?
very obvious vote would have been for Kamala Harris.
And so you think that these foreign tariffs are not going to circular back to our economic, local citizens as
Do I
far
think
as
that the tariffs on goods imported from other countries will end up impacting us? They already are. That's what, aided and abetted in crashing American markets because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Confidence went down and has barreled our country towards a recession. Yeah.
Well, because that's how
it only says 7 for you
and downs go. You don't just watch a movie and you're in the best part or in the worst part. That's just how it rides. You can't
Reload your
expect
browser.
things to
Maybe
change
that'll
overnight,
work.
and you can't see an effect of something so big like this in a month or in a year. But remember, we started in 1970. When did they pass that? I have to.
Hey, do you mind if I ask you a quick question real quick? Do you like it when things go down?
I do. You want to know why?
Wait. I just want to make sure, you know exactly what you're saying. You like it when America enters into into recessions?
Well, that's not what you asked me. That's a different question.
Yeah, but that's the down that I'm referencing. A recession's good for our country.
Well, everything that goes down has to come up. And when it comes up, it's going to come up better than it was before. This is a fact.
Oh, okay. So, America going into a recession is like a bodybuilder hitting a crazy pump. Although their muscles may hurt the immediate day after, the long-term gains are going to be crazy?
Well, we're talking about 8 billion people on the planet. You have to understand.
So, no, we're talking about it. I just want to clarify. So do you think that presidents should send America into a recession more frequently because the bounce back gains will be crazy?
So I'll tell you, there's been a more frequent recession now over every 5 something years than back, I don't know when, that was every 20 years.
And I'll tell you something else that's happened. 15 out of the last 16 recessions have happened under who? Republicans. So maybe you should stop enabling the issue in which you think is only becoming more predominant as we move on.
It's not that we're being more predominant, it's that we're being less we're not relying on so many other countries. That's what's made our economic system weak. And
that's what's made our economic, that's what's made the American economy go boom. One of the big reasons why America possesses the largest economy on the face of the planet is because of globalization of commerce, because of a focus on
overproduction of culture. Our culture has a problem of purchasing. That has come with an expense, not only to our environment, to our health.
Wait.
to
So
our
so your
finances,
response to over purchasing. So your response.
System?
So your response to over purchasing isn't to be like, well, maybe we should normalize financial education and put it into public schools curriculum. But your response is rather we're going to force you to own nothing and be happy.
It's not own nothing. That's not the case. It's not wastefully purchasing at a low price. That no wonder it's like that.
Who
Because
do you think enables Americans to overspend? Okay, because
Well,
right now you're telling us that the
us.
issue is the people, right? Us. I disagree. I think it's the oligarchs and billionaires, right? Maybe it's because people have made 11 figures off of
Trying to figure out what's going on with
the
YouTube.
overspending of the average everyday American. And when you turn around and say, oh my God, you know what? It's an issue of the people. They need to own nothing and be happy, and that's why America needs a recession.
Yeah, did you guys? Yeah, all right, real quick. I'm going to just take a pause here. Actually, while I do that, I'm going to do an ad break over on YouTube. So just, what is it, 15 seconds? So, yeah, did you guys see my dog having, like, the dreamiest of dreams right there, where he was chasing, oh, I think I know what it was. He was probably going after the rabbits again, because, oh boy, yeah. Oh, man. That was a thing. You don't need $5. They're called action figures, and you tariffed the crap out of them. I can't even get the Star Wars Legend series. Gah!
Today, but then you allow Elon Musk to give himself.
I do kind of feel bad for like people that like collect full series and stuff, but at the same time, as a collector, dude, I'm not one of. I can never be one of those completionist like people like that. It's insane to me.
Of like an additional,
like people who collect the entire collection of all pops, like that's nuts.
$50 billion in free grants from the federal government because he oversees the departments that are granting space.
Except for the Godzilla one. That's the only one I did.
It's X more money. You're like, I like that guy. Here's
There's
my
only
thing.
like 7
Here's
of them,
my
okay?
thing. Here's my thing. As soon as you start defending a recession and you're like, that is a good thing that we need, I start looking at you like you're insane.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little bit insane because I got to tell you. I mean, I don't know. Every smart, visionary, and innovative person is not all with every screw perfectly in there. So yeah.
Oh, she has tattoos and goes to the bar.
Yeah, I could call
Sorry.
myself a little insane, but like honestly, I think that reforming and the whole process is a way to reform and kind of bring things back together. Do I think that it's going to work out perfectly? I can't see that far out. But what I do know
so
is
it's basically a Hail Mary you're tossing here, right?
Well, the whole country is built off of that anyways.
No, it's not. No. But here's my response.
I don't use this term often, but she's a pick-me.
A country that came and took the land out of indigenous people to be built off of faith.
Allow me. Wait. What did you just say about indigenous people?
You can hear
I wanted
it in
to
her
make
voice.
a point, but I'm really curious. What did you just say about indigenous people?
I said this country.
Anytime I hear that, I now think of that one girl who was just like, yeah, I used the N-word, who was on Piers Morgan.
Started by ripping the land from indigenous culture. So we have we've always been.
True.
2 minutes.
Yes, we stole land and
right. So we've
genocided
always
50 million indigenous Americans.
Right. So we've always been in this same cycle of sort of taking and rebuilding and making things better. And this is almost like it's not stopping. So the only way that this is going to work is that if the balance comes with everybody and it's not one side or another. Let me ask you a question.
She sounds like she's from a small city in Michigan.
That's a question. Do you think that
she sounds like she lives either in Flint or just outside of Flint?
it was a good thing Kamala, do you think it was a good thing that the colonizers genocided 50 million Native Americans?
Most definitely not.
Okay, but you said they made things better. So I don't think that one of the largest genocides in human history made things better.
Wait. What? Tell me. What? Can you say that again? Because I
don't think one of the largest genocides in American history made things better.
Which one are you referring to?
The genocide of 50 million to 100 million Native Americans. But I just want you to sit on that
Not yet.
Maybe
We're
like
almost there.
consider.
Wait, did you say that it did not make things better?
Not better for the Native Americans. Let me ask you this: who are things better for because of that? For the oppressors, for the murderers, for the slaughterers, for the people that stole the land and killed the Native Americans.
Who were they?
Who were they? The original colonizers of.
Oh my God! This is the problem with not knowing history. This really is the problem with not knowing history.
They were the British.
Oh, you're so stupid.
So yeah, like the white men that owned property.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm not so sure where you were hoping to lead that point to.
We were talking about something right before, and it was leading to something. That's kind of where I was going at, but now I kind of lost where we were at. We were talking about you were making a point, and then I brought that up. So it was supposed to go together. So we're gonna have to like either reverse or keep it going forward. But there was a point there.
Ma'am, I'm not so sure there's been a point to anything you've said with us so far today. So you're basically arguing that Donald Trump. I remember my point. Yeah, you're basically saying that the recession Donald Trump is sending our country into is probably a good thing and will likely lead to better outcomes in the long term. That is cult-like behavior, and that's predicated on like your just undying devotion to the Orange Man, and it's not founded upon any.
Sharpies would be giving himself CTE listening to this lady.
Like, sense of reason or logic.
Misa no
And,
like
like,
listen to Musa.
Right, I obviously think that's like a very big example of anti-intellectualism, and I want to be able to address that. But B, before I do, like, I don't know, I just hate it when I see people refuse to hold their leaders to any sense of accountability, because the only thing that we, the people, can do to ensure our leadership is making the best decisions for us is to hold them accountable. And when you argue that we should hold them to no level of accountability because whatever
No,
they
I
do
didn't
is good,
say that. I definitely didn't say that.
That is incredibly regressive to the state of this country and everybody in it. But my main point here is you were telling us that you think that this could end up leading to good outcomes in the long term. You have no evidence of that. What's the relevant distinction between like you and a flat earther or you and an anti-vaxxer, right? These beliefs are predicated on the foundation of a rejection of objective means of research and anti-intellectualism, just to serve to your emotions, right? So what's the relevant distinction between like you a visionary, I guess, as you self-defined, and a flat earther or an anti-vaxxer?
All right.
Sometimes the most shocking corporate misconduct is hidden in plain sight, invisible to the naked eye.
What is happening here will swallow our world if we don't stop it right here, right now.
Looking back, there was an early clue that the world's richest man was up to something here.
It's just like, why is Elon Musk coming to Memphis?
The people of Memphis soon found out.
Now Elon Musk is coming to Memphis to build the world's largest supercomputer.
A year later,
We here because we mean business.
people here want answers.
It's the job of the health department to protect our lungs, and not once have they went to XAI to see that they had 35 gas turbines operating and polluting our air.
We went to Memphis and found an environmental crime scene. Musk's data center burning enough methane to power a small city with no permits and no pollution controls.
I have not seen anything like this. We believe they've already violated the Clean Air Act.
As Musk helps dismantle the very federal agency that's supposed to protect us against pollution like this.
There is no way to miss how this is a coordinated strategy.
What does Memphis reveal about the future Elon Musk wants for us all?
So the mission.
So I live on the smelly onion on Turtle Island.
Of XAI and Grok is to understand the universe.
In 2023, Musk founded XAI to produce and sell artificial intelligence.
We want to understand the nature of the universe so we can figure out where are the aliens, what's the meaning of life, how does the universe end.
Its main product is Grok, an AI chatbot that he's incorporated into Twitter, or X. Musk was entering the race to dominate the AI market, but he was arriving late, years after competitors
I
like
get
OpenAI
viscerally
and Google
just like this
had
sick feeling when I see AI
begun training their AI
systems.
So
because I think it scares me the day that I can't tell.
in Musk's mind, he had to move fast.
We went to the data center providers and said, how long would it take to have 100,000 GPUs
Northeastern First Nations called it Turtle
operating
Island.
coherently in a single location? And we got timeframes from 18 to 24 months. So we're like, well, 18 to 24 months, that means losing as a certainty. So the only option was to do it ourselves.
I've had this discussion with one of my old history professors, and it was one of those rare times that I kind of remember having a stoner thought that did cross over, because I was just like, hey, Mr. M, so we're living through history every day, right? And he was just like, well, yeah. I'm just like, okay, so if history is is taught by the victors, how much history are we actually missing? And he was just like, I was like, no. You could kind of see it kind of go through it. He's like, that's a good question.
For this moment, I am pleased to announce that xAI's Gigafactory of Compute, the world's largest supercomputer, is to be located in Memphis, Tennessee.
So Skynet.
Musk dubbed the project Colossus, after a movie about a supercomputer that becomes sentient and assumes total control of the world.
And so, my fellow human beings, we all directly and indirectly live in the shade, but not the shadow of Colossus.
When you think about the computational power that it will take to put humans on the surface of Mars, that's going to come from the Gigafactory of Compute that calls Memphis home. We were told that by the company. And so it required speed and power.
Gaining insights while elevated.
It's announced as a done deal.
That's why he liked me. It was funny. He would, there was one time I came into class and he kind of stopped me. He's like, hey, you need to go spray something. And I'm like, oh. He's like, don't be stupid.
John Pearson grew up in South Memphis.
I love my history teacher.
And his organization is coming to our city.
He had a stutter.
We're just
he was so cool, man.
And
he got his stutter. He even he told me the story privately. He was just like, I got this from taking too much LSD in the 60s.
The land has been purchased after the project has been approved by.
But he even admitted, he's like, yep, cannabis is the only thing that stops the stutter. It's like, oh.
Certain officials, right, who did know.
This is huge.
And he wasn't wrong. I smoked with him one time, and it was wild.
Hear that? Memphis, understand.
He was not prepared for the modern, because
it's operating at the speed of business.
Whatever he was getting, not good.
We're trying to reach out to people and understand what is xAI.
Can't wait to get plugged into the Matrix.
He built it without us even knowing that it was being built.
We had to watch this over X or Twitter. Brent Mayo, Elon Musk would tweet often about where they were in the progress, how fast things were moving.
To train an AI system, a data center requires an enormous amount of electricity. The question was, where would the power come from?
Looks like my old biology.
Most companies, when they come to the city of Memphis, they plug into our power grid.
Classroom.
That's what you think would
TVA.
happen. Why would this be any different? Unfortunately, we learned, because it is a billionaire's corporation, it would be a lot different.
xAI made a deal with the local electric company for 150 megawatts of power and agreed to build a new substation to help meet that demand. But Musk's ambitious plans suggested he would need much more power than that, and fast. Soon, people started to notice some unusual structures outside the facility.
I drove out there, and the first thing I did was hear the turbines. You can smell it as well. Such a disturbingly unique smell.
From the road, Keyshawn and others could see a row of machines that are typically only used for remote or emergency operations. Mobile gas turbines.
I have never seen portable turbines used like this.
Patrick Anderson works on air quality cases for the Southern Environmental Law Center.
We know that these kinds of generators require air permits. And so, right off the bat, we started filing records requests with the local Shelby County Health Department. Do you have an air permit application from xAI? And they came back and basically said, no, we have nothing to hand over. We also filed records requests with EPA to see what they had. They also did not have details on what is on the ground out there. Nobody from the regulatory side, the health department, the city, EPA, has told the public or us really one iota of what's actually operating out there.
To figure that out, Patrick and his team hired a photographer to capture the data center from above. The images revealed far more turbines than anyone knew about. 35.
I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely stunned. How do we not know about this?
According to XAI leadership, the turbines are not being used and are not connected.
Under pressure, XAI claimed it was using less than half of those turbines.
I've talked to the XAI leadership team. There are 35, but there are only 15 that are on. The other ones are stored on the site.
Well, first off, these are expensive. There's a turbine shortage nationally. You don't obtain these turbines and put them on site if you're not intending to operate them.
So Patrick and his team sent the photographer back out with a high-end thermal camera.
What we saw is 33 of the 35 were very clearly operating.
The turbines were capable
they're doomed.
of generating about 420 megawatts of electricity, enough to power around 300,000 homes.
They've built a power plant out there. And they've done it overnight, no air pollution controls, quick and dirty, no permit.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster in Memphis is incredible, just in a handful of weeks.
Any given thing can be sped up.
Yeah.
Like whatever speed is being done, it can be done faster.
This is the largest AI cluster in the world. This place is absolutely amazing.
That is like superhuman. I mean, Elon is singular. Building a massive factory in the short time that was done, there's only one person in the world who could do that.
And this entire supercomputer is built to power rocks.
We were given a tour at XAI, looking at the facility, very impressive, very exciting for Memphis. Their commitment to the community is remarkable.
It's unique in my experience.
This kind of is weird because I noticed when driving through Memphis that it looked noticeably worse. So
Joseph Goffman has worked on air pollution issues for decades. Until January, he ran the EPA office that regulates air quality.
Most companies that I've dealt with go to great lengths and spend a lot of money to make sure that the day they turn on their operations, they're also turning on their pollution control equipment. That's a given. For a company to do this, it's treating the people who live there as if they don't count.
I like to open my windows early in the morning to breathe the fresh air, God's given air, not the air that man want to give us, but God.
Easter Knox lives just over a mile from XAI.
I really wasn't getting the fresh air. I was getting that pollution that was mixed in with everything.
You know how you light your stove and that gas seeps with the little ticking noise? That's what it smells like.
Alexis Humphreys grew up here.
Yeah, it's methane.
One street away from Easter.
Sorry.
When I smelled it the first time, I was asleep. And it woke me up because I thought gas was seeping in the house, but come find out we come outside.
Dude, that's wild. You think you have a gas leak and you go outside and you're just like, that's out here.
All the neighbors was outside trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh my God. I hate to say it. I would be that guy where immediately I'd be calling the authorities and just being like, there's a gas leak. And then they'd just be like, no, it's just the air.
Going on.
He was an ordinary dad, full of joy, full of jokes.
Last year, Alexis lost her grandfather, who struggled with a respiratory illness called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD.
COPD is a breathing condition, but you don't get it unless you smoke cigarettes. And my granddad didn't smoke cigarettes, but every 3 weeks or so, my granddad was going to the hospital. He would have to get breathing treatments. I have asthma, bronchitis. My mom have just bronchitis, and now my granny has it.
You can't hardly breathe. It's just like your whole world is collapsing down on you. And it's frightening.
Easter and her husband have also developed COPD. What does it feel like?
Feel like you're fixing to die.
The area around XAI leads the state in emergency department visits for asthma. Memphis has one of the highest rates of toxic air releases of any American city, and many of its most polluting facilities are in this neighborhood.
Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door and like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that one data center.
In just 1 year, XAI has blown past existing polluters.
They're emitting somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 tons of NOx. I'm an air pollution guy, so I deal in those numbers all the time, and that's larger than anything else in Memphis.
Gas turbines like these release three main types of deadly pollution.
And the thing is, these idiots, they can't see it. You know, they just see the little thermal, like, they don't see it. So they're just like, that's not dangerous, but they'll go, like, look at the plumes of smoke, and they'll be like, but that, and, like, chemtrails.
Pollution. Nitrogen oxides, formaldehyde, and fine particulate matter. Nitrogen oxides combine with other pollutants to form ground-level ozone, which causes and worsens asthma and COPD. Formaldehyde causes cancer, and particulate matter, airborne soot, can pass through your lungs and into your bloodstream, causing heart disease.
Yeah, we're actually kind of dealing with something like that. There is a refinery not too far away that they just found out has been, like, just the particulates in the air have been unhealthy for years, and it looks like they've been covering it up.
Because we've been to too many firms.
We'll see how this goes.
We've shown up today because we've cried too many tears. We've shown up here today because we're tired. And we have an expectation of the people that we elect and put into place. We expect them to do what...
Oh, no, I mean, half of Missouri is built around situations just like this.
In our best interest.
Biodome. It's the Weasel. Manche, manche.
Not Elon Musk. And what we're saying is that stops now.
Are you mad at the Weasel?
In April, hundreds of people came to a high school in South Memphis to talk about XAI.
Welcome to the new generation of environmental justice. Stop being a coward and say no to this permit. Today, get a backbone, because in Memphis we don't bluff. Period.
In January, the company belatedly applied for a permit to operate 15 of its turbines for 5 years.
I'm going to invite a representative up from the applicant XAI, Mr. Brent Mayo.
He shows up in a fucking t-shirt and hat. Oh my god, what a dick.
That's the first time that
This guy
XAI
sucks
has
on
publicly
multiple
addressed
levels.
the community in any way.
Understand? People did not want to hear the statement, but
Oh, I would have been pissed right there. It's just like, you couldn't even buy a suit.
XAI is committed to meeting the highest standard for emissions. XAI is going above and beyond the required emission control.
Give us more than the energy of a school presentation.
To that, thank you very much for your time.
He immediately
That guy's an Elon clone.
left after
Well, he's gonna hire people who he thinks has personality.
reading his script. It's extremely disrespectful.
It's time to start telling the truth. The truth is that XAI, who just ran up out of here, they have no controls that prevent air pollution or decrease air pollution in their factories. None.
There's no AC in that building. That is crazy. We're talking about them wasting as much as they are, and there's no AC in this building.
To date, local and state authorities have taken no action.
Nothing will stop this unless the people start using force and demand protections for human, animal, and environmental.
Against XAI.
I'm old enough to remember how Greenpeace was received during their militant phase.
Running turbines without permits or pollution controls is also a violation of the Clean Air Act, which it's the EPA's job to enforce. But
I love when we all come together for the betterment of all of us. Well, yeah, see, Bloodstone, like, this is why I may disagree with you, is because, like, in my community right now, we're all very mobilized about this because, number one, we are lucky enough to live in a blue, like, I don't want to say, like, blue state, red state, like, just like blanket, but we do live in a state where we have more environmental like protections, and they do these tests. They let us know about it, and that's what brought it to our attention, where we were just like, oh shit. Also, we did like find out that there was lead pipes like 2 towns over to us, so we were just like, oh well, that also needs to be taken care of, obviously.
The EPA has done nothing, and Elon Musk is doing what he can to keep it that way. Musk has helped the Trump administration place strict limits on the EPA's budget as part of President Trump's
they keep gutting more and more and more.
Broader project to radically reshape the agency. Trump's EPA has begun what it calls the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
To fulfill President Trump's promise to unleash American energy and give power back to the states.
It eliminated the EPA's office that assists heavily polluted communities like South Memphis, and canceled billions of dollars of funding for addressing pollution.
So you've slashed already $22 billion in grants, but you used Doge, if I'm not mistaken, to take down your head count?
It's been great. The people working on the Doge mission are EPA employees. What they provide to me are recommendations. I have
demons.
Found that working with Elon.
What's really gross is these guys go to church on Sunday.
And Doge has been fantastic, a big help to our efforts.
In March,
so glad I'm not a Christian. I can laugh at this.
EPA announced plans to
if
roll
you are
back
a Christian,
over 30
then, hey,
air
maybe start calling these, absolute ghouls out.
And water quality standards, including protections against fine particulate matter. The new head of the agency describes promoting the AI industry as a core part of the EPA's.
The thing is, I'm one of those random ones where I'm not necessarily worried about protecting the planet. The planet will take care of itself. I really am a big proponent of that one. Like, trust me, it'll shake us off like fleas before we do any actual damage. But I do like clean air. I like clean water. I do, not like I like having no battery acid in my soil. Like, there's a whole bunch of that kind of stuff that I know, like, I'm not as radical, but I do kind of feel like,
his mission.
It's about unleashing
Not
energy
exactly
dominance,
cool.
making America the AI capital of the world. And the EPA can't be restrictive of that. We can't be suffocating it.
Making America the world's
human, animal, and environmental are all connected, which is the issue that people are all too ignorant to understand. I also don't mean stop eating meat. I mean factory farming.
AI capital means prioritizing a massive expansion of data centers. And hundreds of them are now.
Trust me, I'm anti-factory farming too.
Under construction.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Levi.
The thing is, I'm living in this objective reality of we're like the actions that Donald Trump took sitting in that seat right there with all the deregulations he just signed are going to last until I'm in my fucking, like, if I make it to my 70s, because with all these actions, he just made it almost guaranteed that we are going to all develop some sort of cancer in our lifetimes.
Trump's EPA backing that effort, there may be little recourse for the communities downwind.
Come on, Pep, be an alpha and drink battery acid water. I'll take care of the COVID. The MAGA guy. Or it'll take care of the COVID.
That culture is
I kill jokes with my dyslexia.
go fast and break them. Break them.
A week after this hearing, XAI announced it would reduce the number of turbines it's running at Colossus over the next 2 months, but it's also dramatically expanding.
I'm happy to announce that XAI is increasing their footprint.
It's building a second larger data center.
Oh yeah, we've already started work on the next cluster. Yeah, about 5 times the power.
Where its construction permit application indicates it's considering using between 40 and 90 gas turbines, and enough electricity to power 40% of Memphis.
So we're not stopping here.
In February, during an XAI product launch, Elon Musk gave the closest thing to a public explanation for what he's done in Memphis.
Well, we needed a building, so we found an Electrolux factory in Memphis. That's why it's in Memphis, home of Elvis. And also, I think it was the capital of ancient Egypt. Then we needed power, at least 120 megawatts at first, but the building only had 15 megawatts. So we initially leased a whole bunch of generators. So we have generators on one side of the building, trailer after trailer of generators, until we get the
AI needs nuclear power to be better and more efficient.
Utility power to come in. It's interesting.
I agree, but the thing is, based on a lot, and I'm not trying to single you out here, but based on the argument about like the environmental protections and all this stuff, people in the 70s and 80s were just as radicalized against nuclear power.
Like, it's not like, oh, we just magically made it happen. You have to break down the problem just like Grok does for reasoning.
XAI did not respond.
The problem is, now we understand that methane, way worse.
Questions for this report.
What's happening in Memphis, that is Elon's vision.
Because everybody was worried about like the radiation thing, and then, you know, Chernobyl happened, and that didn't help.
Mr. President, all systems are activated.
Congratulations, Dr. Foreman. It's a marvelous achievement.
Thank you.
A technocracy, to be able to do whatever he wants, whatever he chooses, to experiment, to...
Godzilla just... If all of this is going to happen, and this, like, much stuff is, like... If this much pollution is happening, can Hedorah or Godzilla just, like, actually exist? Can we at least make that, like, a little bit fun? Can we get a kaiju, for fuck's sake?
Killed to destroy the environment at the behest of his machines.
We get all the bad, but no kaiju.
What that will amount to is...
No, we get a dipshit with air turbines.
Is a plantation economy for the rest of the world. A desolate wasteland of data centers is to follow.
Thanks so much for watching.
Man. Okay, yeah, more perfect union is bushed. That was an awesome report. Man, that makes me long for like old Vice. Old Vice was great. Shane Smith going to like we chased a driverless truck in Texas. What we sell will scare you. Ooh. Okay, here we go.
Right now, Luigi Mangione is being arraigned for his alleged role in the murder of Brian Thompson. There are a good amount of protesters, but honestly, I think there's more media people.
Can we get a Book Nook channel in the Discord? Yeah, I'll
this
make it right
trial is taking place in the middle of a much larger conversation about United Health Group. The outrage spans from activists
insurance companies delay care for most people that leave the hospital,
to United's own shareholders, local lawmakers, and even Steve Bannon.
There's clearly a seething anger of people that don't feel that the insurance companies and the medical companies are looking out for their interests.
But with so much attention on this trial, I wanted to know, has it done anything to stop United's own quest to control every aspect of the American healthcare system? I worked on a video investigating United Healthcare 2 years ago, together with fellow producer Sean Morrow. That video got a resurgence of attention in the last few months, and the comments made it very clear that beyond the anger, people were looking for real change.
A major debate has erupted over the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson over who exactly is the real villain. There's a callousness to the industry as a whole.
It delivers efficiency, but their definition of efficiency is returning as much value to their investors as possible.
I wanted to talk to Sean about a real-world example of what that change could look like.
So, like, I see you've got this new spicy United Health story to share.
I'm gonna tell you a story that I got obsessed with. It's got everything. It's got pissed off patients.
Why are all the doctors leaving?
It's got burnt out doctors.
If they're a public company, they've got to please their shareholders.
It's got healthcare lobbyists.
The purpose of them opposing the bill was so that this wouldn't become a national model that other states would follow.
And actually, this one might have a happy ending. This story is going to take us 3,000 miles away from New York to the state of Oregon. For 30 years, the city of Eugene has had this trusted institution serving a ton of its residents. It's called the Oregon Medical Group.
Some of these patients had 15-year relationships or longer with their doctors.
And that all changed in 2020 when it was bought by Optum.
Optum is, of course, owned by United Health Group.
I found a doctor at Optum.
Being against nuclear power isn't the same as wanting to not die because companies are killing you. No, I know.
With the answers I needed.
Optum buys Oregon Medical Group and causes this like huge chain of events that causes thousands of...
No, I'm just saying that like, so, and this is what sucks because nuclear, there was a misunderstanding, but what I was saying is there was like a militancy in like the way that people were protesting it without understanding like what protesting it did, where it's like it gave us a worse outcome. You know what I mean?
Oregon Medical Group was bought out by
So now I'm just kind of like, all right,
Optum in 2020. A lot of doctors
Where's the
quit,
tray?
leaving patients without a new doctor.
One of these people is this woman named Lisa Fragola. She was actually diagnosed with breast cancer,
I have to go let my
around
dog
the same time she lost her primary care provider.
I had received a letter from Oregon Medical Group saying I no longer had a provider. So when I got an irregular mammogram, I experienced a lot of anxiety and fear because I wasn't sure how to navigate my health care.
And this isn't just like a Pacific Northwest problem, right? Optum's buying up doctors' offices across the country. They're, I think, one of the largest employers of physicians nationwide now.
They're the largest.
Since the acquisition, the group has lost 32 doctors, leaving remaining staff overwhelmed and patients without care even a year later.
In Eugene, these doctors really did not like practicing medicine for the sake of United Healthcare shareholders.
My office has heard from a couple dozen physicians. They describe the ways, both small ways and big ways, where they feel their independence is being corroded by the ownership structures in place.
That's Ben Bowman, the majority leader for Oregon's House of Representatives.
The patient might not know that it was a corporate owner, for example, who said you only get 15 minutes with your doctor, even though the doctor might believe that the patient needs 20 or 30 minutes to have a proper exam.
So a bunch of doctors did the hard thing. They just left.
Living in Eugene, lost. They're told that their doctor no longer felt. I were told it was because of their insurance. Happened to be owned by United Healthcare.
To save money, not for patients.
Howard Stern, like fusion.
An understandable and respectable decision.
As we have previously reported, letters from Optum informed former OMG patients their doctors were leaving, and no replacements were available.
The most wild thing about this story is that the doctors couldn't even tell their patients that they had left. They had signed these non-competes, so they couldn't tell them, and they couldn't practice in the area. If you were someone like Lisa Fragola with a new cancer diagnosis, you may not have known what was going on.
It's taken many people in my community 2 years to find a new primary care provider.
There was one local news story about a woman who couldn't refill a medication because she just couldn't get a doctor at Oregon Medical Group. Lots of other people, including Lisa, received a letter.
It basically said, we don't have anybody to assign to you, so good luck and take off.
Not only did they lose their doctor, but they were told their doctor couldn't say like, hey, I'm going to this new place, right?
Yeah, and as I understand it, you know, with any non-compete, like that's poaching clients. That's competing with Optum. So they couldn't do that, even though there was no doctors at Oregon Medical Group to be able to see these people.
We are absolutely at an inflection point in this country when it comes to the corporatization of healthcare, without a doubt in my mind. There is a fundamental tension between a clinician who has an ethical duty to their patients, who took an oath to serve the interests of their patients, and fiduciary responsibility of a corporation or private equity firm who has a duty to their shareholders to maximize their profit.
It's not just Oregon.
So much of it to me comes down to dollars and cents, to the fact that we've put like a profit motive in something that shouldn't be about profit. It should be about care.
There's this report by Congressman Pat Ryan. He has a lot of constituents in the Hudson Valley area. Up there, Optum purchased practices like Caremount Medical, Crystal Run Healthcare, a ton of practices all up and down the Hudson Valley. Congressman Ryan conducted a survey of 1,800 people, and 41% reported that the quality of their healthcare went down after Optum acquired the practice. And Optum's whole thing is they're going to make things more efficient and cheaper, but Ryan's office is finding that not only is the care getting worse, it's getting more expensive. So it is getting more efficient and it is getting more cost effective for the executives, for the shareholders, but not for the patients, the people that a healthcare company should be theoretically taking care of.
Meanwhile, the Justice Department seems to be trying to make an example out of Luigi Mangione. Pam Bondi explicitly told federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty, which led to what I think is an unexpected statement from the lawyer of a man in a murder trial. While claiming to protect against murder, the federal government moves to commit the premeditated, state-sponsored
All right, the book nook has been created on Discord. Sorry, that took me a second.
murder of Luigi. By doing this, they are defending the broken, immoral, and murderous healthcare industry that continues to terrorize the American people. Back to Oregon. Lisa Fragola was able to get the care she needed outside of an Optum-run facility. And then she decided to run for office. She ran for the Oregon House of Representatives.
Lisa Fragola announced her run Monday afternoon.
Investments in education, investments in housing production, and making sure that we have good paying jobs and family benefits for the people that live in our community.
While she was running for office and knocking on doors, she heard so many stories of people who had also lost their doctors because of the actions of Optum. And she won, and with the majority leader over there, Ben Bowman, they're supporting this legislation to make
how are they?
Sure that corporations like United...
Ooh, this could be really hit or miss. Cheetos Mexican street corn
cannot dictate how doctors practice medicine.
Most states in the country have what's called a corporate practice of medicine law or corporate practice of medicine doctrine. Basically what it says is that physicians or advanced practice providers have to own and control medical clinics. These are non-controversial laws. Republican states, Democratic states, they're widespread throughout the country. The problem,
all right, you've intrigued me,
is there are loopholes.
You like them? All right, I'm gonna get me
in these laws. We're basically
street corn, yeah. Mexican street corn Cheetos, and they're not like puffs. I'm gonna try
corporations
them.
and private equity firms have figured out that they can be in compliance with the law on paper.
Ooh, if you haven't tried the Korean fried chicken Lays yet, do yourself a favor. I'm not kidding; they're really good.
By having a friendly physician or captive physician own the practice.
I want to try those Cheetos.
Representative Bowman's bill would change that by restricting corporations, like Optum, from taking decision-making away from doctors in clinical decisions. It also restricts non-compete and non-disclosure agreements, which caused many of the problems and confusion in Eugene.
Senate Bill
I did try them. You didn't like them as much?
951 was introduced to address a rising trend in this country that is happening not in response to public policy choices, but in response to profiteering from some very large corporations. At its core, the bill is just about ensuring doctors are the ones making decisions in exam rooms.
He has a face that makes me, like, if I saw him with hair, it would freak me out.
A version of that bill was actually introduced last year, went up for a vote, and passed the House.
Great, problem solved.
Not quite.
Okay. We had bipartisan support from senators of both parties, but because of some procedural maneuvering, the bill died without a vote in the Senate.
That seems incredibly unfair, like a small minority of the government there completely changing everything.
Good news, though, Bowman is trying again with support from some newly electeds like Lisa Fragola, but has attracted the attention of some pretty powerful people.
The head of Optum Oregon said, and I quote, "The experiment of physician-directed healthcare
in this country over 50 or 70 years didn't work. It didn't work.
It didn't work." That was his quote. I was told by one lobbyist that the purpose of them opposing the bill was so that this wouldn't become a national model that other states would follow. That was explicitly stated to me in my legislative office with my staff present.
A similar bill,
I've got the Hot Ones Pringles upstairs. They're pretty good.
Bill passed in California in 2024, but got vetoed by Gavin Newsom. Another bill was introduced in Vermont as well.
And so while United Healthcare, like the insurance branch of this conglomerate, is trying to squeeze more money out of people with all these denials, another part of the larger umbrella company.
Oh, those garlic baguette sun chips. Oh, those were so good.
And he is trying to...
I think those were South Korean. Those were really, really good.
Protect this other part of their business where they can profit off of healthcare clinics, the actual care, by slashing staff, slashing time with doctors, and maybe even defrauding Medicare.
All right, now she has to go up.
If United Healthcare, in addition to doing the insurance, started buying up doctors' offices and pharmacies, how would you feel about that?
That seems like it would be bad, like a monopoly on healthcare by companies that are already profiting off of denying care to people.
If I told you United was already the largest employer of physicians in the United States and already owns pharmacies like Optum, how does that make you feel?
Oh, nauseated but not surprised.
Senate Bill 951A, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
So they just voted on the Oregon bill in the Senate. That's where it died last year. And I want to play this clip for you.
Recognize Senator Bonham.
The fundamental question, of course, is should large conglomerate multinational corporation decide whether or not my mom gets a new hip when she breaks her hip? I don't think anybody's going to say yes.
That is a Republican.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of like anti-corporate attitude is kind of becoming more prevalent.
Watching this, it was kind of incredible seeing bipartisan agreement that corporations should not dictate medicine, even if their solutions were different. But nonetheless, the Democrat version of the bill passed the Senate 21-8.
Now it goes to the House?
Yeah, and they are very confident it will pass there.
And there's a ton of other developments that I feel like aren't getting the kind of attention they deserve. There was actually a push by the shareholders to audit their prior authorization process. United lobbied the Securities and Exchange
Okay, she's actually being really cute.
Commission, the SEC, to block
Just
the
wants some
vote, and then
love.
the whole thing just
I let her out anyway.
Withdrawn.
The state of Arkansas just banned pharmacy benefit managers who negotiate drug prices and reimburse pharmacies from operating their own pharmacies. One of the big players in that space is United, which often pushes patients to their own Optum pharmacies.
You saw chicken and waffle chips the other day? They might be back.
Do you think the attention the trial is attracting is going to help healthcare reform in the United States?
I think so, because we need attention somewhere, right?
Talking to all these people, it's not just anger. I mean, there is anger, but there's also hope. Luigi's trial, I'm hearing, was just set for 2026. We're gonna keep following the story. So if you have healthcare stories to share, and especially if you work inside the insurance industry, send us a line, stories@perfectunion.us. Thanks.
No, what was the taco meme thing?
By now, you've probably heard all about Taco.
Taco.
Taco. But what you haven't heard is who's forcing Trump to back down. It explains a lot about who Trump is really working for. Here, watch this.
And of course, when they put the tariffs in, it was way beyond what people expected. That will cause a little inflation, slow down growth.
Do you personally expect a recession?
I am going to defer to my economists at this point, but I think probably that's a likely outcome.
That was April 9th, a week after Trump announced sweeping tariffs on every country. A few hours later, Trump announced a
in honor of Taco Tuesday
90-day pause on the tariffs.
We'll just go
Asked
for it.
why he backtracked and who influenced his decision, Trump
Commit
said,
to
I watched Jamie Dimon on the Maria Bartiromo show.
But Dimon wasn't the only billionaire behind Trump's decision to chicken out. In the week after Trump announced the tariffs, Bill Ackman said the U.S. was headed toward self-induced economic nuclear winter. Ken Fisher, another billionaire, called the tariffs stupid, wrong, arrogantly extreme, ignorant trade-wise, and addressing a non-problem. Richard Branson called on Trump to own up to a colossal mistake and change course. And even Trump first buddy, Elon Musk, criticized the president's approach.
Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation.
Taco has resonated for a reason. It's true. NBC documented 10 times Trump has threatened, then chickened out on tariffs in the 3.5 months since he took office. Recently, he threatened to impose a 50% tariff on goods from the EU, only to back down 2 days later. He's backed down from threats against China multiple times. But what the meme misses is why. Trump doesn't dial it back because he thought better of the move. He chickens out because big money demands it.
All right. Yeah, the Titan implosion video. Second. All right. Trying to debate because I don't want to eat my dinner here. Okay. Where are we at? Santitos, poblano, and jalapeno chips with ooh. I don't know. I get random like cravings for Takis, so those are like a go-to for me when I get that little craving. Just go to the gas station, buy a little bag of them. Poblano, dude. Okay, so I just had this poblano. It was a poblano cheese soup that was so fucking good, or chicken poblano chicken soup. Apparently, there's a beautiful breeze. So let's do this real quick. I got a fun video that I wanted to watch with y'all, and then might have to call it soon. So I got some dinner upstairs, and honestly, I love y'all. I do. But some wife time would not be bad. Ooh, here we go. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, so here, I forgot that I had this one lined up. Trump, as he plays the tariffs, prices of stocks go up and down. the prices of the stocks go up and down, up and down, up and wait. It's ending it down. That cannot happen. They're gonna blame me. Hold on. Let's do something to take care of that. No more tariffs. Wait a minute. I'm just kidding. We're going to go to 30%, 50%, 150%, 20%. I don't know anymore.
Because I and other constituents of the administration are worried about the way that this is going on both sides of the aisle. That's why I'm speaking on it.
Fraud on both sides of the aisle?
Oh, yes.
So then why'd you vote for the fraudster? Literally convicted of 34 felonies of business fraud. Not to mention.
It's hard to assess
Oh, shit.
what the
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to hit that. Can I just
Why do
say
you support the current
something
administration?
about his shirt? I have never seen a PacSun shirt. Like, what? Okay.
Because I and other constituents of the administration are worried about the way that this is going on both sides of the aisle. That's why I'm speaking on it.
Fraud on both sides of the aisle?
Oh, yes.
So then why'd you vote for the fraudster? Literally convicted of 34 felonies of business fraud. Not to mention. He's also like defrauded like charities, universities. He like rug pulled his fans with his crypto coin. He's actively defrauding the American people by lying to them, saying that he's great for the economy, then barreling it towards a recession. Not to mention he tried to defraud the vote of every American in 2020 when he tried to literally coup, rig, and install himself for a second term. Come on.
Because I would never vote for a woman, man.
Oh, woo! Look at that. The truth comes out. There you go.
Did we just watch the clip? Again, this is why I don't like previews. The same reason that I like movie previews. I'm not the biggest fan anymore. They show too much.
What's up, Dean? Long time no see, buddy.
Have we talked before?
Yeah, we've talked before, man. You know me, man.
I don't remember you. Do you support the current administration?
Yeah, man. You know I support the man in office.
Yo, chat. Do y'all remember this guy?
You remember me, man.
I don't remember you. Okay, we're gonna do a quick.
Parker, and you guys couldn't take my logic, so you guys started telling me what Elon Musk did was a whatever salute, and then I was trying to explain to you that it wasn't. He was just trying to say my heart goes out to you, buddy.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh my God, remember me?
No, I still don't.
That's a very high pitched voice right there, buddy.
I get a high pitched voice when I get excited, Optimus. You want to know why I'm excited? You want to know why I'm excited?
Yes, I do.
If it wasn't the Nazi salute, go ahead and do it.
Okay. you can believe what you want to believe. That's your opinion, but hey, God bless you, bro.
Are you gonna do it?
No, I'm gonna tell you. I want to talk to you about process and whatever topic you want to bring up. I'll explain to you.
Why won't you give your heart out to the crowd?
What do you mean, my heart? My heart goes out to everyone. Just like
no, it's because you're a coward and you know That's the funniest part. All right, I got to give Dean some credit here.
Give your heart out to us by doing what Elon did, right?
What do you mean? Telling you that my heart goes out to you like that?
Yeah, because apparently
What's
it wasn't
wrong with
a
that?
Yahtzee salute.
What's wrong with him
Because
saying
it was
that?
because it was a Yahtzee.
If he did, he
salute.
did he say Hail Fury? Did he say that?
No, but he did.
Okay, if he had said that, then I would understand. Buddy.
I like how you need.
But
so they do it.
Moving along.
Okay.
Moving along.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna
do you
make this
think
clear.
that-
We
you
will
think
move
that,
on, but I think it's funny
Jeff
that you'll
Bezos putting up those indiscriminatory putting up those things like these are the things that tariffs are infecting or affecting. Do you think that would have been appropriate to do under the Biden administration as well?
Transparency with the price of your goods is always appropriate.
So that should have been highlighted when the Biden administration was in office, right?
Sure, I don't care. It's probably like most important.
Yeah,
that
it
it's
would have been
highlighted right
amazing. But see, so Elon Musk is able to help us be more efficient, and you're trying to help the consumer be more efficient. So you're for the people, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't know the answers to my questions have gotten you to that conclusion, but I mean I definitely.
So U.S.
agree.
aid,
I definitely agree with the conclusion.
Where
that I'm
does
for the
U.S.
people.
aid? Where did U.S. aid
Damn, what a
money end
stupid
up
fucking
in a lot of
question.
instances?
U.S. aid money?
Yes, sir.
To the American people?
It was going to the American people, you would say?
Yes.
Where would you point out an instance where U.S. aid went to the American public? Because I only seen instances where it was
like the increasing the child tax credit, FEMA, or do you mean like the Department of USAID?
Yeah.
Oh,
the one that Elon Musk abolished.
Oh, so that was specifically a department for funding to.
They literally heard. I heard the money was going to gay fish. I don't like that's going to gay fish.
Other countries.
And where did a lot of that money end up, buddy?
Well, all of it ended up in the hands of other countries because that was the purpose of the.
This guy's been breathing too much of the Memphis.
So you think that that's what occurred with that money?
Well, yes, I know that.
I have facts that say otherwise. I have facts that a lot of these people who are earning low salaries,
man, it's the good. I had some of that Memphis. It's that good.
Are making millions and millions of dollars. Where that isn't even ethical in no.
That shit'll fuck you up
in no sense.
Okay, so you're saying there was actual fraud and embezzlement. Why hasn't there been any arrests made?
That's a great question, Dean.
Yeah,
why are we not
because if there actually was embezzlement and fraud,
right
Donald Trump would direct the DOJ to make arrests, but it hasn't happened. What does that likely tell us, Optimus? What that tells us is that there wasn't any embezzlement.
Investigations are not underway.
Well, I mean, hey, the ABC reporter asked Trump if they were, and he refused to answer. So
they are underway. I promise you.
Okay, on who?
I promise you that on. What do you mean on who?
Investigations into whom?
Miss Indian lady, wannabe Indian lady. What's her name?
Elizabeth Warren.
Many other instances where you have
also let's call Indigenous Americans.
Well, that's what she wasn't. She was supposed to be wannabe Indian, but she's not Indian.
Let's call Indigenous Americans Indigenous.
She's not though. That's the problem.
Okay,
buddy.
I'm asking. I understand that. I'm asking you to please use the term Indigenous American or just Indigenous.
Oh, is that the term that the TikTok friendly term?
That's not just a TikTok friendly term. That's the appropriate term to call Indigenous individuals.
Do you live in a nation that? Do you live in a state that has Native Americans in it?
Are you trying to tell me that I'm wrong?
How many Native Americans do you know?
Quite a few.
Do you really? What are their names?
I'm not going to tell you the names of any Native Americans.
I would tell you. One of my best friends, James, he's Native American. I know dozens and dozens of Native Americans, and they don't mind the term American Indian.
That is actually true.
I have a feeling I might know.
Is that not?
No. I know this kind of is weird, but this guy's not wrong. It's the same thing as saying Latinx. Do you know how many of my Mexican friends thought that shit was whack as fuck?
Is that the point?
Come on, man. You have to admit when it's like, nah. You're being a little we kind of ran into this earlier, but it's like, hey, don't be more outraged than the people that would you're claiming our outrage. You know what I mean?
Feeling that I might know more. Okay. But I think it's important for you to
like, if I have an indigenous American come up to me and say, you know what, Native American is kind of insulting, then I'll take it. You know what? Then I'll walk it back. But the only time I hear this seems to be from some fucking white kid.
To please not tokenize your friends. So either just, stop.
Some people don't mind it.
Using the.
No, it doesn't.
These colonizer terms, or I'm going to kick you off the live. You know?
God damn it.
I'm going to give you one last.
This is what I was talking about, Sylvie. This is what I was talking about. This is what annoys the piss out of just your average person, where they're just like, yeah, typical lefty.
Chanceman.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. I'll apply. I'll
more concerned about language than actual substance.
I'll abide by your
not saying you are
sensitivities. I understand completely. But as I was saying though, do you think that that's appropriate for her and other people to have money that they can't account for?
What money does Elizabeth?
Dude, I have to link you the video I watched earlier about like the whole Rey Skywalker thing and how it would have just been like so much better if they had just kept with her not being any, like literally having no ties to the Force. Then she still could have taken the Skywalker name.
Elizabeth Warren have that can't be,
and it would have been so much more satisfactory. But then because of like the right wing pushback, they were just like, nope, got to make her a Palpatine, and it's almost like they made her a Palpatine just to piss like that contingent off, but at the same time they're just like, but at least it makes sense.
Be accounted for. And how's this related to USAID and fraud, waste, and abuse as directed by the Biden-Harris administration? And how does this?
That's my point.
Dude, they were talking about how she was a Mary Sue from the very beginning. Like, there was never any good faith like the discourse there, and honestly, the only reason they like pivoted was because of how bad Solo did.
Why you support the current administration?
Because they're exposing and making these things readily available to us to understand.
Yeah, Native American, but that's what I'm saying. They like being called whatever, like indigenous Americans, Native Americans. Native Americans is one that's been widely accepted for a long time, and honestly, it's not like. This new, like what you just said there, new to me, and honestly, new to pretty much everybody here, where it's just like, no, like, again.
Okay, if it's readily available, then show the proof.
Doesn't even think about where these people's monies come from. Do you think about that?
If it's
I can tell you right now that some members of the Ho Chunk Nation don't give a fuck.
Readily available, then please show the proof.
I believe transparency should be on both sides.
Okay, if it's readily available, then show the proof.
Oh, we can see. They asked them, where did you get these funds? And they said that they appeared in their accounts.
Okay, so show me that.
This is a quote. This is a quote from them. This is a quote from Elizabeth.
So show me that.
You want me to show you that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not in front of my machine right now, but I can show you where it says that. If you want, I'll DM you and at you. But to the point of argument, where do these people come up with their wealth if they don't have any lucrative?
Wait a minute. What if somebody's culturally appropriating? Do we call like the Rachel Dolezal thing? I hate to say this, man, but this has been one of those situations. Maybe it's my age, but that one was one where I'm like, okay, so do we say that Rachel Dolezal's black?
Skills or
because she wants to be called black?
How is our government being?
And she identifies as black?
Yeah, that's what I want to understand, Dean. Can you
again? Like, this is where people need most people are willing to work with you. Most people are willing to even be keep it respectful. Like the second that people found out that the R word is socially unacceptable, including myself, I stopped using it. Well, for the most part, unless it's really applicable. But in that regard, like, I just don't give a shit about fucking like the finer nuances of people like attacking like, oh well, you use the wrong pronoun or language here, and like if I use the wrong pronoun, then I sincerely say I actually sincerely mean it, where it's like, I'm sorry, I meant no harm by it. But the fact is, too many people are so fucking amped up and just more than willing to not accept that apology and just be like, but you actually did mean it. Like that's how it always goes. Trust me, I have had this fucking argument.
Explain that to me.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Okay, hey, so I just want to let you know. So I was actually able to find a fact check on Reuters saying that there's no credible evidence that she ever made the claim that money just randomly appeared in one of her accounts and that it's false. So why are you reiterating fake claims sourced from like...
It's not about me getting upset at other people caring. It's about the fact that this is why the left has this perception of just being like having the again, guys, I have lost plenty of fucking people in this community specifically because of my stance on this one, but I'm not going to pivot here. I don't like it when we micromanage and the general populace who already doesn't vote gets turned off from our message just based on the fact that they're like, are you really just like having an argument about like finer nuances of language? Like, for instance, if somebody were to walk in and see, if me and Sylvie were having this discussion in like our IRL, and they're just like, Sylvie, I should probably ask, are you a Native American or Indigenous American? If you're not, just let me know, and then I'll, I think it's how you package it. No, that's bullshit. And see, what you just did there, you're not acknowledging what I just said about intent and what I said about intent earlier. It seems like in that regard, you, like, no, because it's, how is it packaged? Like, right now, and I'm trying to just say, like, people get annoyed by it, and you're like, well, what's the intent? Are you looking for the intent behind it, or are you actually like? I'm trying to articulate this in a better way, because, like, honestly, I understand where you're coming from, like, but I think that it's silly when like I said, the Latinx thing is a good example where it's just like that culture didn't care. And they also, from the like majority perspective, every time I talked to somebody and asked them about it, they were just like, no, we think that that's stupid. And so, like, in a few cases, they were like, no, that honestly, that's some white shit. Like, I don't know, man. So maybe it's because like I had interactions with everyday Americans where like they didn't believe in that and they thought that it was some like, you know, online leftist BS. But
like Republican,
I think we have a disconnect on what each of us are trying to say.
From Republican,
a little
like,
bit.
Like
no, I'm not.
No, I do get what you're saying. I just do kind of disagree. Where I'm trying to say this nicely, but it's not looking for outrage. But okay. It's in that vein is where I kind of feel it, where it's almost like you're looking for something to be mad at.
Facebook and Telegram to like justify
or like him,
like claim about Elizabeth
man,
Warren.
It's so much easier if somebody says I'm in, like if he or if anybody where we were watching was just like, no, excuse me, I prefer the term Indigenous American. Immediately, I'm gonna be like, all right, Indigenous American, fine.
So where did her money appear from?
But when it comes from him saying it as the correction, and that, like, I don't want to get lumped. I don't want to have another Latinx. You know what? No, fuck it. I'm 38 years old. I've already done this. I did the virtue signal thing when I was fucking in my 20s. And I just wanted, it was like, no, you know what? I want to be perceived by this culture to be fucking, like, woke and, like, in, like, you know, I'm with it. I'm hip. I'm with it. I was a poser ass bitch that got fucking checked.
Buddy, then look up her wealth. And since you did
wait.
Well, I'm not Indigenous. I might be. Never got tested, but all I got.
The claim that like money just randomly appeared in her claim is false. There's no evidence to back it, and I just gave you a fact check from Reuters.
Well, look up what she has done to make that money.
Why are we looking into how Elizabeth?
I don't get mad. Okay.
Warren just made.
The thing is, Sylvie, I'll be completely real. There's a reason that you haven't seen Duke of Bread in the community for a while.
Money,
because he had a specific argument with me like this, where because I was bringing up something that I like saw as a broader problem on the left, he took it as you just protect your left and fuck you. So I do kind of take these to be like more combative than they actually might be.
What the fuck is the relevance of that? Like seriously, what the hell? What the hell is the relevance of you and me looking into where Elizabeth Warren has made money? You fucking weirdo. The question on the top of the screen is like, well, A, it's not a question, it's a statement. It says Trump is terrible for America. But the question being asked is, why do you support the Trump administration? And you know, like, sure, like you had like very loosely constructed this position that they were good because they abolished USAID, and you know USAID was bad because he was paying people like Elizabeth Warren a bunch of money. Then Elizabeth Warren affirmed this by saying that she had money pop up in her account that she didn't know about, and like even if that was true, then you'd have to justify that the money came from USAID, which you never be able to fucking do. But that claim is fucking false. So like, why do we even care about where Elizabeth Warren got her money at? I don't see how this relates to any reason why you've given us insofar as why you support the current administration, or any reason that you could give us. Like, insofar as why you could, insofar as why you support the current administration.
He should be
so
mad
how
about this.
You just take a step back and you answer the question: why do you support the current administration?
Because I and other constituents of the administration are worried about the way that this is going on both sides of the aisle. That's why.
Oh, it sounds like we know the answers to. We know all
fraud
the
on
answers
both
to the
sides of the
universe.
aisle.
Oh yes.
So then why'd you vote for the fraudster? Literally convicted of 34 felonies of business fraud. Not to mention. He's also like defrauded like charities, universities. He like rug pulled his fans with his crypto coin. He's actively defrauding the American people by lying to them, saying that he's great for the economy, then barreling it towards a recession. Not to mention he tried to defraud the vote of every American in 2020 when he tried to literally coup, rig, and install himself for a second term. Come on.
Because I would never vote for a woman, man.
Oh, woo! Look at that. The truth comes out. There.
I just want to be me and not bothered.
There you go. There you go. The truth comes out. The truth comes out. Yeah. The truth comes out. Hey, Optimus. Hey, Optimus. Hey, Optimus. Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Because we have.
Because have you ever seen Alita 1 actually try to lead the Autobots? Come on.
An ability to solve problems, buddy.
Oh, solving problems? Well, that's typically related to IQ scores and ability to comprehend and understand and think through logic. It is the case that women have higher IQs on average compared to men, not to mention that they typically have better problem-solving skills and abilities, not only because of the fact that they have a higher IQ
This always happens to his
on
videos.
average, but also because of the fact that they have a higher EQ on average, as well as there's empirical evidence to justify this fact, such as performance inside of academia. Academia is literally
Academia isn't the
problems
real world,
that you are
though.
sourced with solving. That is why women get better grades compared to men and get more degrees than men. Now, if you're going to say that that's not the real world, that's not in the workforce, hey man, well, you want to know what is in the workforce? Surgeons. In surgery. Surgery is what? Solving problems. And did you know that female surgeons outperform male surgeons? Wow, if you're operated on by a female compared to a male, you're less likely to experience negative outcomes of that surgery or die as a result.
Are we voting for a president?
You're voting for a president. However, the reason you told me a man would be better at being the president compared to a woman is because men are better at solving problems. Well, I just gave you 5 reasons why you're wrong, and it's actually the opposite that is true.
No, you told me that a surgeon is a female surgeon is better at giving surgery.
That's not all that I told you. I also told you that they perform.
Dude, I've smoked with guys like this. This is what pisses me off. It's at some point you just need to look at a dude in the eyes and just be like, motherfucker, you stupid.
Better in school, and they have higher EQs and IQs on average.
Buddy, I can put you in an institution, and you can learn everything I can tell you to learn. But when you start constructing things, when you start doing deeper, and I'm not saying that women don't have a specific role to play in aside us.
Chat, you guys want to see him cook?
Absolutely.
You guys want to see him cook?
But I can't see at this current state.
You guys want to see him cook?
We need a strong individual who is willing to be a shepherd in this world.
Hey, stop talking. I'm gonna cook you again. Are you ready?
No, don't.
Why does he keep calling my name?
Talk to me, bro, like that.
I'm gonna talk to you how I want.
No, look, you're a kid,
you're either
bro.
gonna
You don't
take
have no real world experience.
Yeah, says the guy that thinks
more people need to be called out when they're being stupid.
Men are better at leading than women.
2000%.
Because you've been rejected by every woman in a 10.
That's one of the dynamics I love with me and my friends. Like me and my best friend, we have that.
Father, was your
like where he'll just look at me, he's just like, no.
Is your father a leader? Is your father a leader?
Damn, I guess that one hit home because you're talking about my dad. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and respond to the claim that you just made. So you say men are better at solving problems than women. Then I'm like, no, that's wrong. And then I give you like 5 or 6 different points of justification insofar as why that's correct. Hey, Optimus, are you listening to what I'm saying?
You're not answering the question, though. You do exactly.
You didn't ask me a question. You made a statement.
Yes, I did. I said leading, buddy. I said when it comes to the position, bro, you're missing the position. We're climbing.
Optimus?
You're climbing a tree.
Hey, Optimus, I just want you to listen to me. I'm not climbing a different tree because I asked you why you think men are better at leading than women, and what did you say?
Because they have a more tendency to solve problems, buddy.
Right. So when I'm disputing the claim that men are better at solving problems than women, I am therefore disputing the claim that men are better at leading than women. Do we see how that's implied? There? It's just logic. It's very simple logic, Optimus. So anyways, I'm gonna go to...
You're lost,
They do this from like this weird but think of like the Roman emperors, bro.
Obviously, on what we're talking about.
No, you're lost. You told me that I was climbing up a different tree when I was disputing the claim.
Joan of Arc would break this dude's brain.
That men are better at solving problems than women. When that is the reason why you think.
Substance comes into play.
Optimus, I'm gonna go ahead and count down from 5 here, man. Because you're listening to me.
You ain't gonna count down to me. Go ahead and have a good day, Dean. God bless you, man.
If you're so good at solving problems, why you're running?
I'm not running, bro. You just don't understand the real world.
I think what you mean when you say I don't understand shit is that you don't understand what I'm saying.
I run a coaching called Shift, bro. Look at your keyboard and you'll understand, man. There's a pattern to this, man. It's 1 through 10, man. Shift your mentality, man. You got to shift it.
Can you give us a lesson from this coaching proposal real quick? Could you give us a free lesson?
Oh, my paradigm shifting principles?
Yeah, could you give us one of these paradigm shifting principles?
Oh man, I was born for this, man. So when you want to think, man, you have to change your mindset. So if you look at your computer, there's a code to whatever.
I hate to say this, especially being me, but not everybody should smoke weed.
Everything is put. So shift 1 is your freedom. It's basically the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Be able to exclaim what you want to believe in. If you exclaim it, you will claim it. Shift 2, act. Affirm it, and you will find it. Whatever you're affirming, you're gonna find. So a lot of people like you and Charlie Kirk, you guys are affirming a lot of nonsense, but you're never gonna touch it. There's no substance to it. So affirm whatever you're going to believe in yourself.
I got a course for you too.
You don't have a course for me.
Have you ever heard of E-Rich lifestyle? Have you ever heard of E-Rich lifestyle?
No.
Sorry, continue.
All right, cool.
There's probably like 2% of the people watching got that. For the 98% of people watching that didn't get that, don't worry about it. Continue, Optimus. Sorry.
Yeah, that's because you think you know what you're talking about, buddy. Shift number 3 is the pound symbol, right? Pound it. Hashtag. If you are thinking about,
stop making any damn sense.
Absolutely, man. If you pay attention, bro.
You know what? I'm actually
pay attention, man. It's as simple as tic-tac-toe, man.
You want to
I got a question.
You want to see
the last question?
You want to see?
Damn it.
No,
Dean, I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh my God, I hate this armchair philosopher crap. Oh my God. All right, we said it earlier in chat. This is actually where it's more beneficial to just call people stupid when they're being fucking stupid. Do not always entertain your bros. Occasionally, you just got to be like, you're fucking retarded.
Talking, you're going to go on mute. You know, I bet this guy
save that one for the special one, guys.
Actually could be pretty successful in the manosphere, and that is fucking insane. That's so disappointing.
I have an IQ question for you, buddy.
Oh, dear God.
If you answer this question correctly, then I'll know where you're standing.
What? Are you proving the fact that you have a single digit one? What's going on?
I'm going to answer. Right, so I'm going to, one moment. I'm going to answer your question.
Go ahead.
I'm going to answer your question and like help you uncode the matrix. Okay. But once we do that, I have like 1 or 2 questions for you. Is that fair?
Yeah, let me ask the question first, and then I'm all the way out. I'm all ears for you, buddy.
Okay. Take it away.
So if me and you play 50 games of tic-tac-toe, how many games do you win, lose, or cats draw?
If we play 50 games of tic-tac-toe, I mean, it depends on who would start the game. I mean, There's like methodology in which you can always win a game of tic-tac-toe, assuming that you're the first person to start. Now, if it switches on and off every time, I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Are you ready for my question?
Yeah. See, who gives a fuck? Because you're simple-minded. You can't think. You're TikTok brain, bro. Let me answer the question for you, because for us smart people.
Dude, this is like every single one of these people. They literally have a room temperature IQ, and they are just like, for us smart people, man, who do our own research. You know, we might have failed out of school, but it's all right.
100% of the time, I'm going to get...
An F turns into an A when you take modern day philosophy.
50 games. If I'm paying attention, there's nothing that could stop you.
Damn it.
And the world is paying attention now, man. So wake up and make the
Madison,
shift.
thank you so much for the
This is some Kanye level spin. I can't.
Galaxy. Okay, let's play a game. Oh no, he left. I was gonna play a game of tic-tac-toe with him. Oh, I'm so sad. He left. I was literally.
You just don't understand my genius. You don't know where I was going with that. 6 means the up symbol, dude.
Going to play a game of tic.
So up means you're getting up in the morning, you know? So you gotta get yourself up in the morning. Then 7 means and. It's the shift and symbol. So you gotta shift and, then you gotta go at 8 with the shift and star. I'm not sure if you can mix the two. I don't know.
Tic-tac-toe with him.
God,
oh,
what
I'm
was
really
that?
sad about that. He lied to us. What a liar. What a liar. Unfortunate. Okay. All right. Hey, we're gonna get the next Trump supporter up in here, I guess. But what a fucking
so
liar.
bad.
What?
Bro's a dummy. Dude, but there have been a few of the farewell, Genie. I appreciate you. I'm gonna hang out for one more video. Then I gotta go eat. I'm quite hungry, and I've got me a gyro upstairs. So a gyro. Lauren the Mortician.
2 years ago, a submersible called the Titan imploded while descending to the Titanic.
Handheld mic.
5 people, instant death, a pressure so intense it would turn the human body into something unrecognizable. I made a video back then that went viral because I said what a lot of people were thinking but were too uncomfortable to say out.
Yeah, they were gone. They were paced.
Loud.
Not even paced.
Kind of usual for me. I don't believe they were ever going to recover remains.
No.
The bodies. And honestly, 2 years later, I still don't believe they recovered anything. After news broke that they had recovered the submersible, people ran to my page and they were like, you said they weren't going to recover human remains. And I'm like, yes. And what human remains did they recover? Because they never actually said. And I swear to you,
nothing.
I don't think they found anything. I think they literally just said that so the media would back off. This was a media circus storm. Is that a thing, a circus storm? I don't know, but it is now. They built up when we knew these people would run out of air, even though they already knew that they were dead. And now the Coast Guard just gave us, oh yeah, we found human remains and that was it. But what did you find? Morbid me wants to know. What did you find? I am telling
a chunk of hair.
you from the bottom of my heart, I don't think they found anything. I think it was a lie. I think it was just told to us to end the story. The epic conclusion was they didn't find anything. And the truth is that we're never gonna know the full truth because we only know what they've told us and what the media has said. There's no autopsy report, there's no nothing. It just
really
doesn't sit right with me. And today I wanna walk you through exactly what happens to a body in an implosion. What the media got wrong and why the Little Mermaid might actually be the most accurate thing we've got. So let's get into it. Section 1, the timeline of the Titan. Let's go back to the beginning because before
did I mention that I have a little morbid side to me?
we even got into science or recovery, we need to talk about what the public experienced. June 18th, 2023, the Titan sub launched into the North Atlantic. 5 people aboard: Stockton Rush, Hamish Harding, Paul Henry Narglet, Shahzad Dawood, Sulman Dawood. They were heading to the Titanic wreck 2.4 miles below. The vessel had 96 hours of oxygen, that's what we were told, and the media ran with it. We were literally counting down the hours. News anchors breathlessly tracked oxygen levels like it was a game show. Only 40 hours left. They've got 12 hours left. Do you
Yeah, CNN had a countdown.
remember that? Does anyone else remember that? People were
Yeah,
refreshing
they had an
Twitter
O2
like it was a
countdown.
live sport. But the thing is, they were already gone. Communication with the sub was lost just 1 hour and 45 minutes into the descent, and that's early. But the media painted a picture of 5 people trapped, slowly running out of air. Meanwhile, the US Navy already knew. They had picked up acoustic signatures of an implosion on the day it went missing. And yet, the search continued. The public was strung along, maybe even the families were. I would be super curious to know that. On June 22nd, they found debris near the Titanic. The Coast Guard confirmed catastrophic implosion. A few days later, they claimed to recover debris and presumed human remains. And that's where things start to fall apart. Section 2 is titled The Victims. So let's talk about the 5 lives lost, not just as names, but as stories. Stockton Rush, CEO of OceanGate, known for pushing boundaries, once said, "Safety is a pure waste." Alrighty then. Hamish Harding, billionaire, adventurer. He had been to space. Paul Henry Nargeolet, sorry if I say these incorrectly, but he was a Titanic expert, former Navy diver called Mr. Titanic. And Shahzada Dawood, businessman, philanthropist. And his son, Sulman Dawood, just 19, allegedly was terrified to go. That's terrifying. He did it to bond with his dad for Father's Day. I'm a mortician, and teenagers aren't supposed to be on my table. But death doesn't care how old you are, or how rich you are, or how smart. Section 3 is titled, How Deep Sea Disasters Destroy Bodies. Now, let's talk about what actually happens to a human body when it implodes. 12,500 feet equals 5,500 psi. That's like placing a commercial jet's weight on every square inch of your body. Your lungs collapse, your organs flash boil, blood vaporizes, bones obliterated. In less than 20 milliseconds, you're gone. Not injured, not even crushed. You cease to exist in a recognizable form. And yes, I still stand by my original comparison. Do you remember in The Little Mermaid when Ursula accidentally zaps Flotsam and Jetsam and they explode into sparkly little fish flakes? That's the visual. Dramatic, yes, but accurate. That is what I envision. Section 4, the deep seas roll
I love
in
her
decomposition.
explanation.
Even if anything survived
She
the
used the
implosion,
flotsam and
the
jetsam.
ocean would not have left it intact for long. Salt water strips skin, dissolves tissues. Freezing temperatures slow decomposition, but not scavenging, not scavengers, if you get where I'm going with that. Deep sea scavengers, amphipods, hagfish, can strip soft tissue in under 4 days. Adipocere, that waxy, fat-preserving substance, possible in shallow water, but not here. If you had anything left after all of that implosion, it would be gone by the time the ROVs got there. Section 5 is titled Historical Underwater Deaths.
Not necessarily, but is it any less entertaining? Not necessarily.
This wasn't the first time a vessel went deep down in deep water, and it sure won't be the last. If we really want to understand what happens to a human body in a deep sea disaster, we have to look back at the other times it's happened, because, spoiler alert, bodies don't usually make it back. Let's start with the USS Thresher, a US Navy
Yep,
nuclear
I know all
submarine.
about this one.
It was undergoing deep dive tests off the coast of Massachusetts when something went
horrific.
catastrophic.
All because of one dude's fuck up.
Wrong. The sub sank to over 8,000 feet. That's not as deep as the Titan, but deep enough. All 129 crew members were killed, and not a single intact body was ever recovered. What did they recover? Fragments, metal, pieces of equipment, but nothing that resembled a human being. If that sounds familiar, it should. The Thresher imploded, just like the Titan. Then there's the Kursk, a Russian nuclear sub that exploded and sank in the Barents Sea. It wasn't as deep, about 350 feet, but the aftermath was devastating. 118 sailors died. And the horrifying part, some of them survived the initial explosion. That's horrible. They were alive in the dark, freezing compartments waiting for rescue, which never came. When divers finally reached them days later, it was too late. Bodies were recovered, but not all. Some were unrecoverable, even at that depth, 350 feet, and it wasn't even a pressure implosion like the Titan. If we couldn't bring back everyone from 350 feet, what are the odds at 12,500? Then there's Air France Flight 447 in 2009.
Because the media needed something to go with, and honestly, people don't understand pressure and depth.
The plane disappeared over the
We are profoundly stupid people. Like, Americans, like, the thing is, everybody attacks like the American education system, but realistically, I'm getting the vibe from interacting with other people that it's not much better everywhere else.
Atlantic. It wasn't
like, it seems like we all have our like really stupid people that are convinced that they're the smartest among us.
found for 2 years, even with global search efforts. The wreckage was 13.
Dude, it was a Logitech. It was a Logitech fucking controller. That was the wildest part to me. I was just like, ooh, not exactly great.
15,000 feet deep, deeper than the Titanic. Some remains were recovered.
At least it wasn't
but
Mad
many
Cats.
were never found. And that was a commercial airliner with pressurization, with more structure than the Titan ever had. And finally, we have Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. It vanished in 2014, possibly over the Indian Ocean. It's still missing. Hundreds of lives lost. No confirmed wreckage until a wing of the plane washed ashore about a year later. And no human remains were ever recovered, not a single one. What all of these cases show.
Okay, so she about to explain how like sea life is extremely efficient at decomposing a body.
Military, civilian, submarine, plane, is that the ocean does not return its dead. Not completely, not cleanly, and not in one piece.
Oh no, Mitesh, dude, I think that I covered it earlier where they found a structural crack and they were just like, fuck it, let's go.
And in few cases where something was recovered, it was partial. DNA fragments, bone shards, never a full body, and certainly not after an implosion. Death at that depth isn't just physical destruction, it's erasure. It will erase you from the planet. And when families are left without remains, without answers, they're forced to grieve a ghost.
Yeah.
So when officials say they found presumed
Hate to say it, it's kind of what I'm going through.
human remains from the Titan, I say, show me where that's ever happened before. Section 6 is titled Body Recovery Logistics. So what happens in a mass casualty recovery at sea? ROVs, I'm calling them roves collect debris and anything suspicious. Fragments are bagged, tagged, sometimes even swabbed for DNA if there's any left. Medical examiners analyze for tissue, bone, DNA trace. Sometimes a funeral is held with a sealed casket containing only symbolic items. I've prepared empty caskets filled with nothing but a favorite hoodie. I've cremated love letters when there was no body to burn, because when there's nothing left, we bury what we can. So let's circle back to the phrase, presumed human remains. It made headlines, but what does that even mean? There was no autopsy report, no specific remains described. Was it bone? A piece of tissue? DNA from a zipper? They never said. And maybe that's the point. The media needed closure after that whole media circus storm they had us go through. The families needed peace. The public needed a headline. But when you work with the dead, you just know when something's off. And this felt like PR. Section 8 is titled, What If This Happened to You? I mean, I'm not getting in that sub, but I mean, hypothetically, what if this happened?
I'm not getting in that sub.
You're 12,000 feet down. The lights are dim.
Right
The
there with
air
you,
is
sister.
thin. The hull creaks. You hear a pop, then nothing. No pain, no panic. You're just gone. It's the fastest way to die and the hardest kind of death for families to mourn because there's nothing left to hold or say goodbye to. So final thoughts here. 2 years later, I still don't believe full human remains were ever recovered. Maybe there was a DNA swab, maybe a fabric scrap, but a body? No, absolutely not. The ocean doesn't give you back what it takes. And as a mortician, I don't need the paperwork to know when a body's gone. So thank you for watching. And if you want more death deep dives, subscribe for more. Leave your questions in the comments. And remember, death doesn't lie, but sometimes people do. And the media definitely does.
And to get on a morbid note tonight, guys. No, I hate to say, like, right from the beginning with that Titanic one, like the Oceanic, I was like, no, there's no way. I was getting like actively angry at the fact that people were just like, yeah, but they're just sitting there, like they have this much air. I'm like, no, they don't. They're crushed. Like, you don't understand it. They're not there anymore. Like, if there was a problem, it was going to crush them. You don't understand how pressure works, especially in the ocean, apparently. I remember the story when it happened. I saw a picture of the sub and in the controller. I was like, they're just marching to their death. Yep. Yeah, the gray Logitech controller. I used to sell them at Radio Shack. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's how I know. They suck. They're not good. Like, I had multiple ones returned to me where I was just like, oh, okay. And they're like, don't ever buy these. They're like, this is the worst wireless controller I've ever used. It's like, okay, good to know. So, yeah, like they were gone before the countdown started. No, so the no, they made it down. Like, so what happened is, here, you know what? Let's find it.
New evidence has been obtained by the US Coast Guard investigating the Titan submersible disaster in June 2023. It captures the sound at the very moment the vessel imploded, 1,000 metres below the surface. It was on its way to view the wreck of the Titan.
I have a Mad Catz controller for a PS2 somewhere in storage. Is that the one you gave to your friend? It's the one we all gave to our friend, and then they wanted to throw it at our heads.
Titanic. Well, now a BBC
Mad Catz controllers suck. They always have. I think that's why they're out of business.
Has been given unprecedented access
will.
to the investigation. Our science editor Rebecca Morell has more on that.
It was a trip that turned to tragedy. A submersible heading to the Titanic 3,800 metres down. But OceanGate's Titan sub suffered a catastrophic failure, killing all 5 people on board. They were British explorer Hamish Harding, Suleiman Darwood and his father, British-Pakistani businessman Shahzada Darwood, French diver P.H. Nargiolais and Stockton Rush, OceanGate's CEO. The US Coast Guard's Marine Board of Investigation is looking into the disaster. Footage they recently discovered from Titan's support ship has been submitted as evidence for their investigation.
You will hear a noise that is external to the ship, or external to the room, I should say, and you will see their reaction to the noise.
Stockton Rush's wife Wendy is waiting for messages from the sub as it nears the sea floor.
Hear that?
What was that about?
So at that point you said, what was that bang?
What was that bang?
I'm gonna back up and play it one more time.
Yeah,
It
that
sounds
pop.
like a door
You heard
slamming.
that pop? That was it.
Yeah. Was that bang?
The noise is a sound of Titan imploding, but moments later, Wendy Rush gets a message from the sub.
Drop 2 weights. Titan, drop 2 weights.
She mistakenly seems to think everything's okay, but in fact it's taken longer for the message to arrive than the sound of the implosion. Everyone on board is dead. The US Coast Guard says it has also now identified the moment the sub started to fail. This is a full-scale model of the Titan submersible. At the front, there's a titanium dome with a viewport. And at the rear is another dome covered by a tail cone. The passengers were in this middle section, the hull. It's made from carbon fibre, a material that's highly unpredictable at depth. The hull is 5 inches,
There we go.
13 centimetres thick, and it's made up of multiple layers. But these layers can come apart, a known problem called delamination. The sub was fitted with multiple sensors, and in 2022, during Titan's 80th dive, they picked up a loud bang. Stockton Rush said the noise was probably the sub shifting in its frame, but analysis of the data now shows this was the layers of carbon fibre breaking apart.
See?
Every dive after this one was a disaster
There it
waiting
is.
to happen.
Their system said there has been a fundamental change in the material of your carbon fiber, and it was no longer structurally sound. Delamination at dive 80 was the beginning of the end. And everyone that stepped on board the Titan after dive 80 was risking their life.
OceanGate have told the BBC, "We again offer our deepest condolences to the families of those who died." OceanGate permanently wound down its operations and focused its resources on fully cooperating with the investigations being conducted.
Were initially planned, but the most preventable disaster in the way that that sub ignoring any loud noise, God's hand like crushing you, and you're just like, meh. If you watch air crash investigations, a lot of episodes are due to stuff like this. Yeah. Human error is fucking scary, man. But then again, that's why I've watched enough of like these videos where, like I said, the one time that I was just like, I'm gonna be a scuba diver. I'm gonna go scuba dive shipwrecks. Until I see that black depth of everything, and I'm just like, oh, that's not for me. God. My dad was so mad that we wasted that money. I insisted. I'm sure we all made our parents do something that, like, you just turn around and you're like, yeah, I'm not into this. Space camp was another one. I did space camp and realized I'm like, oh, apparently I get sick on the gyro. That's fun. Good thing they do that on the first, like, literally first day, so. Most hypocritical moment
actually
yet.
generates so much victimhood.
All
if
right, fine.
Felix were to actually go after Ethan, oh my God, he would just like constantly cry about how vicious Felix.
It's only 5 minutes long. Oh shit.
Felix is. He's genuinely terrified. Yeah, I mean, look, the greatest example is Daniel Mate. That's Matt Lieb's co-host. Why doesn't he go after Daniel Mate? Daniel Mate is also Jewish. Matt Lieb is also Jewish. Why does he go after Matt Lieb but not Daniel Mate?
We're gonna.
Also here, Matt Bernstein made a video about the anti-Semitism panic. Here comes the chorus of pick-me Jews that downplay anti-Semitism for social clout. 95% of Jews are always are scared, but somehow leftists will always find people like this to elevate as the official narrative. Matt, if you downplay every instance of anti-Semitism, what do you think you're going to end up with? A safe space for anti-Semitism. According to FBI's 2023 data, there were 1,832 reported anti-Jewish hate crime incidents in the
So Ethan left Twitter, but didn't really leave Twitter because he's still running the H3H3 productions.
United States, marking a 60% increase from the previous year, and the highest number recorded since the FBI began tracking such data. These incidents accounted for 68% of all religion-based hate crimes, despite Jewish Americans comprising only about 2% of the U.S. population. I haven't watched Matt's video, but now I kind of want to watch it. I mean, it's an hour and 20 minutes long. What is Matt's response? I ain't reading all that. Free Palestine. Ethan Klein targets yet another content creator for harassment, repeats the claim that anti-Semitism has skyrocketed and neglects the fact that statistics are achieved by counting pro-Palestine protests as anti-Semitic. Well, part of the reason why he...
Little Mermaid.
Oh, I love these videos. Part of the reason why it's because it's an hour and 20 minutes long. It's too long.
You should not start.
It's too long.
What is going on?
Making Miss Rachel your target, because if you make people in America choose between abandoning Miss Rachel and supporting Hamas, everyone is going to choose Hamas.
Hello. Yeah, it's basically all about, I suspect it's all about like perceived victimhood, and Lizzie Sowetsky, the MAGA housewife who cried anti-Semitism, perceived victimhood, liberals doing it, CNN and liberal Zionism. I'm joining the war on Miss Rachel, on the side of Miss Rachel. Project Esther, a plan to combat anti-Semitism written by anti-Semites. Christian Zionism is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Trump doesn't care about Jews like at all. How do we actually combat anti-Semitism? I recommend you guys go watch it and show it some love.
All right. All right, guys. Community leaderboard should be culminative for all streams. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how it works. I'll be completely real with you, man. I really don't know. But all right. It is time. I have got to call it. I've got to go eat. Spend some time with Mrs. Peps. 2 o'clock tomorrow, guys. I hope you will be there. If I'm late, then that means that I had a little situation as far as fixing something at home. I'll talk about it tomorrow on stream. I'm definitely not afraid to admit my shortcomings when it comes to being a handyman or not so handyman, but I'm trying, man. So that's all I can really say. But all right, guys, I appreciate you all. Also, real quick, shout out Kirk. Without saying too much, our man is going through something, so just give him all the positive vibes and thoughts, and yeah, whenever he makes whenever he's here, just yeah, make sure you make it known that we all love and care for him. So all right, guys, I gotta go, so thank you again. I will see you tomorrow. All right. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, It has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.